Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Channel SWU podcast. This is episode number 1. I'm one of your hosts. My name is Jared, and joining me on the line, all the way from Madison, Wisconsin, it's Austin. Austin, buddy, it's set review day.
It's a very exciting day.
I'm actually really excited for this. So for those of you who are just tuning in, this is going to be a limited set review of A Lawless Time for Star Wars Unlimited. And that means we're going to go through every single card, talking about them, giving them a grade. But most importantly, this is for the limited format. We're going to be talking about these cards exclusively for draft and sealed purposes. That way you get the knowledge you need to help you out at pre-releases and your next drafts, or potentially some limited PQs coming up now that they got that season announced. So just keep that in mind for all your constructed cards and building your decks and all that for Premiere or the new Eternal format. That's not what this current podcast episode is about. We're going to be very, very focused on limited. Now, one of the things you might be asking yourself is, well, who are these chuckleheads and why should I listen to them? And you know what? That's a fair point. Fair question. So I'll give you a quick little background information on us. Austin and I have been best friends for 30 years, and we've done a lot of card playing in that time. We were both on that Magic GP grind, going to a lot of the Grand Prix, especially the limited ones. We loved playing draft, we loved doing sealed, and we did it as much as possible. Then we got into Star Wars Unlimited, and we still love it here. For myself, I have won a Star Wars Unlimited PQ through Limited during the Secrets of Power set. I also was a contestant or finalist or whatever you want to call it, one of 32 in the first ever Magic the Gathering Arena Championship, and I actually qualified through that through Limited. So we're just saying that to let you know that Austin and I do have a lot of experience playing Limited, but most importantly, everything we're saying here is not necessarily the stone cold truth or the final law. The most important thing here is we can help give you an idea of what these cards are going to be and what they're going to be like. They're probably going to end up playing out different than what we say about them because we have not played the format yet. But most importantly, we are just here to get the conversation started. So just keep that in mind. And we're going to keep that in mind because we also want to hear from you. As we're going through this, if you have any disagreements or agreements, or maybe you've already gotten to do some drafts or sealed and you found some things play out completely differently than what we've said, that's awesome. We want to hear about it. Please let us know in the comments and anywhere you can, because we want to hear that. So with that said, we are going to go through every single one of these cards and we're going to give them a grade. Right, Austin?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're going to go through the A through F scale, and we'll let you know what each one of those mean. Starting off with your A's. A's are cards that are your game-winning bombs. These are cards that are so good that when they hit the arena, your opponent has to deal with it right away or you are going to win the game. Think cards like Secrets of Powers, Bo-Katan, or the Fulminatrix. B's are cards that are really, really good and actively make you want to play in that color. Whether it's in draft or you open it in sealed, you think to yourself, ooh, I really want to play that because that card is that good. Think cards like Shadowcrawler or the Coronet. C's are cards that are perfectly fine, acceptable cards. They're on rate. Maybe they give you some power and some hit points. They do exactly what they're meant to do. And these are going to make up the majority of the deck. Your deck is going to comprise of mostly C's, and that's good. Like, you're looking for C's and above. There's nothing wrong with playing C's. These are going to be cards like Imperial Dark Trooper, or let's call it War. D's are cards that are more on the filler level. They're maybe a little understated, or maybe they're not incredibly efficient, but sometimes you just need them there to kind of fill your deck. The last 27, 28, 29, 30, or 30th card just to hit that limit. Think cards like Viper Probe Droid or Crate Veteran. And finally, we have Fs. These cards are unplayable. Maybe they're designed specifically for Premiere, or they're too fringe, or they're clearly designed for something like Twin Suns. But basically, these are cards that you just really can't play. These are going to be cards like Evil is Everywhere, One in a Million, or frankly, the leader DJ from Secrets of Power. More importantly, with all of these, we're also going to give 2 side grades. One of them going to be build-arounds. Maybe the card itself isn't all that strong on its own, but if you build around it, it could be incredibly powerful. Think cards like Set 1 Leia, where she wants a lot of rebels. And if you get a lot of rebels, well, then she's suddenly really, really good. And then we're also going to give them a potential sideboard grade, where maybe this card doesn't necessarily make your main deck because it doesn't have a whole lot of power, but it could be a card you sideboard in. Maybe it's a very specific answer. Maybe it's, for example, a card that would, like, say, defeat upgrades, but you don't main deck that because you don't expect it, and suddenly your opponent plays some pretty hefty upgrades, and you want a way of dealing with that. Think cards like Outer Rim Constable, when your opponent is constantly plotting out Unveiled Might or Sudden Ferocity. So with that said, we're going to get started. So we're going to go right down the line. We're going to start off with the leaders, and right away, we got a special one. Saw Gerrera. This is the Command Aggression Leader, 2 colors. He says, action, exhaust, attack with a unit. It gets +2/+0 and gains Overwhelm for this attack. After completing this attack, defeat it. And then if you have 6 or more resources, you can deploy Saw Gerrera, who is a 4/7 that says, when attack ends, if this unit survived, you may attack with another unit. It gets +2/+0 and Overwhelm for the attack. After completing this attack, defeat that unit. So starting off with something really interesting, right away, a dual color leader for limited has a lot of implication.
Yeah, it's a little tough to lose the heroism or vigilance because so many of the powerful cards typically end up having one of those 2, but it also gives you then a access to, through your base, a third color, which hopefully can make up for that lack of heroism and vigilance and villainy.
Yeah, I think 4/7 at 6 resources is maybe just a little understated, not by much, because typically at a 5 resource leader deploy, they end up being 3/7 units. That's about average, about 10 total stats. This one's only getting 11 at 6. I guess you could argue it gets 13 stats because it's giving an extra 2 to one of your other units.
Right, and the action compression. I was a huge fan of Yularen from last set, and his ability to give a little bit of action compression on his leader side is also worth something, I think.
Yeah, I agree with that there. But that said, like you mentioned, a lot of the power of cards comes from being heroic or villainy. And a card like Saw Gerrera not having access to that or making them cost too much, that's a pretty big loss in my opinion.
Yeah, I think we saw how powerful something like this was. Granted, it was much less balanced in like Anakin from Twilight.
Sure.
Kind of took over that format with this +2/+0 trading up into everything, but you're also but Saw is kind of I feel like the lesson they learned there in terms of you're trading away and you're losing that unit after the fact does give him some more significant drawback, but you're probably trading him away. You're probably working in such a way to trade him with it, so the drawback of losing him after is not so great.
Yeah, and his ability is good. Like, it allows almost all of your units to be able to trade up, and every now and then you just get to push a little bit of extra base damage. Like, I like his ability a lot, but I am concerned that you're kind of forcing yourself to already play underpowered cards, and his ability just makes up for that. So I'm not super certain if that's going to even out or work out in your advantage. It's possible. But right now, I have Saw Gerrera as being a C, like a C-level leader. I think he may end up being a little underpowered for draft because you're not going to get the heroic, you're not going to get the villainy cards. But I do think he will function a lot like Mon Mothma in Secrets of Power for sealed, in that in your sealed deck, he's like your deck saver, where if you're looking at it and you don't know what to play, and or all your leaders are just not what you want, you could play Saw Gerrera and then just pick your best cards out of 3 colors. I think that's something.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I have him at C plus. He fits a little bit better into my style. I love to be on the aggressive end and for to have a little bit of action compression and things like that.
Yeah.
Well, I do agree he losing heroism in Villy is certainly a huge hit. I think the +2 power will make up for it, and he'll be able to push base damage.
Yeah, so about
pretty
C, C plus. Oh, and that's another thing I should probably mention, dear listener, is that Austin and I have very different play styles when it comes to card games like this. Austin is certainly much more of the aggressive player, aggro. I'm a little more on the mid-range, soft control, slower side. To give an example, last set, my favorite leader was Jabba. Austin was Colonel Yularen. So just to give you an idea of where our preferences lie when we're giving these graves, and hopefully between the two of us, you find someone whose perspective best aligns with your own in terms of playstyle. So that's Saw Gerrera, about C, C+. Following up after him, we have Tobias Beckett, another 2-color leader. He is Cunning Vigilance. With action, exhaust, choose a friendly unit. An opponent takes control of it. If they do, create a credit token. And he deploys at 5 resources. He is a 4/6 underworld, and it says, when deployed, defeat any number of units you own but don't control. For each unit defeated this way, create a credit token and draw a card. So first off, we should say what a credit token is.
Yeah, so it's a simple token that you can use to generate one kind of generic resource. So there's a number of these generators sprinkled throughout the set and tacked on to extra cards. And it's probably one of the better ways they've had of doing ramp that is more fair. In the past, ramp has kind of led to earlier leader deploys, where this doesn't count as one of your regular resources, so it doesn't allow you to flip your leader sooner.
Right.
But it still allows you to play some of your bigger cards and get to some of your bombs faster if you're willing to, pay the extra cost of the cards, or play some of these credit generator cards by themselves.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, is that the credits don't force out your leader deploy any earlier, maybe barring one exception. And the credits, they don't need to be exhausted or anything. You just have them or you don't. So that said, Tobias Beckett. You give away one of your units just for money?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he has very specific cards that are good with him, but a lot of them are at rare and things like that. I don't see him being an overly playable. Like, he's going to be another Mon Mothma, but strictly worse. You're going to wish you had Saw Gerrera instead of Tobias Beckett, I think.
If you have to play Tobias Beckett, I think something went horribly wrong.
Yeah.
And there are cards that could work with his ability in Premiere, but there's not really the support there here in just the Lawless Time Limited. I have him ranked at D. I wouldn't say completely unplayable, because if you have to play yellow-blue for whatever reason, he can help you with that, but his ability probably just really won't give you that much of an advantage.
Yep, I have him at D as well. Just not going to be.
Yeah, D for Tobias Beckett. You can if you have to, but you really shouldn't. All right, next. All right, we got our first Vigilance Villainy leader. This is Agent Callus. Reconsider your allegiance. His ability is action, pay 1 resource and exhaust. Play a card from your hand, ignoring its aspect penalties. And then if you have 5 more resources, he deploys into a 3/6 who has action, 1 resource, play a card from your hand, ignoring its aspect penalties. And when you play a heroic card, heal 2 damage from your base. And he is a rare leader.
Yeah, another kind of quote unquote like color fixer, like a Mothma type without getting like the boost to stats, and it isn't notably isn't a full fixer. You're just
Yes.
reducing the cost by one effectively, and only once per turn because it does require exhausting him. At least on his leader side, his unit side is repeatable. But you get the 2 health for playing the heroics.
Yeah, that could make up for it.
Yeah, I foresee him being very, very like more similar even maybe than the other 2 that we've already discussed in terms of sealed, how he plays out like Mothma, where he just he probably gets you to like a 4-3 deck or something. If you're playing 7 rounds of limited or something like that, he probably isn't good enough to push you over into the top 8 draft unless you have a really kind of cracked pool. But he's just good enough.
Well, to me, I think what it is that one resource to play anything sounds really cool, but that still means you're playing off curve.
Yes.
So you really don't want like a deck just filled with like whatever card of one other color, because you have to add 1 to all of its costs, and that completely changes your deck's curve and how that plays out. And I think a lot of people, especially at least early on, might make some deck building mistakes and get themselves severely punished for that. I think it's still possible that if you have, say, 3-4 bombs, like true bombs of whatever color, maybe you can still play those because like the 1 extra is still worth it. Like if you have to pay 7 or 8 for them, that's reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
But when all of your units or most of your units have to cost 1 more, I'm a little less inclined. Also, when he deploys, he is only a 3/6. He is just a little understated, not a very hard hitter that way. But that said, I think he could give you some cool deck building options, like you said, especially in sealed. And then maybe in draft, you just kind of go vigilance, villainy plus something else. And then if you happen to like open a great bomb or one gets passed to you, you just take that. But it's just kind of incidental. You're just focused on your 2 aspects as it is. Maybe that's the way they draft them.
Everybody's gonna get got in a seal tournament when you're facing like a blue or like a vigilance cunning Agent Callus and he drops a maul on you.
Right.
It does drop all like the aspect penalties and things like that. So you just drops a red-green villainy card out of nowhere and you're just gonna be like, yep, you got me.
Yeah, exactly. I do think he's going to be fun for deck building, either in draft or sealed, because he does give you a lot of options.
Yeah.
That said, I still think he's probably about maybe a C+ level. That's probably a little higher than I should go for him, but I'm willing to give him a C+ because I do think it could be fun.
I have him at standard C.
So about that. Yeah, C+. I might be a little bit higher mistakenly, but that's okay. All right. Next up, we have Aura Singh, Assassin. This is a common leader. She is also Vigilance Villainy. With action, Exhaust. Defeat a non-leader unit with 1 or less remaining hit points. And then if you control 7 more resources, deploy this leader. And she becomes a 3/7 Underworld Bounty Hunter with, when deployed, you may defeat a non-leader unit with 5 or less remaining hit points. Now, I like this card.
That's because I think you and I are going to disagree on this one really heavily. I'm gonna lead with my grade.
Okay, yeah. I want to hear your case first.
She's a D to me. The 7-cost leaders have never panned out in limited before. We've only had this many once before, and that was in Twilight, and it was when it was Dooku, Windu, and Yoda, and I don't recall ever playing any of them in limited. And she has a better, more controlling ability than a lot of those, but she's just there's a very small number of 1 health units, and just constantly trying to fight around to leave a unit at 1 health just so that she can finish it off and things like that. She messes with combat math, but not nearly enough to make me want to play her.
So I'm in disagreement because I do like her much more, because I think her ability being there and existing and just playing units to whatever arena, it doesn't make the combat math awkward for yourself. It makes it awkward for your opponent, because they have to see units or possible actions that could potentially get their units down to 1. they got to be careful about their attacks into your units so they don't leave themselves at 1 hit point for Aura Sing to just take out. And her deploy is pretty strong. Like, you'll almost always be able to hit a unit with that.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I am curious, like you said, she does deploy at 7, and that is pretty late. Is the format slow enough that you can reliably get to 7 so that Aura Sing can do her thing? And hopefully, if you're taking out units with only 1 hit point or doing your attacks and trading out units in a way that you are able to utilize that in such a way that you're kind of letting her do some soft control so that you can get to that 7 and then really take over the board by taking out more of your opponent's units. Who's to say? I would like to think so.
So I looked a little bit at this because this was one of the things, like with 3 7 cost leader deploys, I wanted to kind of look at, I feel like in Secrets of Power, you couldn't throw a rock in any direction without hitting a very viable Sentinel. Like, it was just like some of those, the Jabba decks especially, were just Sentinels.deck, and you just, every turn they played a new Sentinel, and it was, for the Yularen player, it was horribly annoying. So I did take a look here, and there are roughly the same number of Sentinels, but with a couple of key distinctions in that Secrets of Power, a couple of their biggest Sentinels were conditional. Like, they had to attack first, or they were only
for one turn.
Things like that. So there are, I think there are like 11 or so straight like Sentinels, but all of the ones in Lawless Time are all just Sentinels all the time. But they do have a drawback of, most of the Sentinels in Secrets of Power were like 4 6s, 5 7s. They had these big butts on them, and a lot of the Sentinels in Lawless Time are like 2-1, or there's like 2 or 3 of them that have more than 5 health, and they're rare or legendary.
Yep.
So they typically don't go more than 5 health, which is really kind of rough. And another telling piece that I wanted to look at too, there were 4 common and uncommon saboteurs in Secrets of Power. There are 10 in A Lawless Time.
Oh, wow. Way more.
And a lot of them crack in very nicely.
There's some big ones.
So it feels like it's got a little bit more of an aggressive tilt to it than Secrets of Power had, which will be very dangerous for these 7 deploy leaders.
Yeah, that's possible. That's one of the things where we have to see. We don't really know. One last thing I do want to say about Aura Sing is that because of her ability, it is action intensive. And if you are reliably using it, it does mean you're never going to have the initiative. So that is another thing to keep in mind. So that said, while I like her, I don't think she's amazing. I have her at a B-.
Okay.
Because she is really slow to deploy. And when she does deploy, she's still only a 3-7.
Yeah. I'll be excited to revisit her at the end of the format and see which one of us got this one right.
Yeah. And you had at a D, you said?
D, yes.
Okay, yeah. All right, yeah. That's an interesting one. All right, next up we have Jyn Erso. Time to Fight. A rare vigilance heroic leader with action, pay 1 resource and exhaust. If a friendly rebel unit was defeated this phase, search the top 3 cards of your deck for a card and draw it. And if you have 5 or more resources, she deploys as a 3/6 rebel. That says, on attack, if a friendly rebel unit was defeated this phase, search the top 3 cards of your deck for a card and draw it. So this is probably a great example of our first build around. Because 100%. Right as it says, right on her text on both the front and the back, she needs rebels, which there are a good amount of rebels in this set, so it is possible. But if for whatever reason you're not picking up those rebels or prioritizing them in the draft, or you open up your sealed pod and there's just maybe 3 or 4 rebels in there, then she is just actively bad.
Yeah, and a minor note here is the card that has to die is a rebel, but the card you get off of her ability, either the front or the back, does not have to be a rebel.
Yeah, you look at the top 3 for a card, and you don't have to reveal it or anything. You just get it.
Yep. That said, I think I counted 20. I'm focusing mainly on commons and uncommons because that's what you're most likely to see. Don't count on seeing the rebels, the rebels. Count on seeing the rebels, please, but don't count on seeing the rares and legendaries as part of your calculation. There's 26 common and uncommon rebels in the set. Of course, that's spread across all the colors, so you're not going to get access to all of them all the time.
Yes.
But most are playable. They're fine. They're in heroic, as you might imagine. And she's a heroic leader, so that's not going to be a problem. But yeah, I think she's fine. She's certainly a great source of card advantage.
Sure.
But I don't like the leaders where something has to happen before you can, like, you have to hold their attack. I think that's so on her flip. If a friendly unit has died, so a friendly rebel has to have died before her on attack. In order for her to get effect. So you're kind of like sitting there waiting with your 3/6, hoping that it survives, and like you can throw your rebel into them first so that she can then make an attack and get your ability off.
Yeah, and that's true. And also, like I said, you do need a high concentration of rebels in your deck for this to really feel good, like to really pop off. I don't know the exact math, but for myself personally, I think I would want probably around 15 rebels in my deck to do it reliably. Maybe go as low as 12, but ideally at least 15. Generally speaking, you have about 25 units in your limited decks. More than half of them being rebels is probably where you would want. And that is a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So just keep that in mind. So I have her as a build around B. Little understated, and like you said, has to take a little bit of setup in order to get that extra card draw. But if you get around it like that, it's a lot of support, and like you're gonna find that's gonna help you find your bombs or your game winners or whatever it is that you need very, very easily.
Yeah, I have a little bit lower, again, just my perspective on like not having a keyword on her flip side, especially one that helps race like a raid or a restore. I think certainly hurts her, and playing behind curve, because if you want to get your card, you've got to pay 1.
Yeah.
So you do have to play behind curve. Obviously not on her flip side, which is great. But
I'll put a caveat in that. I don't say is like you have to play behind curve. It's more like she can help make sure you're utilizing every single one of your resources each turn.
Sure, that makes sense. Yeah, it's a fair curve filler. When you don't have it. So maybe you don't trigger it every turn, but when you have the resource laying around, and you know the rebel's going to die anyway. I have her at like a CC minus, kind of still figuring out where I would exactly place it.
I've got her as build around B, and then if you don't have the rebel support for her, she is like a D.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Keep that in mind. All right, I think that is it. No, we got one more vigilance leader, and that's Velsartha, Aldani Insurgents. Is a vigilant heroic, and she has action. Give an experience token to a unit. An opponent creates a credit token. And then if you have 6 or more resources, she deploys into a 4/7 rebel that says on attack, you may give an experience token to a unit. If you do, an opponent creates a credit token. And this is a common leader.
Yeah, I feel like this is the lessons learned from Leia from last. Obviously, it's much too soon for them to have learned a lesson from that. But like Leia's ability was effectively free. Yeah. And that's what made her, such a wide, a huge majority of the meta in most limited pools and things like that. This is the one that actually costs you something. Like there's a real cost to
this has got quite the drawback to it. Just handing your opponent some cash whenever you do that. If you get too greedy, like you could get very easily severely punished. But also
I'll tell you. Yeah.
When she does deploy at 6, if it's done properly and you've sequenced your stuff right and your opponent has already spent their resources, I would absolutely deploy her as a 4/7, immediately attack in. She can give the experience token to herself, crack in as a 5/8, give your opponent 1 credit, because at that point, probably doesn't matter a whole lot since they've already spent their resources, and you've got a hefty leader already bashing in.
Yeah, I think anytime like a 5/8, a 6 deploy is quite
Yeah.
powerful. And we all saw how much all it took was for Leia. I'm going to keep referring back to her because she's the closest. She's very, very similar here.
Yep.
We saw how powerful she got with just one experience last set. I mean, she was incredibly strong, and granted, no plot, so she can't, you can't unveiled might or armor of fortune this one up to really make her unkillable. But still, just the 5/8 alone will. It's 2 units minimum to take care of her, and you're going to want to take care of her.
Yep. So I think this is one where I think her ability is quite strong, getting that experience, but I don't think it's one you just activate every single turn. Like you're just asking to punish yourself if you're selective about it. If you're putting that experience on a unit that can really make a difference. If say your opponent has a 5/4 unit out, but you have yourself like a 3/5 sentinel, making that into a 4/6 sentinel just to stop that seems pretty good. So I think there is ways of making this work without being too punishing to yourself, but some people are going to be very, very greedy about it early on.
Yeah, this is one of the only leaders I came back to after reviewing the entire set, coming back to her, and I lowered her grade a little bit just after I saw how many really punishing 7, 8, and 9s there are in this set. Getting your opponent to those quicker is going to be a huge drawback.
Yeah, I honestly, like, even as we're talking about it, was thinking about my own grade and already starting to bring it down. So that said, what grade do you have her at?
I had her at a C plus, and I brought her down to a C. Just with your notes on, like, you want to be smart. You can be smart about how you use her ability and still have her be a pretty good leader. You just can't be. You can't be throwing the XP around like you were with Leia.
Yeah, I think I'll meet you there, and I'll also go C on this one. I was initially way higher because she does deploy as a pretty solid beater, but you just have to be really, really particular about when you're doing that. Okay, so that's all of our vigilance leaders. We can move on to Command 1, starting off with Boba Fett, Krait's Claw Commander. He has an ability that says, when a friendly bounty hunter unit's attack ends, if the defending unit was defeated, you may exhaust this leader. If you do, create a credit token. And then if you have 5 or more resources, deploy this leader. He becomes a 3/6 bounty hunter. That says, raid 1, this unit gets +1/+0 while attacking, and when a friendly bounty hunter unit's attack, if the defending unit was defeated, create a credit token. And this is a common leader. So I have a prediction for you.
Okay.
I think this might end up being the best leader in the format.
I have a different one picked out.
Okay.
But he is my second. He's my close second.
He's up there.
Yeah, like specifically in draft, like I'm not as keen on him in sealed, but like, okay, we can all meme out, like, imagine that, another good villainy Boba. What?
Right.
They can't help themselves. He's no yellow, Boba Yellow from SOAR, but like he's still quite, especially in the limited format, he will be quite playable. Especially after reviewing some of the bounty hunters you have access to, especially some of the rares that are just so good.
Yes. So we did the math. And once again, there is a pretty good amount of bounty hunters in this set to help support them. You're probably not going to get that many in your sealed decks, though, because that's just completely random. However, if you're drafting and you're seeing bounty hunters come your way and you can snatch these up for your Boba Fett, ooh, that's going to be good. That's going to be really easy for you to start getting some credit tokens as soon as you get to like that 3 resource, 4 resource turn.
Yeah, and I mean, I think I did again. Like it's 20, just like the Rebels. There's actually 26 common and uncommon bounty hunters, but I think they have the edge over the Rebels, where a lot of them have great keywords, great when played or when defeateds on them, whereas a lot of the Rebels are just kind of like 3/1s and generic guys.
The Rebels are almost more aggressive oriented.
Yeah, bounty hunters have some great stat lines on them.
Yeah, so I counted, of the 36 bounty hunters in this set, 17 of them are green, and 16 of those are at common. So it shouldn't be that hard to find those and make it come together. But much like Jyn Erso, he's still a build around. I have him as a build around B+.
I have him at I did mine based on like build around B or draft B and a sealed C. Like he's just his stat line alone, like being a 3/6 raid one, will sometimes you'll have green villainy cards you want to play, and he'll be your best probably option for leader.
Yeah, absolutely. Excited to draft him, that's for sure. All right, next up we have Director Krennic, amidst my achievement, who has action, exhaust, defeat a friendly unit, create a credit token. And then his epic action is if you control 7 or more resources, you may deploy him, and he becomes a 4/9 Imperial official, that says when deployed, another friendly unit deals damage equal to its power to an enemy unit, and this is a rare leader.
So I went first on our first 7 deploy leader. I want you to go first on this one.
I'm optimistic, probably foolishly so, because I want it to work. A 4/9 that's pretty thick. So like at the 7 resource turn, that's a lot of health. He's going to be sticking around for a little bit. I see the potential. Anytime there is a vulnerable unit or one that just can't attack in or something, or has already outlived its usefulness, cash it in for $1. I could see that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I am a little less optimistic about him. Not as much as Aura Singh, to be clear. I don't like, I'm going to keep referencing back. I'm an aggro player. You can kill my units. I'm not going to do it for you. You can do it. I'm going to continue to kill you with them until you stop them. So like, yeah, there's certainly something to be said about, like he's already you've traded one, he's got 2 damage out of and a 3 health unit, and he's got 2 damage on him already. You trade him in for $1. I see the argument there, certainly. Or just ones that have good when defeated, triggers on them. Sometimes it's just worthwhile to throw those away. But I have a problem with the 7 deploy leaders, the Sentinels not being great, Saboteur being here. I think damage is just going to push too fast for this. This guy needs some of the constructed cards out there in order to really stabilize himself long enough to deploy and start to take over the game.
I think this is going to end up being a lot like Velsartha, where you have to be smart about it and you can't be doing it every turn. Obviously, you can't be doing it every turn. Then that's just asking for disaster. But I could see Director Krennic taking, say, your turn 1 2-drop. It's like a 2/2 or 2/3 or something, and then your opponent has already gotten a 4/5 or 4/6 Sentinel out, and at that point, it's like, well, what's this guy going to do? Like, that 2 extra damage doesn't really matter that much. Might as well cash him in. So I think there could be situations where that happens, but this is not going to be like, oh, I'm going to get 3-4 credits before I deploy Director Krennic. No, absolutely not. You're just asking to get way too behind on board and get overwhelmed with that. But I think you could probably maybe get 1 or 2 before he deploys. And his deploy ability does require you to have another friendly unit and one with a good amount of power in order to take something out. So that's a little conditional.
And it's just it seemed a little odd for the leader who focuses on sacrificing his own units to then have one that requires him to have another one.
Yeah, that's a little weird. I mean, I imagine what they're thinking is like you're cashing this in for credits so that you play something really, really big and then you deploy them. That's my guess. But again, you could play your big bomb of whatever, off aspect or whatever it is, and your opponent could just kill it before you deploy. That would suck. So, even though I'm more optimistic on him, I think I'm still like C for Director Krennic.
I was a D+.
D+, okay. So a little lower than me, but yeah, still not amazing, but I think there are situations where you can make it happen. All right, next leader. This is Hera Syndulla, not fighting alone. Command Heroic at common. While you control 2 or more units, ignore the aspect penalties on heroic units you play. She has an epic action where if you have 5 or more resources, you may deploy her. She becomes a 3/6 Rebel Twi'lek Spectre with Restore 1, who also says, while you control 2 or more units, ignore the aspect penalties on heroic units you play.
I really wanted a new good Spectre leader. This ain't it. Like,
This ain't
we've
it,
learned.
really.
No, like I just anytime you have, like you can't, Mothma had an ability where you could that
You
allowed you
just
to
did it.
play off aspect, and your opponent couldn't interact with it. It was just you had it all the time. You could
Yeah.
100% guarantee it in your deck build. Now you're giving your opponent the ability to mess with your plan and really kind of hose you. You're planning on playing this, your Kanan or your Zeb, and they kill one of your two units out of nowhere that you didn't expect, and now you can't anymore. That's just awful. Like you're going to get so punished. It's not like it's worse in my opinion. Like we've had leaders like this, like Yularen and Leia before, where you always want two leaders laying or two units laying around so that you can attack with both of them. This is affecting your ability to even play cards. It's really rough.
I'm not as low as you because it is going to be hard to keep your units. It's games are limited. Your units are going to attack each other. They are going to trade out. But I do wonder if there is a potential swarm deck for Hera. Some of the rebel units in aggression are just 3/1s for one. Like if you have this just a bunch of cheap units, or you're playing nothing but cheap units and just swarming the board and then playing whatever off aspect cards you happen to get, you do need to get those. But if you're getting like bangers like Ezra or Kanan Jarrus or Zeb Aurelios, that could be something. So I wonder if there is a Hera swarm deck that is cheap so you can have just a multitude of units, so that's too many for your opponents to deal with. So you can play those off aspect cards. That said, you can't have too many off aspect cards in your deck. Like if you get too many, then you could get some awkward draws, or you can't just play them and it gets really, really rough. I think her deploy side is actually pretty fine. Like a 3/6 restore one at 5, like that's solid. So
that's fine.
Yeah, that alone, again, if you need a green heroic leader in order to play your deck, she's a fine one. Like I actually do think that's solid. But yeah, so I wouldn't even really give her a build around grade necessarily, because she just wants units, and you should be able to do that. But I wonder if there is like a swarm draft deck possibility. Maybe that's one I'll try to force a draft some night just to see if I can make it work. But all that said, just based on her abilities and her stats alone, I have her at C-.
I actually, for as much as I was negative, I also have her at C-. Like she's not like the worst. Don't get me wrong. Like, the 3/6 restore one, I would have loved like a Beloved Order or a Batch Brothers type effect, a unit that creates another unit with it to really kind of push her a little bit further. But she'll still act as a fine green heroic leader, I think.
Yeah. All right. So C- for Hera. Up next, Leia Organa, Someone Who Loves You. This is the starter deck leader, which means you're going to see this even less than rares because she will only show up if you get the showcase or the foil versions of that. So showing up less than rare, but still want to talk about her. She is a green heroic with action. Spend 2 resources, exhaust. For this phase, give a unit +1/+1 for each different aspect it has. At 5 resources, Leia deploys into a 2/2 rebel with overwhelm. But says, when deployed, choose a unit. Give an experience token to that unit for each different aspect among units you control.
Go ahead, man. Like, I don't think either of us are going to have very kind things to say about this one. But
she's not good.
Yeah,
it's just not good. I sadly, I mean, bare minimum, when she deploys, you are going to get the 2 experience tokens because she herself is 2 aspects. So minimum, you're getting +2 experience. Ideal world, maybe you'll get 3. In Magical Christmas Land, perhaps you'll get 4. And if you do that, I don't think these experiences are even going to go on Leia. I think you actually want to put that on what the best unit you've already played is, just to make that one better. And her ability, the pay 2 resources, activate to give a unit +1/+1 for each different aspect it has. No. That can't be the best way for you to spend resources, right?
Yeah, like you're might be messing up what you are resourcing, or if your curve always is having two resources laying around, you're having a rough draw, or you are perhaps making some resourcing mistakes or something like that, because you really like one is a manageable, and every once in a while you do have one of those, but if you are consistently having two left around, like you're having a lot of problems probably.
Yeah. Now, we did see in Secrets of Power that paying 2 to give a unit +2/+2 for the phase can be enough, but I would consider her activated ability more of like an uh-oh button than a
Yep.
plan.
Yes, I think
It's
that's a
for
great way
some,
to
yeah,
actually
if for
put it.
some reason, maybe you did just completely run out of cards in your hand, or you have nothing else really worth playing. Or maybe it's
Mhm.
towards the end of the game and you just need a little bit more damage to push through before your opponent can deal with it. Maybe, but you're still getting a really understated unit deploy or leader deploy.
Mhm.
And yeah, I don't love it. So yeah, Leia is a starter deck leader through and through.
Yes, I think the only change I had, like, I think I would be tempted to put the counters on her, just because you make her a 4/4 5/5, let her crack in until I don't want her. I don't have any rush to put her back on her leader side. So like I'm just gonna keep cracking in with
Sure.
her until my opponent kills her. And there's enough like bounce and stuff like that that I don't want then those counters to have gone to waste.
Yeah.
Where I feel they're a little bit safer on a leader unit,
Yeah.
even if she's not spectacular.
So not
I have
great.
her to D.
Yeah,
I just
I'll go D plus
okay.
just because again there is like an uh-oh button to her,
Mm-hmm.
but again that's like the only time you really want to play her. D plus for Leia, sadly. All right, next up we're gonna go into aggression cards, starting off with Darth Vader, Unstoppable. Aggression villainy leader at common, who has action, exhaust, discard a card from your hand, deal 1 damage to a unit or base. And then if you have 7 more resources, he deploys as a 6/8 Force Imperial Sith that says on attack, discard any number of cards from your hand, deal damage to a unit or a base equal to the number of cards discarded this way.
Yeah. Um. So I he's a 7 deploy leader. um. And he requires you to give up resources, and there's enough cards in the set
Ooh,
that
yeah.
also make you discard cards. So it's again, you can do it smart, and I don't think there's a super like Aura Sing. At least it's free. He is effectively doing a similar style effect, only Aurus
Yeah.
is free, and his costs you a
This
card
costs a
from your
card.
hand. And it's that said, he's Darth freaking Vader, so like Director Krennic has 13 points of stats when he fits a 4/9. Vader has 14.
Mm-hmm.
And he can discard any number of cards. So sometimes you're the 7 resource turn. If you're managing to keep a tight game, sometimes Vader's just going to flip and end the game and decide the game is now over and just dump the entire hand. He's going to swing for 6 and then dump the 3 or 4 cards in your hand and just 10 you and you're dead.
Yeah. So I did look through the set, and the discard theme is not really supported. This is
No.
not really a build around. The cards just do not exist to make Darth Vader's ability really, really good. There's basically like this is a rock and the staccato blaster, and like that's about it. And those aren't very exciting cards. So I don't want to. So his ability is basically, I don't want to say completely worthless because I don't know, maybe you can get cute and ping in the last point of damage into your unit's base or something. But yeah, discarding a card just for that one is a pretty hefty ask. I don't want to say Darth Vader is unplayable because, like you said, he does deploy into a 6/8, and that's a lot. And he could
Yeah.
potentially make his first attack do a total of 8 damage or 9 damage or maybe 10 damage, depending on your cards. But that is also at the 7 resource deploy. I guess if for some reason you just really, really need red villainy to make your deck work, I think Darth Vader is like a perfectly fine leader to throw into there just to play your red villainy. He's just not going to do anything for you until he deploys at 7. So I've got Vader at D.
I have him at D plus for the same, like kind of an inverse of Director Krennic in terms of like I marked them both at D plus.
Yeah.
Krennic, I think his leader ability is great, but his deploy is less good. Whereas Vader, I probably won't use his leader ability at all.
Yeah.
But his deploy is powerful.
Yeah. All right. So D plus for Darth Vader. Next up, Sebulba, especially dangerous Doug. Aggression Villainy, rare leader with action, exhaust, discard a card from your deck. A friendly unit gains raid 1 for this phase. And then he says, if you control 4 or more resources, you may deploy this leader. And he becomes a 2/5 fringe unit with raid 1. On attack, discard a card from your deck. So this is your aggro leader for the set.
This is my aggro leader. Yep.
Yep. So as the aggro player, your thoughts?
Well, he's no Sabine, unfortunate. He's the same stat line, but a significantly worse kind of ability. That being said, though, being the only 4 costs, with an asterisk, the primary 4 flip leader, I think in sealed he'll kind of end up a lot like Dedra did, and he doesn't have like the big thing that I looked at for this is a 4 flip leader is especially great when you can toss an upgrade or 2 on him.
Yeah,
there's not a lot of great. Yeah, there's not a lot of great upgrades in this set, and without the plot element where they just get it right away, it really kind of has a nasty effect on how effective this leader can be. But I did want to like give a shout out. Like I wanted to take into account like when you draft this guy, you get to kind of draft like the Dredge's space deck, kind of like you did with like Leia or Sly last set, where like everybody didn't want like these 1/2 space units or whatever, but like you just keep discarding cards from the top of your deck to give them all raid 1 and stuff like that all the time, and just keep punching in damage in space over and over again. Okay. He could do some damage there, I think, but like I don't think he's going to be a very effective like on the ground leader unless you can stack him with a whole bunch of saboteurs, which we know there are a lot of.
My main issue with him is that he's very clearly an aggressive leader, but his ability isn't. The having to spend an action to give a friendly unit raid 1 is very action inefficient. Like you're putting yourself behind. So you have to spend an action just to pump your unit, and then you have to attack with that unit to even get that extra 1 point of damage. Like it doesn't give him +1/+0 for the phase. It's raid 1. So I would have preferred if this would give him just straight up +1/+0, because then you could use it defensively for Sentinels, or just have the damage no matter what with her attacking or whatever. Or maybe some of the removal effects really care about power. So this gets raid 1 instead, and it takes an action. So it feels like it's an aggressive leader with the ability that slows him down, because when you're aggressive, you want to keep taking the initiative to making sure you're getting your damage in. So that feels a little counterintuitive to me.
Yeah. So I mean, he's certainly one of the. I don't want to say worse. That sounds really bad. He's not gonna ever make the top 5 aggro leaders sorts of lists. He's gonna be playable, but not much more.
I'm not convinced the format is going to be so fast that he can really pop off. But if you really want the 4-drop leader to make sure you're getting your damage in early, he's your boy for it. I have him at D, but this is also not a me card.
Yeah, I have him at C- in sealed and C in draft, where you can kind of pick the cards you want. And it should be noted, like while Vader has almost no support at all, so Bulba does get we're not talking an exaggerated amount, but he does get a little bit more support than Vader does.
Yeah, he does have a couple extra cards that go great with him. Yeah, absolutely, yes. I agree. Okay, so somewhere between the D to C level, and we'll have to see on that one. So up next, oh boy, Chewbacca. Hero of Kessel. So he is a aggression heroic leader at rare that says action, pay 1, exhaust, defeat a friendly resource, deal 2 damage to a unit, and create a credit token. And then his epic action is 4, as in pay for resources, deploy this leader, and then he becomes a 5/6 underworld Wookiee with on attack. You may defeat a friendly resource. If you do, deal 2 damage to a unit and create a credit token. Huh.
Yeah, this is when I did more math on this guy.
Okay.
Because, he takes your whole, so if you're flipping him on 4, he takes your whole turn. He takes all your resources for the turn to flip on 4. As a 5/6. So I did like a comparison just for the sake of like I compared him to Sebulba, the other kind of kind of identifiable aggro leader. You flip Sebulba on 4. He's a 2/5 with raid 1, so I call him like 7.5 points of stats. 2/5 plus the 0.5 for raid. And then you get to play another 4-drop when you play him, and most 4 cost common and uncommons in the set have an average of about 8 or 9 stat points, 3 5s, 4 4s, etc. So you get about 15.5 stat points on your leader deployed turn on your 4 flip. You get 11 for flipping Chewbacca, spending your whole 4.
Yeah, this is one that I think a lot of people really started discussing really early on and getting really excited about it, and I didn't. And that's because his deploy costs for resource. And a lot of times when these leader deploy turns come up, the power spike that comes from it is not just getting your big leader out. It's the fact that you can get your big leader out for ostensibly free, and you can still spend all your resources on something else. That's the power spike. You get a double play no matter what, and they're usually pretty strong. Chewbacca doesn't allow you to do that. Also, I don't know about the whole defeat a resource to deal 2 damage to something. Like, that is, you get a temporary resource. Like, maybe the first one isn't that bad, but as soon as you spend that credit, you're now behind on board.
Yeah, he feels like he's a trap, I think. Granted 5/6 and a lot of things that say, defeat a non-leader, do this XYZ to a non-leader. So he's a stickier 5/6, and that can be certainly problematic, and he would have paired nicely with a great upgrade on the following turn or something like that to really kind of help him close the game out. But I think you're just like what you were saying in terms of like you are effectively if you have a 4-cost leader or a 4-flip leader, you are effectively playing 2 4-drops that turn. You a 5-cost leader, you're effectively playing 2 5-drops that turn. That's how you are gaining an advantage on your leader flip turn, and he takes that away.
I mean, he's a consistent 5/6 unit. Like, if you always want to make sure you have like something to play on 4, you have one. I just don't think it's going to be that strong. And his ability, or the way he's statted, I should say, is weirdly very aggressive. Like, because that's a lot of stats for just himself for 4 resources. But I feel like his ability wants the game to go long, while his stats makes you want to end the game quickly.
He's a bit of a confusing leader.
Yeah, because like the longer the game goes, the less your resources matter, and then you can start cashing those in to deal 2 damage to units. Yeah, that's actually pretty good when it goes long, but I feel like Chewbacca wants to win quickly, so I am not convinced on Chewbacca. I'm not going to say he's unplayable or anything, because that is, you will always have a 5/6 on the 4 resource turn no matter what, and that is something. I've got him at D+.
I do too, which honestly is it hurts.
I think
I really want this guy to be good, and then every subsequent time I read him, I was like, I can't convince myself.
I think what you said is probably the most appropriate here. I think he actually might end up being a trap. All right, let's move on. Next up, we have Enfys Nest. Until we can go no higher, aggression, heroic, common leader. That says, when you use an on-attack ability, you may pay 2 and exhaust this leader. If you do, use that ability again. And if you control 5 more resources, she deploys as a 3/7 underworld unit that says, when you use an on-attack ability, you may use that ability again. Use this ability only once each round. Oh. That's a little more like it.
There's some pretty powerful on-attacks in this set.
Yeah, there's quite a few.
Require that to pay 2 for it, like it's always this, the sticking point is like even paying 1 a lot of the time is not great. Paying 2 for an ability is really, it has to be really good.
Yeah, I don't love the pay 2, but I do love the pay 0 for when she's deployed.
Yes,
Because
and a 3/7, notably
that's huge.
in the realm of a whole bunch of 5 flips. We've already covered a number of 5s that all flipped into 3/6s, and she does have that extra that extra point of HP.
Yeah, and she's just like an on stat leader deploy for 5 for once. So I consider her the pay 2 to do the thing on the on attacks. That's just kind of like an incidental bonus.
Mm-hmm.
If it happens, or you got like the extra resources laying around to do it, neat. I'd be happy just paying her as a 3/7 and then using the on deploy with the on attacks for free and really popping off that way.
Yeah, I did, as I was going through that, there's 22 non-villainy common or uncommon units with on attack abilities. I honestly, I looked through them. There's not a lot of them that I would pay two resources to trigger again. The ones that are designed to work with her, like the one that does 2 debate, we'll go across them when we get there. But like, there's a couple that are designed to be with her that you're really gonna love. If you can draft them together, you're gonna really be doing it. But a lot of the other ones, you're probably just never gonna pay the 2 to read.
Yeah, and I don't even think she's a build around. I don't think you need to build around having on attack abilities. Yeah, I think you're just going to kind of get those for the most part as you're building your decks and drafting. So I wouldn't focus on getting sick on attacks, because if you get that bonus, then great. I wouldn't necessarily focus on that. She's just a good, solid on stat leader with a little bit of bonus in there that can that'll be great. I've got her at a B.
Ooh, I have her at C.
I'd probably go. B seems kind of high. Maybe I'd go down to like B minus.
Yeah, B leaders, I really want to be using their leader side abilities. That's where they're going to be a majority of the game.
Yeah, I'll go down to B minus just because I do think her leader deploy ability is very good.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, that'll do it for our aggression cards. Now we got Cunning, starting off with another starter deck leader, Jabba the Hutt Crime Boss. Cunning Villainy starter leader with action, 1 resource, exhaust them, return a friendly underworld unit to its owner's hand, create a credit token. Then if you have 6 or more resources, Jabba the Hutt deploys into a 3/9 underworld hut that says, action, play an underworld unit from your hand. If you defeated a credit while paying its cost, that unit gains ambush for this phase. Ugh.
Yeah. You don't like him, or you do?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't think I'm in on this. I thought I was. Reading it again, I don't think I am. Because you have to pay 1 just to return a friendly unit back to your hand, and then make the credit token. If it was like free action to do that, sure, then maybe.
Then you're up a credit. You're up a resource.
And down a unit.
Sure, you use the credit to repay for him.
Right, that's exactly my point. So you're kind of untempoing yourself just for like a potential future credit. And then he also has like a build around aspect, because you do need a lot of underworld units just to use the credits to give something ambush. And I don't recall most of the underworld units being so great that you'd be that excited to get him on the ambush. And he is at a 6 deploy, not 5.
He got a big old butt, though.
That is a big old butt, but he's not going to be doing a whole lot with that butt. Like, he's not attacking and doing a lot of damage. It's relying entirely on the ambush and getting that action compression. Yeah, I think I'm out on Jabba. Nope, I don't think so.
So you were fine killing your unit for 1 for the credit token, but you won't bounce it.
Yeah, because that costs nothing.
Okay.
Like, I think that having to pay a resource just to return it to your hand, I think that's clunky.
Okay. Yeah, like I'm not trying to say like I am like he's not the leader spoilers, he's not the leader I picked as my best leader. But I think he's fine. Like, I guess I'm more thinking like the first thing I thought of when I read him was like, how is the Leia Spotlight deck ever going to beat the Jabba Spotlight deck? Like the Leia one just has to be so much worse. Because the leader is so much worse. But Yeah, I did, a little bit. There are 18 non-heroic underworld units that have when played abilities, many of which are decent. And I wouldn't mind bouncing to play them again, especially with with ambush. Um, that's it. Like I don't put a lot of stock into like anytime it's a spotlight leader when like literally the only way you're getting it is to get it pulling the showcase. Like
Right.
I gave him a C. Like if I need a yellow villainy uh, leader, he fits that role. I would rather play the other one, which we'll talk about in a second, but he's fine to
I
me. I don't
I
know.
think I got him at D personally because
Okay.
I mean he does still require the build around. Like you still need the underworld units
Sure.
to use his abilities, and
Yeah.
I think that's kind of a really big ask already. He's not a heavy hitter on that 6 deploy turn, so he's not even like that big of a power spike. So I think he's asking too much. So I'm D on Jabba the Hutt.
Okay. Yeah,
All
I
right,
think that's fair.
we'll move on to the client. Please lower your blaster, another cunning villainy common leader. Action. If you created a token this phase, exhaust an enemy unit. And then if you control 5 or more resources, you may deploy this leader. He becomes a 4/4 Imperial official, shielded. And on attack, if you created a token this phase, exhaust an enemy unit.
The Spectre has never been good. First of all, like we've seen it with Cal Kestis, we've seen it with C3PO. Exhausting their second best unit is never good.
Right. So, and that's the thing that our dear listeners to understand is that when the ability says you can exhaust an enemy unit, you're never going to exhaust their best unit. It's going to be the second best unit because you have to spend an action just to set that up. He does require you to create a token this phase in order to use the ability to exhaust something. So you already spend one action just to make a token, and then your opponent's going to know, oh crap, they're going to be able to exhaust my best guy. I better attack with my best guy. So because of that, you're only ever going to exhaust the second best thing. So that is a little awkward, and just keep that in mind when trying to make your actions or make your plays if you're currently playing the client. However, 4/4 shielded for 5 is good.
Yeah, that's why I said I'd rather play him than Jabba. Like that's just fine. Like I'll flip him for a 4/4 shielded.
Yeah,
sure.
And also keep in mind when it says if you created a token this phase, it's not talking about just credit tokens. He comes in shielded. He comes in with a shield token. So he does set himself up for his own attack immediately. So you do get that one right away. And then if you get experience tokens on top of that, that's another way that you could be making tokens to be able to exhaust stuff. But at the very least, he does enable himself and his own ability on his own flip turn.
Yeah, I foresee using this guy to kind of stabilize the board a little bit. Like I use him, I attack twice. I kill 2 units with him, and then he can return to his other side. Or unless I'm really far ahead, and then I'm just, I'm cracking base and I'm making them trade 2 units into it.
Yeah, I'm happy just playing this as a 4/4 shielded at 5. So I've got him at C+.
I agree. I also have him at C+.
Hey, there we go. Okay, yeah. So C+ for the client. Up next, Han Solo. I got a really good feeling. Cunning heroic common leader with action, exhaust, defeat a friendly token, deal 1 damage to a unit. And if you have 5 more resources, he does deploy into a 4/5 underworld with Saboteur that says on attack, defeat any number of friendly tokens, deal damage to a unit equal to the number of tokens defeated this way. Seems okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's only bad when you look at him compared to all the other Hans they've ever made.
This is very much the worst Han they've made so far, and thank you for that.
I was going to say, I think the Star Wars community will rejoice in that fact.
Yes.
It's about time.
Yeah, so he only has a total stat line of 9, but as a 4/5 Saboteur, I don't mind that. Like, he's going to get some damage in.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for leaders that have Saboteur. Like, just it does what I want my leader to do, and that's just smash base while they're there.
And just like we mentioned with the client, remember, there's more tokens than just credits. There's also shields and experience, so he can also defeat that and cash that in for an extra point of damage. I kind of wish his ability could also go to base. I think if that 1 damage could go to unit or base, I would like him way more.
It would be so much better. Like he would just, I would in a similar sense to Vader, he would just end games just like soaking up all the credits and stuff like that. You just
Yeah.
incidental. I think there's still scenarios where like you take an XP and a shield, or more than likely, especially in yellow credits, you're going to take a couple of credits and
Hmm.
kill their 3 health unit or something like that when you crack in.
Yeah.
Because at 5 health, he's not sticking around for a long time, so you're probably just going to soak those up on your first attack with him just to make sure you get to do it.
Yeah. So he seems okay to me. I got him at C.
I'm at C plus.
C plus. Okay, let's go a little higher. Yeah, I just like the 4/5 Saboteur line for the most part, and then maybe every now and then you can deal a damage to your advantage.
Yeah, there is a danger, and we'll re-mention it when we bring it up. But there is a 5/4 on 5 ambusher in this set, so be very
Watch
careful
out for that.
flipping him into 5 resources.
Yes. All right. Up next, Lando Calrissian, full sabak, cunning, heroic, rare leader who has action, pay 1 resource and exhaust, choose an aspect, then discard a card from a deck. If it has the chosen aspect, create a credit token. And then at 6 resources, Lando deploys into a 4/7 underworld unit that says, when deployed, you may defeat a friendly credit token. If you do, create 3 credit tokens. Is this your best leader?
This is my best leader.
Yes. And I think it's pretty easy to see why. Creating that 1 credit token seems really trivial. Like that just seems so easy to do. Now you can choose an aspect and hit your own opponent's deck. You get to mill them, which is kind of fun. But if you know your own deck, you probably want to target your own deck because you have an idea of the total colors that are in there. So you can choose the aspect that's most likely to show up just to guarantee you get that credit token. And you only really need the 1. You just need that 1 by the time you get ready to deploy Lando Calrissian. And the reason why he's so good is pretty clear, because he deploys at 6, you defeat that 1 credit token, you now have 9 total resources that you can throw at something. That's so much.
Yes. When you talked about like the reason you get ahead during your leader flip turn is you play like 2 6-drops effectively. Well, now you're playing a 6-drop and a 9 and potentially a 9-drop on your leader flip turn. You are so far ahead.
Oh yeah, and there's plenty of big expensive units to spend those credits on.
Yes.
Is Lando an A?
I have him at B plus, but like I really considered, like I didn't want there to be a singular A leader, because sets that have a singular A leader just don't end up being very good. Like Anakin just being the de facto best leader in Twilight was a horrible thing for the limited format of that. But like I can't will that into existence, right? Like he may just be an A, and I have to, like, I'm just trying to fight calling him an A to hope that some of these other leaders can really stand up to him. But he is just really, really good.
I also had him at B plus, but I think I'm going to say A minus. Sorry. I just think that's really, really good.
Fair.
That's really, really good. Like, even if you're not getting to pay just 1 big unit, paying 2 pretty large units is also equally good.
It's still great.
So if you see that land and you open it, I hope you can make it work.
So he's a rare leader, notably.
Yeah, but he is a rare leader. There we go. That was our last leader of all of that. So now we're actually going to move on to the different bases that are going to show up. First off, we have a rare blue base. The Alliance.
I had one thing that I wanted to call just on the end of that, just to finish the cunning leaders is.
Yep.
There are, well, one is a spotlight and arguably not very good. The other 3 yellow leaders are all fair. Like it's probably the color that has the most playable leaders collectively.
Oh yeah, just solid all around.
And that's going to pinch yellow in draft, I think, a fair bit. So just something to consider when you are drafting is that unlike last set where yellow was, at least towards the beginning, was really underdrafted, and then all the layout players realized they could just kill you in space, and started drafting it all yellow. I think yellow is really going to be the color that's pinched initially. Yeah,
that's a very interesting point. I'm glad you pointed that out. All right, so let's go over these bases. The first one is we have the rare Vigilance base, the Alliance Outpost, that says, an epic action, defeat a friendly token to give an experience or shield token to a unit, or create a credit token. And this lets you have 26 health. I don't mind it.
Yeah, it's okay.
I mean, all the other common bases are at 27, so this is only going to be 1 hit point lower. I don't think it's that much. And I think the most common play pattern is going to be you play a very large unit, like your best unit, and you want to try to give that thing a shield.
Yes, yeah. To drop a credit token for a shield.
Yeah, I think that's probably what you want to go. Maybe every now and then you just exchange it in for a credit. I would doubt that, because if that's the case, you should probably just play the blue common base.
Yeah.
But yeah, this one seems okay. I have it like a C.
Yeah, I think I have it at a C plus with also like with the realization it's not just like what you get from this, it's what you lose. You lose your ability to splash, like more easily splash, I should say, with the epic action of the common base. So just keep that in mind when you're drafting and with your sealed pools and things like that.
Yep, exactly. We also want to go over the cycle of common bases real fast, because there might be people who haven't seen these yet. So this set, all of the bases have 27 hit points, not 30, 27. So games might end a little bit faster than usual, and they all have the exact same ability. And it says, epic action, play a card from your hand, ignoring one of its cunning, vigilance, command, or aggression aspect penalties. So that allows you to just play stuff off color, and then once a game, there's no penalty for it. And I think that's cool. I think that's actually going to really open up some cool splashes, some cool deck builds, some a lot of cards that you wouldn't expect to show up in whatever color combination just suddenly popping out. I think that's going to be really, really fun and make for very interesting drafts and very interesting games.
Yeah, I agree. I want to ask you, how many splashes do you think you play with one of these? Like,
that's also a great question. So I would say 2 to 3.
That's where I was at too.
Like, you really don't want to do too many, because if you draw them way too early and they're too expensive, that gets really, really awkward. So you only want to have a couple. And that 2 to 3 that you have, there better be a really good reason that you're playing those off aspect, just in case you do need to pay the full cost for them. So those 2 to 3 off aspect cards, let them be your big bombs. Let them be your 9/5s. Let them be your 11/11s. And then you save that epic action just for them. But you don't want to have too many, because then you can only use this action once. And another thing I do want to point out is that it lets you ignore one of its aspect penalties. So if you're playing an aggression cunning deck and you're splashing in a command vigilance, even using the epic action, you're still going to need to pay an extra 2 for that command vigilance card, because you can only ignore one of them. So when you're doing these splashes, keep those splash cards to have at least one aspect that matches your base and leader. And another important thing is I feel like this is probably going to get screwed up, especially during pre-releases. This epic action does not let you ignore heroic or villainy. Only the colors. So if you try to play an off-aspect villainy card and you're playing a heroic leader, you're still going to have to pay the extra 2 because of that villainy. So try to avoid that as well. Keep that in mind. Some people might screw that up, and that's okay. Just point it out to them. But yeah, keep that epic action for just a single off-color card for the rest of your deck. And then only a couple of them, I would say.
I agree.
But they seem like cool bases. I'm excited for them.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, so we do have some other rare bases. For example, the command one, the Great Pit of Carcoon. This is a starter deck base, so basically rare or more so, because you can only really get one if you get a hyperfoil. And it says epic action, discard a unit from your hand. Search your deck for a card named the Sarlacc of Carcoon, reveal it, and draw it.
It's no. Don't play this base. Unless you live in Magical Christmas Land and you got both in your sealed pool or something like this.
This is basically asking for 2 starter deck rarity cards in your deck to work. It's an F. Like, you can't play it. That said, if you get both and you do it, please send me pictures. I want to see.
Yeah. I do.
I want to see it. Like if you do that, like that is
when you do it to them.
Yeah, if you like get both, you have to make that work. Like you have to play both, make it happen. But yeah, so this is just an F. You can't play it. Other rare base is the aggression one, Ship-Breaking Yard. This has 26 hit points. Epic action. Discard 3 cards from your deck. You may return a card discarded this way to the top of your deck.
How hard would it have been to let you draw that card?
Right, like, and that's what kills me about it. Like, the whole mill 3, return 1 is, a common play pattern we've seen in cards before. But the fact that it goes to the top of your deck and not to your hand, what's the point? You're spending an action to... You are doing a little bit of card filtering, sure, but it's not really giving you card advantage or helping you draw or doing anything helpful.
Yeah.
This is still an F. There's no reason to play this over the 27 hit point base that lets you splash. So F for Ship-Breaking Yard. And also we have the cunning one, Citadel Research Center. This is also 26 hit points at rare. Epic action, pay 1. Return a friendly resource to its owner's hand. If you do, resource the top card of your deck.
I like this one. Honestly, I'd pay the hit point to you resource a tech card or an early bomb that you didn't know you were going to need. A credit hoser or something like that early on, and you're like, oh crap, they're really heavy into credits, and I didn't expect that. Let me go grab that credit hoser out of my row. Mm-hmm. You're paying a cost. You're paying 1 to do it, and the epic action and 1 hit point off your base, but definitely worth it to shut off their credits or to go, you had to research your big bomb, otherwise you wouldn't have a play on turn 3 or something like that. And then you just get to go back and you get to play the game with that in mind. So you feel more comfortable doing those sorts of plays, putting those in the row where they're less susceptible to being discarded or something like that, knowing that you can go back and get them later. I like that.
Yeah, I actually like this card too. I think this is kind of neat. One thing to keep in mind is that when you pay the 1 to return a friendly resource, the resourced card from the top of your deck does come in exhausted. So if you do this right at the beginning of the phase, you're kind of going down a resource just to do this action. I guess you're paying 1 either way, but yeah, keep that in mind that the resource card coming in is also exhausted. But yeah, like it's just like an emergency. If you need to grab one of your resource cards out and make sure you have it, I think that's neat. Like you kind of get to pay 1 to pick a card from 5 to 7 extra cards for your hand. I do like that. I think that's neat. Would I play this over the epic action one that lets you splash? If my splashes suck, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, draft you kind of get to know that better.
Yeah, if for some reason I don't have anything big or worthwhile to do it, then yeah, absolutely I would. But if I'm still getting like those 9/5s or other big when played abilities, I probably would still stick with the common yellow base. But I do like this one. I have C+ for this.
I have C+ for this as well.
All right, cool. All right, and that's all.
I have a question for this though. How highly do you draft a rare base?
So, I actually don't know how it's going to work now because before we open up the packs and we take the bases out, do we all just leave the bases in now?
I think it's going to be sitting in the rare slot. I think you'll get a common base.
They take the rare slot, so I guess we just
no. You'll still leave take the base out, but like you'll be able to draft a base as a card, and it'll be one of the cards you draft. And
then I guess that would be open information because it's double-sided, so people will know you drafted a rare base.
The rare bases don't have a token on the back.
Oh, they don't. Oh, yeah. Okay.
You don't know.
Okay.
This is the one drawback where I wish I would have been around for. I wasn't around for Spark of Rebellion.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And that they had plenty of very, very good rare bases in that. So I don't know how highly they were drafted then. These are obviously wars. These aren't ECL or Darkentown by any means. So I don't know.
I guess I still wouldn't really prioritize drafting this.
I doubt I'd get it last pick, but I certainly wouldn't I want to get it on the wheel if at all.
Yeah, if it's like pick 10 or 11 and it's still there, yeah, I could see myself grabbing it.
Yeah.
All right, so that's all of our bases. We're going to keep going down right in card numeric order. So we're actually going to go into the multicolor cards right out, which is really, really exciting. Starting off with Bosk. Join our merry band. He is a cunning vigilance villainy. I'm sorry, command vigilance villainy unit at 4. He's a 3/5 underworld bounty hunter that's at uncommon. That says on attack, give a unit +1/+1 for this phase. You may give a unit -1/-1 for this phase. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, I think starting off with a great kind of idea for how much more powerful these triple aspect,
Yes.
dual and triple aspect cards are going to be. This is a great showing of like just how pushed that they can make some of these because the deck construction is a little bit narrower.
Yeah, this is a great unit. Like a 3/5 for 4 is basically kind of already on rate. And the way his on attack is warded is you can give himself the +1/+1. He can attack as a 4/6. And then if you give...
I imagine he does.
Yeah, if you give the -1/-1 to the defender, he's ostensibly attacking as a 5/7.
Yeah.
So yeah, Bosk is really good. I quite like Bosk. I got him at B-. I have a B- just because on defense, he's still a 3/5.
Yes, yeah. I have him at B with my only notable drawback is his face.
Yeah, that's been quite the meme face already. That's how I look, and that's exactly how I feel every morning. All right, so B- B for Bosk. Up next is Cad Bane. Now it's my turn. This is a 6-cost command vigilant villainy unit. It's a 6/6 underworld bounty hunter at legendary. He's shielded, has overwhelm, and says on attack, defeat any number of friendly credit tokens. Give an experience token to this unit for each credit defeated this way. Ooh, baby.
Yeah. Now we saw what an uncommon looks like in this sort of this triple aspect. Now you get to see what a legendary looks like in this triple aspect.
Yeah, like so a 6/6 shielded for 6 is great.
Mm-hmm.
A 6/6 overwhelm for 6 is great. A 6/6 shielded overwhelm at 6? Yeah, I'm ecstatic for just that. If you happen to have some credit tokens laying around to give himself some extra experience points, yeah, that's a great bonus. I don't think you need the credits to make him good. I think he just is.
I agree. Like I'd be a little bit afraid of going all in on him with just there are some kind of unconditional sort of style like removal and things like that, and roughly around this cost as well.
Mm-hmm.
So soaking up my ability to then play another big unit down the road just to kind of make this guy an 8/8 or something like that. I think most of the time I'm just playing him as a 6/6 shielded overwhelm.
That's actually a really good point. Yeah, maybe going all in on him with the credits might be a bit much unless you know that attack can finish the game or something. But yeah, I'm just happy with just the stats alone. I've got him at B+.
I have him at A-. Like he's just he's modal. So he can just finish the game when you know your opponent can't do anything about him, and otherwise he's still just cracking for 6 and living. Yeah,
I agree. Yep. Yeah. I could go A- on him as well. Yeah, Cad Bane's great. Up next is the Houndstooth Hunter's Approach. This is a rare unit. It's a space unit. Command Vigilance Villainy for 7. It's a 4/8 underworld vehicle transport that says when attack ends, if this unit survived, you may defeat a unit with less power than this unit.
Yeah. It's still good. I just don't like when I want a little bit more. Like this is a 7-cost unit. Don't get me wrong, that does a little bit more, but not immediately.
Yeah, when you pay 7 and you get a unit down onto the arena, you usually want that to do something like right away. And this one needs to attack first in order for it to do anything. And then it only has 4 power. Once you get to 7 resources, how many things at that point could you reliably defeat?
You're not killing anything you super care about, probably.
Right.
At least the 8 hit points means you probably get it's got kind of a dual thing here. Like 8 hit points means he probably lives long enough to attack multiple times. At 7 resources, you're probably don't have that many attacks left in the game.
Right.
Um,
I guess my problem with it is that for 7 resources, this really isn't that much of a finisher because it's only attacking for
yes.
4.
Yep. I would agree with that. And there's
Yeah,
not a
so
lot of upgrades you can put to throw on him to make him hit harder and to make his ability really go off.
yeah, so I have him at C minus. I think it's a bit too slow.
I C plus. He is still just a good,
Okay.
a well statted unit. I think. Well statted in the sense that he's got a big butt and hard to deal with, kind of thing like that. But yeah, not exciting. Not where I want
Okay.
to be with.
So somewhere on the C range, I'm on the lower end, Austin's on the high end. Next, we have Chewbacca, the Mighty Rescuer. This is a ground legendary unit, 4 cost, vigilance, command, heroic, rebel Wookiee. It's a 4/4 with overwhelm that says when attack ends, if the defending unit was defeated, give an experience token to this unit and heal 3 damage from him. Ooh, that's a beater.
This guy's gonna be a menace. Yeah, like
Absolutely. So keep in mind, he gets significantly better when you're on the initiative because you want to make sure he gets his attacks in first so he starts building that experience and healing off of it right away. So just keep that in mind. Or
this is
perhaps
one guy I foresee he gets to attack once.
Yeah.
I'm killing this guy on defense as fast as I can. Like if he's a word from me.
I think this is actually one where if you don't have the initiative and your opponent spends their first action attacking, I think you play Chewbacca and then claim the initiative as soon as you can.
Yep. I would agree.
Yeah, he's absolutely going to be a menace. I don't think he's going to be like so crazy that it's like, wow, but he is super good. I have him at B+.
I also have him at B+.
Yeah, that's great. So yeah, keep that in mind with Chewbacca. Make sure you get that initiative so you can get his attack in. Up next, we have Ezra Bridger, Spectre 6. This is an uncommon ground unit for 4, command, vigilance, heroic. It's a 4/5 force rebel Spectre with raid 1 and says when played, you may heal 2 damage from a unit. If you control an aggression or cunning unit, you may heal 4 damage from a unit instead. I'm happy with the stats.
Yep, attacking as a 5/5. But he's one of the, well, this is going to be a common theme with the Spectres. Always count on getting the lower one.
Yes.
And you're typically really doing it. I think it's less so with Ezra in this case, but like you're typically really doing it if you get the boost. Ezra's is less effective. Like, I'm not going to go out of my way to heal 4 over the 2. The 2 is probably just enough.
Right. Yeah, I don't think it's really worth trying to sculpt your hand or your plays just to make sure you have a red or yellow unit out just so you can get the full heal effect of the Ezra. I'm fine just not even concerned about the when played ability. I'm just going to slap this bad boy down because he attacks as a 5/5. Like, I think that's just fantastic. I have B+ for Ezra.
I have him as a B. I don't like, just especially coming right off of Chewbacca, I just like Chewbacca really can kind of turn the game and requires an immediate answer. Ezra is good, but I just don't think he's Chewbacca.
I find Ezra overstated, so I've got him at B+ for that.
Okay, I think it's fair.
All right, up next, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Protector of Felucia, a legendary ground unit for 7. Command, Vigilance, Heroic. The 7/7 Force Jedi Republic Sentinel that also says, while you control 7 or more units, their printed power is considered to be 7, and printed hit points is considered to be 7. So if you play this card, just go ahead and put your thumb over the bottom half of the text and just ignore that.
Yeah. He's a 7/7 for 7, and like I wrote in my notes for this guy, like for people coming off of Magic where the way you perform attacks and things like that really kind of gums up the ground in a lot of, especially in limited, that does not happen with Star Wars. So you're not going to just be sitting around with a whole bunch of units staring back and forth at each other. So you were so guaranteed to like never have that bottom text be relevant. That said, 7/7 Sentinel for 7.
He is a 7/7 Sentinel for 7. Ignore all other text, and that alone makes him a C+.
I think I have him just a straight C. Like
straight C, yeah, sure. He's still pretty expensive, but yeah, that is a big, thick Sentinel. All right, up next we have Han Solo, Hibernation Sick. This is a 1-cost command vigilance ground unit. He's a 1/1 rebel. He's shielded and says on attack, give an experience token to this unit. However, he is a starter deck card, so he's basically rare.
Not one they'll be excited to see in my rare slot kind of thing like that.
Right. And I think this is going to be the kind of card where a lot of people are going to overvalue it right away because they're like, oh my gosh, he's shielded and he gets bigger every time he attacks. That rules. You're right. That does rule when you play him on turn 1.
Yeah.
If he shows up into your hand at any other point in the game, he is not good.
When you take into account the fact that, so okay, you both play a unit, and especially if you don't have the initiative and you have this Han, your opponent gets to crack you with literally whatever they played, and they take the shield off, and they aren't going to die back to your 1 power unit. They'll probably end up killing Han with the same unit they used to break his shield.
Right.
Like, he's not that great.
Yeah. So he's one of those cards where if you have him on turn 1, maybe he's a C+. Any other time, though, he's basically a D.
Yeah, I had him at a C-, just as an overall sort of like, if you play him at on turn 1, yes.
You just have to play him on turn 1.
Yeah.
Next, we have the Leppy Lookout. This is a common ground unit for 2, Command Vigilance, a 3/1 underworld unit that's shielded and has Overwhelm. Yeah, that's solid.
I like it.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to say about it. That's just a solid C.
Yeah, I think I have it at just C+. Anytime shielded, it's great. It's just great. It requires 2 answers, unless you're Aura Sing, which
if you are sitting down from Aura Sing and you open up with this, you've already made a mistake.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so C+ for Leppy Lookout. Next is Lat's Razzie Deadly Whip Master. This is a rare ground unit, Command Vigilance. It's a 2/1 Underworld Bounty Hunter that says, when played, give a shield token or an experience token to this unit. Then she deals damage equal to her power to an enemy ground unit. So I think more often than not, you're going to give the experience token and then deal 3 damage to something, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I see a very limited number of, if she was Sentinel or something like that, where the shield would make more sense, where it would be more of a choice. But like with her, when played, is just like, why would you not do the experience? Like it makes so much more sense.
Yeah, I can't think of many scenarios in which having a 2/1 shielded is really that more helpful than a 3/2 deal 3.
Yeah.
Versus the 2/1 shielded deal 2. I guess maybe if the 2 is enough to finish something off and you'd rather have the shield just so she sticks around a little bit longer. Yeah, sure. But I think for the most part, you want the 3/2.
Yeah.
So she seems okay. I like that she has an when played ability that affects the board like that. So I've got her at C+.
Ever at honestly a B-, something that
really?
A unit that straight kills when it hits the board, I think is, well, most of the time, a vast majority of the time, you're going to be able to clean something up.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, and I think I'm probably going to be giving the experience almost every single time.
Yeah.
Up next, we have Terramin Barcona. This is an uncommon ground unit. He costs 5, Command Vigilance, a 4/6 Rebel Trooper that says, when played, you may defeat a credit token belonging to any player. If you do, give an experience token to this unit and another friendly unit.
He's so good. Like,
wow.
He's already got a 5-cost 4/6 is already just a solid stat line.
That's great. Yep.
I would defeat my own credit token to give to experience in a heartbeat.
I would absolutely do that.
I would defeat my opponents any day of the week.
Yeah, if your opponent's got one, that's just a bonus. Like, that's going to feel so good when you get to do that. I think I would be trying to make sure I have my own credit tokens just to pay for this effect, because that's very strong. Paying 5 resources for a total of 6 power and 8 hit points worth of stats.
Yeah.
That's incredibly powerful. So that said, if you don't have the credit token, he is still a 4/6, and that's okay.
Yeah.
So he's like a C, but if you can defeat a credit token and get those extra experience, I think that bumps him up to like a B.
I have him, I gave him a flat B, considering like I think a vast majority of the time either myself or my opponent will have a credit token that I can defeat.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll say B. and for whatever reason you don't have a credit token, then he's just a C and still perfectly playable just for some stats.
Yep.
All right, and finally we got Nothing Left to Fear. This is a 5-cost uncommon event in Command Vigilance that says, choose a friendly unit and give it +2/+2 for this phase. Then, you may defeat a non-leader unit with power equal to or less than the chosen unit. I like the art on this one.
It's one of my favorite.
Yeah.
As a Rebels fan, it's a pretty sweet moment in the show as well.
Yeah.
I'm always torn on removal that requires you to have a unit and requires you to have a unit that is already powerful, because you want removal to kind of get you back in the game sometimes.
Yes.
And this doesn't do that. It helps. Right. The +2/+2 certainly helps. You can, your little chump guy that you have when you're behind on board can make him more powerful and powerful enough to take out something more meaningful. But
yeah, and I think this is one of those cards that I think early on a lot of people are going to overvalue, and because on its own, yeah, it is. It's actually pretty solid removal, and giving a unit +2/+2 also allows then that unit to get a pretty big attack in. You're right. That is pretty good. The caveat being is you need a pretty worthwhile unit to even use this on. Because if you don't have that, or if all of your units have already been defeated and your opponent's got 1 or 2 units out and you're going to the next turn and then you draw this, this is not going to do a whole lot for you. Because paying 5 on top of this that's going to make it hard just to play a unit before it and then give it Nothing Left to Fear.
Right. And you're not developing yet. Most of the time, you're not developing your board.
Yes.
Unless you have on the 7 resource turn, you have a 5 and a 2 or something like that. You're not developing your own board this turn.
Yeah. So I think
it's, yeah.
I think the most common play pattern for this is you hold on to this until your leader flip turn.
Yep.
Because when you can deploy your leader and then use this on your leader unit that's reliably always there, then yeah, that's how you want to go for it. Anything else though, that's going to make it rough. So it's still pretty decent removal. Chances are you probably want to play it on your leader. I still have it as like a C+.
Also, I agree on a C+. Removal is always going to be premium, and this is not horrible by any means. Just not.
Yeah,
there's some drawbacks.
Just keep in mind, like, you need the unit for it. All right, so that's all the blue-green cards. We're going to move on to the blue-red cards, starting off with IG-88, Programmed to Kill, a rare ground unit. It's a 4-cost Vigilance, Aggression, Villainy, 6/3 Underworld Droid Bounty Hunter, and he's shielded. That's a beater.
Man. Yeah.
Wow. Attacking
this
for
is exactly
6?
what I want to see.
Wow. Huh. Well, B+.
It's a B+. Like, as the aggression player, like, I want to smash this into your faces as many times as you'll let me smash this into your face, which is usually going to be at least 2.
Yeah. Just B+ for IG-88. Like, that is a beater.
Yeah.
All right. Up next we have Shadow Cloaking. This is a 5-cost uncommon event in Vigilance, Aggression, Villainy. Ready a unit and give a shield token to it.
Yeah, again, just like the last event we looked at, a good thing to play on your leader, right?
Yes, if you can put this on your leader after it attacks, yeah.
I'm still not like I just 5 resources and above is where you get to the point where, like, I feel like I'm not developing my board on a meaningful turn to be developing my board. That said, giving your opponent a shield means you're actively you're probably getting rid of things on their board at the very least, so that you can remain at parity. I do just like to put units on my board more than play events from my hand.
That said, if you play it on your leader, that's pretty powerful.
Yes, yeah. Especially, there's plenty of leaders that have really great on attacks that would love to attack twice.
I still have it as a C+ with the note of being played on your leader.
Yeah, I have C minus. Just but playing it in your leader is great. Playing it any other time, so great.
Sure. All right. Up next, single reactor ignition. This is the legendary event that costs 8 in vigilance, aggression, villainy. Defeat all units. For each enemy unit defeated this way, deal 1 damage to its controller's base. The old board wipe.
Yep. And they all have the same problem of you paid 8 resources. If you're paying 8 resources to kill all the units, that means you were behind on board, because I can't imagine you're blowing up your nice board. And then they have 8 resources to rebuild that board.
Yeah, this is a tricky one. This is not a card that goes into every single blue-red villainy deck.
Mm-hmm.
And I think some people are going to try to do that, and that's a mistake. Like, this is a card that needs to be played around. As in, you, the person with this card in your deck, need to play around your own card and do it properly. Mm-hmm. So deploying out too many units in such a way that you're going to blow up your own guys, that's not great. Like, you want to be somehow controlling the board in such a way that your opponent overextends and has more cards out onto the field than you do. Like, this is hard control. And hard control can be difficult to set up and do in limited. Like, it takes a lot of spot removal, a lot of sentinels, and that can be pretty difficult to come together. So it's like I had the grade as a build around B, but it's more of like a play around B, if that makes sense. Because you need to use it properly in such a way that you come out ahead, whether it's in cards or in resources or whatever it is. Or maybe this is just your panic, oh crap button, and you just nuke everything. But try to wait for that until your opponent also spends 7-8 resources on something so that you're not putting yourself in a deficit.
Yeah, I had it at the C+ to B- range with the special note that nobody plays it around it the first time.
Yeah, it'll work once. All right, up next we have Zeborelios, Spectre 4, an uncommon ground unit in Vigilance, Aggression, Heroic. This is a 4/4 Rebel Spectre with Sentinel. And it says, when played, you may deal 3 damage to a ground unit. If you control a command or cunning unit, you may deal 5 damage to a ground unit instead. Ooh.
Yeah, this is one of the ones where I would put my common base to work for this guy.
Absolutely. Yes, this is a great option for using that epic action and playing this out of aspect, because getting a 4/4 Sentinel down that deals 3 like, that's great. Like, you're protecting yourself and you're taking something out. If you can deal 5 damage to a ground unit, now you're really ahead. So yeah, I got B+ for Zeborelios, and this is just a great card to use that base epic action on.
Yeah, I have him at B, and my only point that brings him down from something like a B+ is just like the 5 health Sentinel is really kind of like my threshold of where you're kind of really doing it.
I see it
as a Sentinel, and the 4 health is just a little lower than that. So
yeah, he's still sticky, he's still annoying, and still very good. So Zeb, very good. Next up, we have Chirrut Imwe, I Don't Need Luck, a rare ground unit at 6 in Vigilance, Aggression, Heroic. He's an 8/6 Force Rebel with Saboteur. When attack ends, if this unit dealt combat damage to a base, you may heal 4 damage from another unit.
He's an A. I mean, just an insane beater.
Yes, I actually also have a 8/6 with Saboteur. You can't stop him.
He's like, I don't care if I'm not getting when the attack ends. If you are, great. That is awesome.
The heal 4 damage, that's just like an extra bonus. You're playing this as an 8/6 Saboteur for 6. Like, that is incredibly high stats. Wow.
Yes.
This is another one that I would happily use that base epic action on.
This guy kind of, I'm calling him early as like the Captain Rex of this set. Like, you're going to sit down and you're going to play one of these, and you're going to be like, oh my God. Or you're going to get to play one and make your opponents do that. So
yeah, absolutely. A for Chirrut. Following up, we have his buddy, Baze Malbus. Good luck. This is a rare ground unit at 7. In Vigilance, Aggression, Heroic, he's in 6/8 Rebel with Sentinel that says when 1 or more damage is healed from this unit, you may deal that much damage to a unit. So you can see the little combo thing that they're trying to do with Chirrut and Baze here. You're not going to get both.
You aren't, and there are so few other cards like Ezra Bridger. Obviously, we've seen already.
Oh yeah, I guess that's one.
Mm-hmm. But that's it. That's kind of it. There's just not a lot of other ones. There's a couple of like really weird like one cost 1/3s and stuff like that who have some sort of effects, but like they're cards you don't really want to normally play in your deck, and if you're just doing this to help enable your bays that you may or may not see, and everybody has to be alive on turn 7, like a lot of pieces kind of having to come together to get his ability to work.
Yeah, he's nowhere near as exciting as Chirrut, I can tell you that. He also costs one more. He is a big, thick sentinel.
Yep.
Like, he is going to stick around. So, because of that, I still have him at C+. Most of his text is irrelevant. He's just a solid sentinel.
Yes, 100%.
I could see myself potentially using the base epic action on him, too, if I needed to do it defensively.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
Less exciting than Chirrut, but
Oh, way less exciting, yeah. All right, next up is Chio Fane, the Four-Armed Slicer. This is an uncommon ground unit, just in Vigilance Aggression. A 2/4 Underworld Bounty Hunter that says, on attack, you may choose 2 players. If you do, they each draw a card. Does this confuse you?
No. He's fine. It's the Twin Suns. The choose 2 players is kind of like, yeah,
you're
okay,
right.
Twin Suns card.
So like this is clearly formatted for Twin Suns. Now you can play it in your draft and you're sealed. And for the most part, he's going to be a 2/4 for 2. That's fine. That said, the on attack ability puts your opponent at the advantage. Because even though you're both drawing a card, well, you just spend your action attacking to do that, and your opponent got to draw the card first, and they get to play the card first. So that does put your opponent ostensibly ahead.
I added the extra mark, like, if you think the card quality or like your game plan goes longer and you're going to get more benefit out of the card than your opponent, then yeah, definitely have them draw the card, and that significantly improves the quality of this unit. But you don't probably know that in game 1, so that's maybe not an option you want to fiddle with in game 1, but game 2 and 3 kind of thing like that, where you have a better idea of what's going on, it certainly can be an option for you.
So you heard it here, folks. Austin says on game 2 or 3, if their deck sucks, just go ahead and draw those cards.
Just go ahead and draw those. Yeah, I absolutely will draw those cards. If I'm drawing Chirrut and you're drawing a 1/3, yeah, I'll draw my cards, please.
Right. I've got a C- for Chio Fane.
I have a C if your deck sucks worse than theirs, and a B if your deck is better. He's like LeBron James. He's better if you have better cards.
All right. Up next is the Bith Brute. This is a common ground unit for 3. Vigilance, Aggression, 4/3 Underworld, Sentinel, Saboteur. Yeah.
I love, we'll see this as a common theme throughout, like the double keyworded cards, in each one representing one of their aspects that they come from, is a really cool thing.
That's cool.
I don't think this guy is the best of them, because a three health Sentinel is just, we saw this with like the Ando Commission. It's just not thrilling to play in your deck.
I agree, but comparing it to Ando Commission, Bith Brute does cost 1 less.
Yeah,
and you can and I still think having any kind of Sentinel is pretty worth it, and kind of guaranteeing 4 damage to something. Either it's your opponent's base or one of their units. I like them
as long as you're playing it at the end of the deck. I feel like you may get him traded into before he even gets to use the Saboteur element.
Oh, that's fine. Like if you have the initiative, you get that attack in, like that's huge. Yeah. But if for some reason you don't have the initiative, you're still shutting down one of their attacks and taking care of something. I still like him. I have him at C+.
I'm at C. Just
sure.
Fine.
Yeah, solid unit. Up next is Hana Oink Squee, an uncommon ground unit in Vigilance Aggression, a 3/5 Underworld Bounty Hunter with Raid 2, Restore 2. That's just another fun combination of abilities.
Yeah, I've been waiting this whole time for you to get to his subtext.
Just to see how I would do it.
Yeah. I like this guy actually a lot more than I
like him
like
a
the
lot.
Biff Brute. He's the racer. He's exactly what I want on my racing cards. He's a 4-cost who swings as a 5/5 and he restores 2, so he's effectively it's a 7 health point, 7 health swing every time he attacks. Just really good.
I got him at C+, but I imagine you have him higher.
I have him in a B-, so not too terribly much because he does still suck on defense, right? Like he's not getting anything on defense.
I still see that defense, but if you're attacking and like getting the damage in plus that restore, you're right. Like that is pretty huge. So yeah, I like Hana. Up next we have Baylert. I'm not super sure how to pronounce his name. Baylor Valence. Target Vader. This is a rare ground unit for 5-cost vigilance aggression 3/6 underworld bounty hunter that says on attack, draw a card. You may deal damage to a ground unit equal to the number of cards you've drawn this phase. Yeah. Okay.
Kind of like attacking with a 4/6, right? Like you probably don't get much more out of it than that most times. I mean,
you get to draw a card. That always feels good.
Yep.
Yeah, that's okay. I have him at C.
I have C+. Yeah, just drawing a card alone. It's just the on attack draw card is still even if I don't care much about like he's dealing 1 damage to something, he's still an on attack draw card, and 6 probably means he lives to draw the card. 5
getting to spread that damage out. Getting to spread that damage out a bit can also be pretty impactful. Like deal 3 to something and 1 damage to something else.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's about C+. Yep. All right. Our final blue-red card is the Mandalorian. Let's see the puck. This is a legendary ground unit. It's a 6-cost vigilance aggression card, a 6/5 Mandalorian bounty hunter that says, when played, draw a card. When you draw 1 or more cards during the action phase, give a shield token to this unit.
Yeah. He's a little bit like he looks a little, we've already seen some like the Cad Bane and again going back to Cheer and stuff like that who do kind of outclass him a little bit, but still a very, very good card.
This is just a good card. I mean, because he draws a card when played, he's showing up shield immediately. You're getting a 6/5 shielded for 6.
Yep. Which
I think that alone is just good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still have him at B. I have him at B. What'd you say?
I have him at B+.
B+. Okay. Yeah. Either one of those. Like definitely worth playing blue-red for. But now we're going to move on to green-red. Starting off with Dengar. Take your shot. An uncommon ground unit. It's a 3-cost in command aggression villainy. A 4/3 underworld bounty hunter that says, when a unit with the highest cost among enemy units is defeated, create a credit token. Use this ability only once each round.
I was really kind of confused about why this guy isn't at least part cunning to kind of get, like he would have made he would have been perfect into like the Jabba Spotlight deck because he's giving him ambush from Jabba's flip side to really kind of get his effect right away.
Yeah.
Would have made a lot of sense, but like putting him in green and red, just he's a bounty hunter for Boba Fett. I get it.
That's probably just it. I think I see the red half of his card, and I think the green half is just bounty hunter.
Yeah,
that's all I can think of. But he's pretty solid. It seems like a like again, you're going to be attacking into other units and taking them out, and this is a pretty clean way of making sure you're getting a credit. And if Boba Fett's your leader, you get 2 credits.
Yeah, pairing him with Boba makes a significant difference.
Yeah,
really kind of ratchets up. But he has to stay on board. He has to at 3 health and has to stay on board. It is going to be his most difficult thing.
Yeah, he is a 4/3 for 3, so we will die to quite a few 2-drops. So I don't think he's amazing. I still have him at C+.
I have him at C. Just 3 health is just really a liability.
Yeah.
I think.
Up next is Maul, Master of the Shadow Collective, a legendary ground unit, a 7-cost command aggression villainy, 6/8 force underworld. He has Overwhelm and says, when attack ends, if this unit dealt combat damage to a player's base, you may take control of a non-leader unit that player controls. When this unit leaves play, that unit's owner takes control of that unit.
Yeah.
Whoa. Oh man.
This is going to take over the game. You play this, and
Yes.
everything starts to revolve around, immediately starts to revolve around Maul.
Yeah, so this is exactly what we're talking about when it comes to A-level cards, these bombs. Like when he warps the battlefield, the arenas, the gameplay as soon as he shows up. Because if he gets an attack off, everything changes. I think he's going to be especially a menace in sealed, where the games are a little bit slower and you're more reliably getting to that 7 resources. Oh, yeah. If you're looking for a reason to use that base epic action to play something off aspect, Maul's another good choice.
Yeah, so, I mean, he's a 2-for-1 at probably at minimum, more than likely like a 4-for-1 by the time.
Is it just a full-on A+ for Maul?
I gave him like just a flat A, just because it doesn't do anything when he hits. He doesn't do anything at immediate impact. At
my heart says A
when he hits the board.
Yeah. Okay, we'll say A, just because he doesn't do anything immediately other than make your opponent suddenly rethink themselves.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah. Up next is Chopper, Spectre 3, an uncommon ground unit. It's a 2-cost command aggression heroic card, a 1/2 rebel droid Spectre with raid 1, and says, when played, give an experience token to this unit. If you control a cunning or a vigilance unit, give 2 experience tokens to him instead. So, bare minimum, he is a 2/3 raid 1 for 2. That's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Like I feel like he really, I would have liked to see more. Look, the problem with him is that in order to get the secondary effect, you're not playing him on turn 2 anymore. But in order to really push his stats and make him like oh my god, this was really worth it to play this 2-drop that is a 3/4 raid, he needs to already have a unit on the board. So you're never getting that dream scenario with him.
Right. Yeah, he's just a 2/3 raid 1 for 2. Yeah. Not really worth using the base epic action to play him off just to make him a 3/4 raid 1. That's not really worth it. And that extra text really just comes down to playing him in constructed. So just look at him as a 2/3 with raid 1, and that's still fine. Like he's still a C- level card.
Yep. Yeah, I have him at just like a C. Just
like that's still just a
balance out the 2 scenarios.
Yeah, that's a fine turn 1 play. Up next is Cassian Andor, Everything for the Rebellion, a rare ground unit. He costs 4, command aggression heroic, a 4/4 rebel that says when a friendly unit's attack ends, if the defending unit was defeated, deal 2 damage to a base.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of these cards that allow me to clean up some lesser units while still kind of maintaining a little bit of aggression by getting that 2 damage to base for clearing their 1 or 2 drop that's kind of just been sitting around for the game. Either just harassing my base or whatever.
A 4/4 for 4 is solid stats, and then you kind of get some incidental bonus out of it. Yeah. And when it happens, that's pretty nice. I don't think he's like crazy good or anything like that. I still have him at C.
I'm at a C+. Just yeah. It's fine.
Yeah, so not like a crazy bomb or anything like that, but you're going to be happy to play him.
Yeah.
Next up is Benthic 2 Tubes. The war has just begun. This is a rare ground unit in command aggression, a 3/2 underworld trooper that says on attack, deal damage to an enemy ground unit. When defeated, deal damage to a base.
Yeah, so we start to see our first, not our first, some of these other cards worked with, but like our first, very clearly, this is for Saw Gerrera, sort of like he's going to attack.
Oh, yeah.
Do more damage, and then he's going to die at the end of the turn, so he gets to do another thing right away. He's solid at 3/2 all by himself. Like a 2-cost 3/2 is very on par for what we're used to seeing with the added bonus of on attack and when defeated. He's a good unit.
Yeah, it basically lets him attack as a 4/2 into another unit, and you just happen to get an extra damage out of the base. So that's solid. I'm not crazy about him or anything.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit higher. I gave him 2. I gave him a C+ as a standard, and probably up to like a B+ in Saw, where you can really.
That high.
Okay. He's hitting for 6. Like he's trading into a unit.
Oh yeah.
Saw's ability and dealing a damage to the base when he dies, like he's really kind of doing it then.
I am at C plus.
Way more. Yeah.
But yeah, I see what you're saying. Next is the Honor-Bound Partisan, an uncommon ground unit. It's a 2-cost command aggression. Rebel Twi'lek, that's a 2/2. That says, when played, deal damage to a base. And when defeated, the next unit you play this phase costs 1 less. I'm not really a fan of playing 2/2s for 2.
No.
Even with like all that extra text. Yeah, I mean, you still can.
Yeah. It's again, like you can see, all these when played and when defeated are very, work best in Saw, but this is no Benthic. Like he doesn't do nearly as much as Benthic does.
Yeah, I mean, this is a borderline D card, but I think because it does get to deal damage to a base, and maybe early on you could just trade this into a unit so you can get a 4-drop down right away. That's a little bit nicer. It's not amazing. I have it as C- for Honor-Bound Partisan.
Yeah, I think I just have it as a flat C, and with the note that like you're probably just going to throw this into a unit just to get the when defeated.
Yeah, he's going to do his best impression of a Gonk droid.
Yeah.
All right. Up next is High Singer, the Deadly Droid, a rare ground unit. It's a 3-cost and command aggression. An Underworld Droid Bounty Hunter, that's a 4/2. And it says, when played, give an experience token to another friendly command unit. When defeated, give an experience token to a friendly aggression unit. That's a fun design.
Yes. No,
That's cool.
Another Saw style unit. Historically, 4/2s have just not played out great. They trade down with 1-drops.
Right. He's very, very fragile.
Right. That said, like the ability to throw around the experience, the when played and when defeated experience does elevate him a bit. Like he's leaving something. He's having an effect on the board, even if he just gets traded into by their 1-drop or their 2-drop.
Yeah. So because of that, I think the play pattern with him is, this is one of the rare instances where you actually want to make sure you're playing other units before you do the attacks with them, just to make sure you have other targets to give those experience tokens to, because your opponent still has to respect it and still has to defeat it at some point. But to make sure you're getting the full value and getting those experience out, maybe have the a red unit placed down before he dies and have a green unit down before you play him.
I gave him a C+. Like he's just like his ability, his when played and when defeated do elevate him enough.
Yep, I've got him at C+ too. Yeah. Up next is the Corran Contractor, a common ground unit. It's a 4-cost and command aggression, an Underworld 3/4. That's a Sentinel and with grit. I actually like this one a lot.
I do as well. Like this is what I wish like the Bith was. Like the Bith was kind of the inverse, like only 3 health. Having Saboteur is kind of anti-synergistic with your Sentinel, whereas you've got Sentinel and Grit, which is the exact combination of things you want.
And that Grit really does work. Like if he is able to stop a unit and survive, and then he suddenly becomes a 5/2 or a 6/1, well, he's going to be taking care of another unit on top of that. And that works out great. I like him quite a bit. I'm at C+.
Yeah. I also have him at a C+.
Yeah, C+ for Corran Contractor. Next, we have Asajj Ventress, a rare ground unit. Reluctant Hunter is her surname. 5-cost command aggression, a Force Underworld Bounty Hunter 3/3 that says, when played, you may ready another Bounty Hunter unit.
I gave her 2 grades because I think this is, I mean, in a deck or in a situation where you do not have a bounty hunter in the field, she is a D. She's a 5-cost.
That is actively bad. That's like D- if you have no other bounty hunter, like a completely understated unit.
In a this is I play this when I deploy Boba, right? I deploy Boba, and I attack with him, and then I play Asajj and ready him again. That I think she's worth a B- for, like, if you have a powerful bounty hunter 2/1 tapped with her when she hits the board, that's she's crazy. She is. We've paid this cost for like bravado and things like that in the past, and it's been semi worth it. Maybe perhaps not as much in limited, but in constructed. But like you're now stapling for a less of a cost. You're stapling a 3/3 body to that effect. That's good. That's very good.
I have her as a build around C plus because I do think a 3/3 is pretty weak.
Yeah, it's not.
But again, like in a dedicated bounty hunter deck like Boba, it's a nice little bonus.
Yep. Yeah.
Up next is the Defiant Hammerhead. This is a uncommon space unit, a 6-cost command aggression rebel vehicle capital ship. That's a 6/6, and it says on attack, if this unit is attacking a unit, you may give it +4/+0 for this attack. If you do, defeat this unit after completing this attack. That's a lot of extra text. For the most part, this is a 6/6 for 6 in space. That like the ability of attacking for 10 into something is really, really incidental.
Yeah, there's a couple of high health sentinels that can be in space that are probably the only use cases for the on attack ability. But yeah, he's just crushing 6/6 in space for 6. We all know like obviously Jade Squadron was better because it had Sentinel, but like its primary job was to be a 6/6 in space that helped end the game.
Yeah.
Last set, and that was always good enough. And I do think it's the same.
I think it's a good solid statted unit. 6/6 and 6 for space. Like that's solid. I C+ for it.
I have a B- just because you do have the modal opportunity to really crush a Sentinel or something, some huge space thing if you need to.
I'm more looking to attack with this than take out an opponent's ship, but I can see what you're saying.
If they play a bomb in space, I now have something that kills it.
Sure, which there's only a couple, but yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
All right, C+, B- for Defiant Hammerhead. And our last green-red card is L337, the Radical Instigator. She's a legendary ground unit at 6 for command aggression. An underworld droid that's a 3/2 with hidden that says, when played, search the top 10 cards of your deck for any number of droid units with combined cost 5 or less and play each of them for free. This is an F.
I'm glad they're like, okay, well, this 3/2, it needs a keyword, but not a good one. Hidden? Sure. Hidden. Yeah.
Yeah, so cool. This is purely a constructed card. You need to have a high concentration of droids in your deck, and you're not going to get like a crazy big amount out of them. And then she is horrendously understated for 6 resources. This is a constructed card, and I don't really foresee this playing in any kind of constructed format. This is an F.
Yeah, there are 8 droids in this set.
Yeah, that's nowhere near enough.
And most of them are not great.
Yeah, all right, so that's going to do it for the green-red cards. We get to move on to the green-yellow. Starting off with Zuckuss, a rare ground unit. It's a 4-cost command cunning villainy underworld bounty hunter, a 3/5 with Saboteur, and says on attack, if you control another bounty hunter unit, you may deal damage equal to this unit's power to a ground unit. So, much like most of the other bounty hunter cards, I have 2 grades for this one.
Yep.
With no other bounty hunters, he's a C. That is a 3/5 for 4, and that's usually about on rate. But if you got those bounty hunters, this is a build around B+.
Yeah, I have him at like a C and a B, but like I could see going up to B+ on it.
Yeah, like getting to hit the opponent's base for 3 while also dealing 3 damage to another unit, or dealing 6 damage to a single unit, or attacking into one unit while dealing 3 damage to another. Like that's just great.
It's good. Yeah.
Yeah. Him having Saboteur means you're pretty much almost always going into base and just really getting that damage out. So in a dedicated bounty hunter deck, B+ for Zuckuss. Otherwise, he's just kind of fine. Next is Forlom, an uncommon ground unit, Devious, a 5-cost command cunning villainy underworld droid bounty hunter. He's a 4/5 that says when played, you may attack with a friendly bounty hunter unit. Even if it's exhausted, it can't attack bases for this attack. So a little less good than Zuckuss, but I see the combo they're trying to go for.
Yeah, I have just like 1 grade. Like, so I have like C-, B- kind of thing like that for him because
I put him at C.
Yeah.
Like just 4/5 for 5, sure.
Lacking the Saboteur, like he lacks a keyword like Zuckuss has.
Yeah, and notably Zuckuss costs 4, Forlom costs 5, so the game wants you to go Zuckuss to Forlom. Whereas previously We had Forlarm Tazukas. Roles have been flipped.
Yeah, I think they're just, I mean, still, like, yeah, the dedicated bounty hunter deck is just good. I don't like it when you tell me I can't attack a base.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly that. So he's still just a C, and even in a bounty hunter deck, I think he's still just a C. Next is Tear This Ship Apart. This is a legendary event, a 7-cost command cunning villainy. Look at all of an opponent's resources. You may play one of those cards for free. If you do, that opponent resources the top card of their deck. This is another one that got a lot of people talking. Austin, your thoughts?
You and I talked about this one when it was originally spoiled, and I knew you had a lot of thoughts on it. But you should not play this card.
You should not play this card. I'm sorry to say that. I know there's a lot of people who don't want to hear it, but this card is an F. And the reason being is that you're just spinning the wheel. You're gambling. I know, like, it's so tempting to be like, oh, I get to play one of their cards for free? Think of all the things that I could hit. Well, consider this. Your opponent's not going to resource their best cards. They're not going to take their Chirrits and put that in the resource row. They're going to keep that in the hand because they want to play Chirrit. And whenever they draw 2 cards and they have to resource for the turn, they're going to resource the worst card in their hand down and keep the best things for them to play. So all you're really doing is paying 7 to look at their sloppy seconds and play one of those for free. The likelihood of being able to be ahead on resources and play something that costs 7 or more for free is just, it's not it. But that said, if you do play this, it does kind of tax them a resource because the resourced card from the top of their deck comes into play exhausted. Haha, okay, that's cute. This is not worth putting the card slot in your deck.
Yeah, especially, like, in Constructed, where there's just a high concentration of very good cards, and you are more likely to resource a bomb early in the game to help with your curve. Like in Sealed, in Limited in general, you are desperately holding on to your bombs because you need them to close out the game. So you're never resourcing them. So you're never going to hit one off of this.
Now, I know there's people out there listening right now who are still going to do it. They're still going to play it. And if you do, I'm just going to warn you right now, it's going to work exactly once. Because after that, your opponent will never fall for it again. But please, don't play it. It's enough. All right, moving on. Next, we have Jyn Erso. Take the Next Chance, a rare ground unit. She's a 2-cost, command, cunning, heroic, a 2/2 rebel, and says, when played, either give an experience token to a unit or exhaust a unit. I like that a lot.
I love these styles of card, like very reminiscent of Leia.
Set 1 Leia unit.
From set 1 Leia unit, yeah.
Yeah, but this is better.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, 100%.
It's just better. So bare minimum, if you have to play this on the very first turn, you're a 3/3. And if you have to play this at any other time in the game, giving an experience token to your best unit or your leader is very good, or just getting her down an extra body whilst also exhausting one of your opponent's units is very, very strong. I really like Jyn Erso.
Yeah, I have her at B+. Like, just
I have her at B.
Great. Notably, like, especially, like, Secrets of Power had a fair number of 2-cost 3/3s and a lot of 2-cost 3/2s. A little bit less common in Lawless Time. So being that 2-cost 3/3, it means a lot more for her in this deck.
Yeah, Jyn Erso's good. Next, we have Millennium Falcon, Dodging Patrols, an uncommon space unit for 3, command, cunning, heroic. A rebel vehicle transport that's a 2/5 and says, on attack, you may give a space unit -2/-0 for this phase. You may give a ground unit +2/+0 for this phase. That's fun.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think it requires kind of, to get its full, like, playing it as, its base line, it's 3-cost 2/5 is not terribly exciting, and it requires you kind of a lot of things going on for you to really kind of take advantage of all of its things. That said, if they have a space unit and you have a ground unit, you're really doing it. Like, this is a great card.
Yeah, this is a not a great attacker because it doesn't really do a whole lot of damage on its own. But I'd be happy playing this and just if your opponent may not have any space units and still just kind of pumping your ground units, that's still pretty solid. It's not like amazing or incredible or anything like that, but I still like it enough to give it a C+.
I give it a C+ as well.
Yeah, all right. Next is the Ghost, Home of the Spectres, a rare space unit that's a 6-cost command cunning heroic rebel vehicle transport Spectre. It's a 4/4 and says when played, you may give an experience token and a shield token to a unit. If you control a vigilance or aggression unit, you may give an experience token and a shield token to each of up to 2 units instead. So much like Chopper, bare minimum, this can come in as a 5/5 shield.
Which is great. I mean, very good for a space unit. This is another one where I would consider using my splash base for it because that extra XP and shield token are quite powerful.
Yeah, and one of the things to keep in mind, listeners, is that space units are much more difficult to interact with. So having a 5/5 shielded in space, which is even stickier and is going to stick around a little bit longer, that's pretty good.
And then your second best, in the off chance that you do have the trigger with a vigilance, your second best unit now also becomes stickier. Great.
Yeah, you're right. What grade would you give it?
I gave the Ghost a B, just a solid B.
Just a solid B? I think I'm there with you. I think I'm on B for the Ghost. Yeah, and I think you make a good point. Another really good option to use your base epic action and play it off aspect. Next, we have the Deveronian Doorbuster. This is a common ground unit. It's a 2-cost command cunning underworld 3/2 with Restore 1, Saboteur. Yeah,
this might be shocking, but another. So I'm always all in on good aggressive cards, and the Restore 1 and Saboteur are both very aggressive keywords. That I mean, it's hard to say Restore is an aggressive keyword, but it's a racing keyword. That really changes the map.
The Restore 1 does make them a little bit of a weird turn 1 play because if the first thing you do is attack your opponent's base, you don't have any base damage to restore. But if your opponent has the initiative, their first action is going to be kill the Deveronian Doorbuster. Yeah. So the Restore 1's a little weird, but yeah, that's still just like a pretty solid statted unit. Not crazy or anything, but I like him enough for a C.
Yep. I gave him a C as well.
All right. Next is the Max Rebo Band. Jats Whalers. This is an uncommon ground unit. It's a 3-cost command cunning underworld musician. That's a 1/5. And it says, when the regroup phase starts, create a credit token.
Yeah, I despite how much of my brain space this and the card that follows this have taken up since they've been kind of announced, just mulling them over for constructed and things like that, I still came up on them when doing the review for Limited. And I was like, this is just a kind of a difficult card for me to evaluate.
Yeah.
I don't think it's great. Three cost 1/5 is not exactly where I want to be, but it's effect to continuously create credits. I can see that I, as the aggressive player, probably will want to treat. If Krennic plays this, I'm going to need to trade a few units into it, or I'm not going to be able to finish the game before Krennic drops huge stuff that kills me.
So what I would say is that there is exactly one moment that this card is good to play. And that's on turn 2 with 3 resources. Any other time, this card is not good.
Yeah.
And the reason being is that if you're thinking, well, even the 4 resource turn, I could set that up to get tokens. You're right. That would get you some credits. But you spent 4 resources or 3 resources on that turn to make a 1/5. And we've already seen 4/4s and 3/5s and 4/5s for that amount. Like, I think you're just going to start getting beat. So because of that, it's too narrow of a window for the card to actually be good. I have it ranked at a D+. Because when you do hit that window, oh baby, you're getting credits. And that is going to put you ahead. But if for some reason you missed that or you draw this card much later, it's basically a dead card.
Yeah.
So I'm
I
not
have a C
convinced on this.
Yeah.
But
I
there
have
are
a
going to
C
be
minus.
people who do play this on the 3 resource turns, and it's going to feel good.
Yeah. I gave him C minus, also noting that like when I'm talking about I'm taking actions to attack into him, yes, but he's not killing anything on the crackback when I am attacking into him. So it's not
Yeah,
like
I
those
mean,
units
I guess
that
he
I'm
kind of
bringing
technically like
going away.
restores you 5 if you think of it that way.
Yeah.
If you get it down on that third resource turn.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So now this one, Max Rebo Encore. This is a legendary ground unit, a 4-cost command cunning underworld musician. It's a 2/7. There's an additional regroup phase after the first regroup phase each round. So
Yeah, you're
very similar to the Max Rebo band. Max Rebo himself is basically only really good on 1 turn and not that good.
Yeah, I would argue he's good on 2 turns very specifically, and that's
Hey, I see what you mean. Yeah.
the 4 and the 5 to get to your 7.
Yeah.
Like if you can power through, and especially skipping your, I don't think it's as powerful as probably people want it to believe, but skipping over your opponents, like, they flip on 6 and you flip on 7 and you go directly to 7. Now you're dropping Vader or Krennic.
Yes.
And you're dropping, Jin Urso or something like that. She's a 5, but whatever. It's not great. Not great for you. Like, but it's outside of that. You played a 2/7 for 4.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. Is that you basically can use this to accelerate to one of your leader flips that is more expensive than your opponent's. If it's a 6 or a 7, that's the one place I can do that. But the thing is, if you do that, you spend 4 resources to make a 2/7. Like, you're not really affecting the board or being much threatening before that just to get to your leader flip. I think this is primarily a Twin Suns card, and it's meant to kind of be more of a meme than anything else. It even has like a little bit of build around, because if you have cards that do things during the regroup phase and getting that as an extra double effect, sure. Yeah. But this is draft. This is sealed. This is an F.
I gave it a respectable D, but I'm a little bit down on it even now, because I just kind of going back and like thinking about it a little bit. He only shares of the 7-drop leaders. He only shares a color with Krennic. You're splashing him just green in Aura and Darth and Invader. Like, right, just not great.
Yeah, I don't think this is playable. That said, there's going to be people who play it, especially during pre-release, because it's going to be funny. I'll give you that. It will be funny, but yeah, I don't think this is a good card.
I mean, I'm going to enjoy drawing 4 cards when they play it. I know they do too, but like, I'm like, great.
Next is the Patient Hunter. This is an uncommon ground unit. It's a 4-cost command cunning bounty hunter. He's a 3/3 that says, when the regroup phase starts, you may give an experience token to a non-leader unit. If you do, that unit can't ready during this regroup phase.
There's a lot of interesting things going on with this card. I'm not sure that it's totally worth all of it, but your ability that you can give an experience token to a non-leader unit. It doesn't say a friendly one.
Right.
So you can give it to somebody else. That's keep their unit tapped down, but it gets bigger.
I'm not convinced on this one, and I try to think about it in most scenarios as best I could. Like, being able to pump up one of the other units, sure, but then it can't ready? Like, maybe if you do it in, like, if you have like a 2-drop or a 3-drop still around, you can start making that a little bit bigger, even though you miss out on an attack with it. There's no way that giving experience to an opponent's unit just to tap it down or exhaust it for an extra turn, that still seems pretty steep.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I do this to my opponent's maul and just be like, please don't kill me.
But let future Austin deal with the bigger maul.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Please don't kill this 3-cost unit so that you don't now get to hit me with like an 8 power.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. He's only a 3/3 at 4. Like, that's also pretty fragile. I'm not convinced on Patient Hunter. I have him marked down as a D.
I have a C minus. Just he's still a guy, I guess, but not.
I think
what
he's
I'm
too
having to play.
understated. I'll stay with D.
That's probably true. Yeah.
Next is Maz Kanata. Where's My Boyfriend? A legendary ground unit, a 5-cost command cunning underworld unit. She's a 4/4 that says when attack ends, if this unit survived, search the top 5 cards of your deck for an underworld unit and play it. It costs 4 less and enters play ready. At the start of the root grip phase, put that unit on the bottom of your deck. So obviously, it's a build around because you need underworld units.
Mm-hmm. It's a decent build around though. But
Is
you have
it?
to. She's a 5-cost. She's a 5-cost 4/4 that has to survive this attack, which is asking a lot.
Yeah, I just think she's too fragile.
Yeah, it might just come down to just at that 5 cost. There's so much she kind of easily gets killed and probably doesn't survive the turn.
I think it's just going to be really hard for her to not die with so few hit points. I had her as a D- with a build around C-, just because she might just die before you get to do it. If you do it though, that'll be sick.
Yeah. I have her as like a C with like if you can stick her behind a sentinel or something like that where she gets to do her thing.
Yeah,
excellent.
But yeah, just that's a very frail body. All right, that's going to do it for green yellow. Next is red yellow. Starting off with Interrogation Droid. An uncommon ground unit. It's a 2-cost aggression, cunning, villainy, imperial droid. It's a 3/1 and says, when played, exhaust an enemy unit. If you do, and that unit costs 3 or less, its controller discards a card from their hand. Ooh, baby.
My note literally says, this is the most Jared card I've ever read in Star Wars, and I hate it.
Ooh, yeah. I like this one. I like this one a lot.
Too.
It's not like incredible by any means, but I do like it a lot. It's not really a turn 1 play. It can be in a pinch, because if you play this on turn 1, not really doing anything with it, you need to wait for them to have unexhausted units in order for this to do stuff. But if you're able to exhaust something and it costs them a card out of your hand, that's great. So even in the late game, much like the Generoso that we saw, I would pay 2 resources for a unit that exhausts an opponent's best card. I'd be happy with that.
Yeah. I mean, I gave him a B- because I would pay 2 costs for just like an event that did this, and you staple a 3/1 body to it. Great.
Yeah.
Super.
Yeah. I have it at B- too. If I see this card going around in the draft, this would make me want to play aggression, cunning, villainy very, very easily. B- for Interrogation Droid, and early contender for my favorite card in the set. Up next, Volscaris's Defender. This is a rare space unit. A 3-cost aggression, cunning, villainy, imperial vehicle fighter. It's a 3/3. When played, if you discarded a card from your hand or deck this phase, give a shield token to this unit. On attack, you may deal 1 damage to a space unit and exhaust it.
So I love this card. Like this is the Sebulba. This is the card that every Sebulba deck wants when I'm talking about attacking in space, and you're triggering it to get a shield, and you're clearing the way. You're actively, as you're attacking with it, you are getting rid of the things that are going to try to kill it or take its shield off by exhausting them. Yeah. Everything I want to be doing in space with Sebulba.
Yeah, this is a card that goes great with Sebulba. You can make it work in Vader too, but to be perfectly honest, I'd be happy just playing this as is a 3/3 for 3 in space. If you happen to, even if you happen to get the shield on it, like then you're really cooking. But I think his on attack is also quite strong. Okay. If your opponent happens to play a space unit in order to try to stop it, and you're just exhausting it while chipping it away each turn, oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I have B for Volscaris's Defender.
I have it as a B- in just generically, and a B+ in Vader or Sebulba.
Sure, yeah, I see that. Next is the Shadow of Stygian Prime. This is a rare upgrade, a 4-cost aggression, cunning, villainy upgrade. They get +0/+0 attached to a non-leader unit. The attached unit can't ready, and it gains when the regroup phase starts. Deal 2 damage to your base.
Yeah, this one. So the most ideal, obviously, is you're playing it on a card they played this turn, right? So that they don't get to, or potentially already attacked with. But obviously, I would prefer a scenario where I didn't take damage from the card at all. So like they play their 4-drop, you play this on their 4-drop, so that it doesn't ready.
Yeah.
And they're just that if you're doing this on the 4th resource turn, that you're maximizing your number of turns where they're taking 2 to base.
Yep.
And since they can't ready it, they can't just attack it into something to get rid of it. Like there's not really good removal. Keep in mind that there is, like, I think some of the only upgrade removal is like a spaceship that can destroy
other space upgrades.
So do not put this on a spaceship if you can help it.
Right. Yes, this is a card where it's a lot like Retaliate from Secrets of Power, where it's like, oh yeah, this takes care of anything. Yes, but often after they've already gotten an attack in. Because you really don't want to put this on a readied unit, because you don't want to give your opponent the opportunity to attack that readied unit into something so that it dies. And then you lose this card.
Yeah, I guess I'll say it, but it probably is obvious. Don't put it on a Sentinel.
Yeah, that's kind of redundant. You don't really want to do that. Please don't put it on a Sentinel. But that said, it is essentially removal, and I do think it's good because of that.
Yeah, I think it really, it's on the thing it doesn't share in common with removal is that when you draw this late, it isn't good. It's just not nearly as I would defeat the creature, or whatever. Like, not.
Yeah. I have it at B- still.
I still give it a B-. I still think it is solid.
Yeah. Next up, Sabine Wren, an uncommon ground unit, 3-cost aggression, cunning, rebel, Mandalorian, rebel specter. A 3/3 ambush. And also says, when played, you may defeat a non-unique upgrade. If you control a command or vigilance unit, you may defeat any upgrade instead.
So speaking of things that do get rid of...
there's one.
Here's one.
There's one. Yep. That's one of the few. But for the most part, this is a 3/3 ambush for 3. Maybe every now and then you can take out a shield or an experience token.
I think there's enough incidental shield and or experience tokens that she probably almost always gets to tag one.
I think so
Bonus
too.
Points if she's tagging like the shield off of the thing that she's also ambushing into.
Oh yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it's a 3/3 for 3. So I still have her just as a C.
I give her a B. I mean, I think she's a 3/3 ambush for 3, and that will probably take out something. I wouldn't use my splash base for her because the upgrade to defeating any upgrade is probably not going to do you much good most of the time.
Yeah,
she's just very aggressive. I mean, just doing what I wanted to do. Should I trade her with something like I trade her with one of like the 2/3s or whatever, the 1/3s or 2/3s, the 1,000 of those that there are out there. And
I mean,
an experience or a shield.
I do think this is still a main deck card. Like, I don't think you need to sideboard her because, like Austin said, there's probably going to be enough shields and experience tokens going around that she'll hit something, regardless of that. Next up is K2SO Locking the Vault. This is a rare ground unit, a 5-cost aggression, cunning, heroic rebel droid, a 3/5 with ambush that also says on attack, you may deal 3 damage to a damaged ground unit. Now that's more like it.
It's good. I think it requires a little bit of setup. You're probably, there is a lot of attacking and fighting on the ground, right? So you're going to have damaged units. You are. Everybody is.
I mean, your opponent's going to attack into your units profitably for them, so they'll have something damaged and you'll go down a unit, and then you can just ambush the K2SO into them, but the on attack will just kill them before K2SO even hits, so he's at full health still.
Yeah,
I think he's solid.
I have to done a little bit just because he's a 5-cost 3/5, which is just not wonderful stats. But
I see that, but I think his ambush turn, there's going to be plenty of opportunities for him to ostensibly attack as a 6/5.
Sure.
So I still have him as a B.
I have him B-. So yeah,
B-. All right, so B- for K2SO. Next up, Luke Skywalker, Prophet or be destroyed. This is a legendary ground unit, 7 cost, aggression, cunning, heroic, force, Jedi, rebel, a 9/7. When played, an opponent chooses one. They create a credit token, ready this unit, or you may deal 5 damage to a unit. Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
The drawback, obviously, anytime you let your opponent choose something, they get to choose the option that is better for them. And there are scenarios where this doesn't, they don't have a unit on board, say, and they choose 5 damage to a unit.
Which is why it says may, so you don't have to force yourself to deal 5 damage to one of your own guys.
But in that scenario, you're dropping a 9/7 onto a board where your opponent has no
exactly.
units.
If your opponent has no units, you're still dropping a 9/7. Like, that's good. Like, Luke Skywalker this might be the best card in the set. Like, this is stupidly good. A+.
He's very, very strong. I think there's just no way around it. I shaved him down to an A just because they do get the choice, but I noted that neither of those choices is good.
It's a really bad choice for your opponent, no matter which way you slice it. So I still think A+ for Luke Skywalker. And again, this is the kind of unit that you use your off aspect base for.
Yes.
All right, let's go into the Sullustan Zapper, a common ground unit. It's a 3 cost aggression, cunning, underworld. He's a 4/2 with ambush and overwhelm. I like this little guy.
Yeah, I think he's all right. Again, like I have a problem with 4/2s because they especially with he gets to attack probably exactly once.
He gets attacked exactly once, but he knows what he's about.
Yes, yeah,
he's gonna take a unit out, and you might even get a couple points of base damage because of that. Yeah. I like him. I have him at B-.
I'm at just C. Like I'm 3 cost, and he's a unit that doesn't stay around on board.
But so like this floor for him is an open fire. 3 cost, deal 4 damage to a unit.
Yeah,
and I think that's fine.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, and just getting that surprise in to take something out. Yeah, I like him. Say C+.
Yeah, I could go as high. Yeah, I could do C+.
Okay, all right, there we go. Up next, Urk, the elite sharpshooter. This is an uncommon ground unit. Aggression, cunning, rebel Tusken bounty hunter, a 2/4 with hidden, with raid 4.
Yeah.
So attacks for 6?
Yeah, and with hidden, you very likely get an attack in with him.
Yeah, with hidden, this is another one of those situations where if you need to claim initiative early, so be it, so you can get that attack for 6 in.
Yeah, well, I hate continuously coming back to this. He still really sucks on defense, though.
He does, but thankfully he can at least delay that defense for a turn. So, like you said, because he can at least get the 1 attack off, I'm a little higher on him. And when he does attack, he's going to kill whatever it is he's attacking into. I have C+ for Urk.
He's not going to kill his attack. He's going to crush your opponent's base for 6, Jared.
Well, sometimes you need to hit and control you control the board.
No. The best form of control is your opponent's corpse.
All right, I got C+. What do you have?
Okay. C+, I agree.
Okay, all right. Next is the Broken Horn, Vizago's Pride. This is an uncommon space unit. A 5 cost aggression, cunning, underworld vehicle transport. It's a 5/4 and says when played, if you have fewer cards in hand than an opponent, draw a card. If you control fewer resources than an opponent, resource the top card of your deck. Yeah.
Just solid.
Okay.
It's probably your 99% of the time this is a 5/4 that probably draws you a card.
Yeah, so the big thing is because the way most play patterns go, if you have the initiative and you've got this card in hand, you're going to draw that card. Because typically, you and your opponent are playing 1 card a turn for quite a while, and by the time you get to that 5 resource, you're still at the exact same amount of cards in your hand. But if you've got the initiative and you play this, suddenly you're down 1 card in your hand, and you get to draw off of it. So he does get to replace himself right away. It is a solid space body. The fewer resources than your opponent thing, probably not going to be relevant in most cases, unless you're trying to do something wacky with your Chewbacca leader. But I'm happy playing this as a 5/4 draw card.
Yeah, and I think like 4 and 5 is like the threshold, especially in space, where you really start being able to really beat down.
Yeah.
So making him a 5 power is pretty significant in my book.
I got it at C+.
I also have C+.
Right, good. Next up is Chrysanthemum Hit and Run, a rare ground unit. It costs 8 for aggression, cunning, underworld, Wookiee, bounty hunter. He's a 7/7 ambush, overwhelm, and has action. Discard 2 cards from your hand. Return Chrysanthemum to your hand from play.
I think the primary focus point is he's a 7/7 ambush overwhelm, which is mostly what he'll be. And sometimes, the great thing about Star Wars is you're drawing 2 cards a turn. So he does his thing, and you draw 2 1-drop, a 2-drop and a 3-drop that are really just not going to affect the board very much. Sure, ditch him and scoop this guy back up and do it again.
Yeah. If that works out in your favor, I guess you can. Or if you have like 2 just really terrible cards, I suppose. But yeah, I think he's just a good potential top end ambusher. I think he could also be really solid for using your base's epic action and playing it off aspect.
Sure, I could see that.
But it is a little pricey for a 7/7. So I still have him at B-.
I have him at a C+. I think
okay.
The times you're going to discard 2 cards is probably like less than 10%.
I was just ignoring that text, frankly. Like the 7/7 ambush overwhelm was enough for me to make it a B-.
Yeah.
But I hear you. All right. And next we have You Hold This. This is a rare event. 1 cost, cunning, aggression. Choose a friendly non-leader unit. An opponent takes control of it. If they do, deal 4 damage to another unit in the same arena. I had to think about this more than I wish I did.
I mainly settled on I'm paying the card for it, the resource and an action to deal 4. There's just a lot going on here for 4 damage, and they're not technically downing you. They've downgraded their unit. I would hope.
I think this takes too many things to line up for this to even be good.
Yeah.
It's a constructed card. Like there are some like cheeky constructed card things you can do with this. But here in limited, no, this is unplayable. I have this at F.
I have a D just because you might be able to do something with the 4 damage, like trade them a 1/3 or something. And do
maybe. I guess. I mean, if you're playing a 1/3 in your deck and just trading your garbage away,
if
I'd rather just kill it.
Their deck is good, then great.
All right, so either way, not very good.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to move on to the yellow-blue cards. This is our final color combination. Starting off with The Stranger, No Survivors. A legendary ground unit. It's a 5-cost cunning, vigilance, villainy, force, Sith, 1/7 with ambush and grit, and says, while attacking, you may have the defending unit deal combat damage before this unit. So he has Last Strike?
Which is it kind of a unique, really works for him, obviously.
I think he's great.
Yeah, I like this. I like the way this card plays out. He's definitely killing something.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of forces your opponent to claim or do something to trade into him right away.
And I think because of that, he's almost always going to be a 2-for-1, right? He's going to ambush into something, and you're going to ambush in such a way that he grits up and kills it, and then you still have yourself a 4 around or a 5/3 around, or like your opponent just has to send something else into that. That seems really good to me.
I have him at a solid B.
I put B+.
Okay,
but
I can see it.
Yeah, very good card. Next is Jango Fett, Wily Mercenary, an uncommon ground unit, a 6-cost cunning, vigilance, villainy, underworld, bounty hunter. He's a 6/5, shielded, and on attack, if this unit is upgraded, exhaust an enemy unit. So he comes in with a shield, so he is upgraded right away.
Yeah, I mean, he gives me flashbacks of the Django meta, to be perfectly honest. Like, it's just all my stuff is always tapped, and
The
also
ward
I'm killing you.
flashbacks.
Like, yeah, it's just he's great. I mean,
This is
very
good.
very good. 6/5 for 6. The 6/5
Yeah.
shielded for 6
He's almost
alone.
exactly the same as the Mandalorian, only he gets to maybe sometimes exhaust an enemy unit when he attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's
I
good.
have
I
him
have
at
him at B.
a B plus.
B plus, sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
very good. Next is Anakin Skywalker, Prescient Pod Racer, a rare ground unit at 2 costs, Cunning, Vigilance, Heroic Force unit. Is a 2/4 and says when a friendly unit's attack ends, if no other units have attacked this phase, you may return it to its owner's hand. If you do, deal 2 damage from your base. That's cute, I guess.
Yeah, there's gonna definitely be some annoying things you can do with this.
Yeah.
Um,
Like there
it
are
is
some like on-played abilities that you could double up on, or maybe some like ambushers or something, and just replay the
Yeah.
ambusher.
The ambushers are kind of like the primary thing I was thinking about when doing this. Like, if you can ambush in such a way that the unit survives every time, and you're just bringing it back and healing your base every time you do it, you're gonna have to kill Anakin. Like, you just can't let that keep happening.
Yeah, I mean, he can return himself if
Yep.
you want to make him a 2/4 restore to every other turn.
Yeah, and at least like he can't, like, with the condition that, like, it has to be the first attack. He can't like
Yeah,
save himself after the fact, kind of thing like that. You do have the ability to kind of make sure that you trade away, or you kill him.
Yeah, so I mean, he's still a 2/4. Like he's still fine.
Yeah.
He's at least a C, maybe a C plus.
Yeah, I gave him a C plus just because.
Okay.
He's probably closer. What should be is like a C plus in draft, where you can kind of draft those cards
that makes sense.
that really synergize with him.
Yeah. Next we have Kanan Jarrus, Spectre 1, an uncommon ground unit, 4 cost, Cunning, Vigilance, Heroic Force, Jedi, Rebel Spectre. He's a 3/4 with Restore 1 and says, when played, you may return a non-leader unit that costs 2 or less to its owner's hand. If you control a command or aggression unit, you may return a non-leader unit that costs 4 or less instead. So if Interrogation Droid wasn't the most Jared card in the set, this one might be.
Yeah. And I think this is the one that represents the biggest leap in power between the splash and the not splash. Bouncing something for 2, fine. Bouncing something for 4 is crazy.
That could be backbreaking, especially if you curve out on this and you just time walk your opponent like that.
Yes. No, he has such potential to be so striker. Like, he probably gets my early, like, most likely to see and use my base action on this guy, because the bombs that you want to do are all legendary rare, that kind of thing like that. So yes, I will absolutely do that. But like, this guy is uncommon. You're more likely to see him, like, he's probably who's gonna be taking my base action most of the time. Let's be real.
Yeah, and I also wrote that down. Like, I'm looking to use my base action on Kanan Jarrus because, man, returning something for 4, that is so good.
It's really, really good.
So if I have him at B plus, but if for some reason you can't get the full effect of his when played ability and you can only like return a 2-drop or something like that, he's a C.
Yeah, I have him at C plus for without the base ability and a B plus with it, because he's still a 3/4 restore 1, which is not bad. And a bounce 2, which will probably happen most of the time. You just won't be crazy excited about it, but a B plus for sure when he's.
But B plus for Kanan, and I'm really looking forward to play this guy.
Yeah.
Next we have the Tordarian Technician, a common ground unit, 2 cost, Cunning, Vigilance, Underworld. It's a 2/3 with Raid 1, Restore 1. I like these. I actually like these designs. It's real simple keywords from the different colors, like just really defining what each card wants to do, like what each color wants to do. I like that a lot. He's a solid C.
This guy's got, I have him at a C plus. Like, this guy's got 2 of the better ones. Again, he's a good racer. He's got Raid 1 and Restore 1, changing the map.
Next, it's Val. It's been a ride, babe. An uncommon ground unit, cost 2 for uncommon Vigilance. Underworld, she's a 2/4 and says, when played, give a shield token to another friendly unit. When defeated, give a shield token to an enemy unit. I had a harder time figuring this one out.
So she's a Tobias card.
Yes.
Obviously,
Yeah.
she's meant to be given away.
So you really can't play her on turn 1 because you have to give the shield token to another friendly unit. She can't give it to herself. So she's not really a turn 1 play. And if you do play on turn 1, that's extra bad because she still has that when defeated ability to setting up your opponent for something.
Right. Yeah. That's just like, yeah. Anytime you're even if you're just playing her on 3, she's already starting to get into that vulnerable range where you're not able to bounce her or do something with her before she can do it. I gave her a C, but probably should be closer to a D with nothing. And she could be as high as like a B if you can Tobias her to, obviously if you can give her away, she could make it into like a B- range to really kind of get the full effect of those shields.
I had her at C- just because she's too situationally beneficial. And even that, it's a C- if you have means of reliably getting rid of the shield that would go onto an enemy unit. But otherwise, yeah, I think she actually might be a D. It's just, I think there's too much of a downside there.
Yeah.
Next is the Two-Faced Troig. This is a rare ground unit, a 3-cost Cunning, Vigilance, Underworld, 2/4 Sentinel. That says, when played, you may have an opponent take control of this unit. If you do, create 2 credit tokens.
I don't love it.
That's not worth it, is it?
No, not to me.
It's really not. So, a question you can ask yourself is, ignoring all other text, are you happy with playing a card that says 3, create 2 credit tokens? Your opponent gets a 2/4 Sentinel?
No, I spent the card.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that feels pretty bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I gave him a D+ just because sometimes he's a 2/4 Sentinel for you.
Yeah, that's kind of where I had him. Yeah, it's like, in a pinch, he is a Sentinel.
Yeah.
If you're already way ahead on board, or you have like a 4-power attacker, maybe you want the 2 credit tokens?
Yeah.
I feel like that's asking for a lot of setup. So probably like D+ for Two-Faced Troig.
Yeah, that's what I had. Yep.
Yeah. Next is Rio Durant, Beckett's Right Hands, a rare ground unit, a 4-cost Cunning, Vigilance, Underworld unit. He's a 2/5 that says, when played, you may return a non-leader unit that costs 3 or less to its owner's hand. Then its owner may play it for free. It gains shielded for this phase.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough on like the action economy kind of thing like that. So not super aggressive per se, but like, and a 4-cost 2/5 isn't ending the game anytime soon either. But for those nice like mid-range to soft control-y type limited decks, yeah, replaying something and granting it a shield, especially if it already had damage on it or something like that, or
yeah, you can use it to heal something. It's a bummer that's only shielded for the phase.
Yeah,
that's a bit of a bummer. So, bouncing a low-cost Sentinel is kind of the most ideal. Obviously, this is another card that's meant to be played with Tobias Beckett, because you give your opponent something and then use Rio Durant to get it right back.
Yep.
So I still have him at C-, because I guess you can heal one of your units.
Yeah, I would agree with C-.
Okay, yeah. Next up is Hondo Anaka, plays by his own rules, a legendary ground unit, 5-cost Cunning, Vigilance, Underworld. He's a 3/7 that says, you may look at the top card of your deck at any time. Action, play the top card of your deck. Use this ability only once each round. I love these effects.
Yeah, I know you do. And this effect is extremely powerful in Magic. I think less so in Star Wars, where you're drawing 2 cards a turn.
I agree. And it's because you draw 2 cards a turn, like you're really never struggling for finding plays or really scrapping by. You're usually pretty good. And paying 5 for a 3/7, that's not really going to help you end the game or win the game all that quickly. I think he's probably not strong enough. I want to love him. My heart says he's a B.
I give him a D plus, but I made him a little bit too critical.
My brain says he's like a D.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next we have Finn. Looking closer. An uncommon ground unit, 6 cost, cunning, vigilance, resistance. He's a 6/5 with ambush and says, on attack, you may give a shield token to a non-unique unit. Oh my god, he's good.
We finally got a good Finn card. Yeah, I had the same reaction. Like, oh my god, it happened.
This is actually a good Finn card. It can seem like it's kind of a restriction saying you give a shield token to a non-unique unit, but your deck's going to have a lot of non-unique units. Yeah. Like, it may seem like there's a ton, but really at the end of the day, even in a draft, maybe 5 to 8 of your units are maybe unique. I'd be happy just playing him as a 6/5 ambusher for 6. Yeah. And that shield is just a bonus on top of it. And if for some reason Finn's able to ambush and survive, and he gets another attack off, and you get another shield, yeah.
You're really doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about that. Yeah. I got Finn at B.
I have a B minus, but I could definitely be convinced to go to a B.
All right, B minus for Finn. You did it, buddy. Good job.
Yeah.
All right, our final multicolored card is a rare event, Rhydonium Detonation, a 7 cost cunning vigilance that says each player may return a non-leader unit to its owner's hand, then defeat all non-leader units. This is another one of those board wipe, board control cards that needs a specific play pattern behind it to really be used well. We're much like the signal ignition battery. You want to use this after your opponent has used up all of their resources, because they've played their best thing or maybe multiple things, and then you can drop this on them. There you go. Because if you play this before they spend their resources, they're just going to replay their best thing or even a better thing, and you've got nothing on board.
Yeah, the fact that they get to save their best thing is kind of where I think the single reactor ignition is a little bit better, because this does just say, save your good thing. Replay your Luke Skywalker, obviously.
Oof, yeah.
All that, but like replay your bomb.
Yeah, and that's also kind of a downside, right? Is that this is going to be a format with a lot of off-aspect bombs, and you're just kind of giving it right back to them, or on-aspect bombs. And off-aspect, it's like, okay, they're going to go into the next. Then. Yeah, they're going to the next turn. They're going to get the resources to play it again.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is
their epic base action on it though, and now they don't have the splash base.
Sure, on it. You delayed them a little bit.
You're not really moving the bar on it very much, but
yeah. So this is one that's going to be really difficult to use to make sure you're ahead on card advantage or resources or otherwise. So I'm a little down on this one. I think it's like a C minus. It could maybe reach a C plus if you play it right.
I gave it a D plus because I hate board wipes.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, that's all of our multicolor cards. So now we can actually move on to just plain old vigilance cards. Starting off with an Imperial Door Technician, a common ground unit, vigilance, villainy, Imperial Trooper. He's a 2/2 that says when defeated, deal 2 damage from your base. Yeah, that's a guy.
Yeah, Rick is a great representation of his in-game self. He's just a guy doing his best.
Yep, I've got D for him. Not D plus.
I gave him he probably should be a D plus, but I gave him a C minus.
No, he's a D plus. Next is the Vandor Range Troopers, a common ground unit, a 4 cost vigilance, villainy, Imperial Trooper. It's a 4/6. There is no other text.
Gave it a C minus and said, it sure is a guy.
Oh, C minus? I'm actually higher on that.
Really?
Yeah, like a 4/6 for 4. This is actually the highest stats we've seen at 4 resources. Okay. Especially for just like a common unit.
So he's the new Gunji? Like he doesn't get anything.
Basically.
Gets to be a big one. Yeah.
Yeah, basically. I think it's still like a C plus.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I could meet you in the middle at a C, for sure.
Sure, but I think this card's still pretty good. And like It's still above the filler level for sure. Just a solid stats, and it's going to stay around.
Okay.
Next is the Governor's Shuttle, an uncommon space unit, a 5-cost vigilance, villainy, imperial vehicle transport. It's a 2/4 that says, when played, each player chooses a unit they control, defeat those units. So it's a, what's it called? Merciless contest?
Oh, no, Merciless Contest doesn't allow you to kill leaders. This can technically kill a leader. Yeah, this could
hit leaders, you're right.
So it is a power of the dark side stapled to a ship.
Sure, but it also powers the dark side yourself. And if you have no other units, you can just play this out and basically sacrifice itself to force your opponent to sacrifice something.
I think
so. That's one of those. It's one of the things, though. This card really plays best when your opponent only has one unit, because otherwise you're playing this out and they're only going to defeat their weakest unit.
Yeah, I think most of the time, like everybody dreams about the scenario where this kills your opponent's leader, and what they end up getting is their 1 or 2 drop that's kind of just been you've not really wanted to kill it because it's not worth killing, and so it's just stuck around.
Before you get to play this, your opponent plays Rick the Door Technician, and then it feels really bad to have this in your hand.
Yep.
So I'm
literally mentioned Rick.
Yeah. So I'm not really high on this one. I've got it at C-.
I gave it a C, but yeah, it's somewhere in that range for sure.
Yeah, sure. Next is the IGV-55 Listener, a common space unit, 6-cost vigilance, villainy, 5/6 imperial vehicle capital ship with Sentinel.
Yeah, I gave this one a C. I think Secrets of Power showed us that sometimes just a big space sentinel gets the job done.
Yeah, not even necessarily just for attacking and finishing the game. Sometimes you just need a big, thick space sentinel to stop what your opponent's doing. I have it at C as well. Next is the Lawbringer, Shadow over Lothal, a legendary space unit, an 8-cost vigilance, villainy, imperial vehicle capital ship. It's a 7/7 that says, when played and on attack, choose an aspect. Give each enemy unit with that aspect -2/-2 for this phase. Ooh.
Yeah.
That's just good.
It's good. Like it's not Bo-Katan good. Like I think the -3/-3 really kind of pushed it, even though you only get it once.
Yeah, it's literally not Bo-Katan good. It's one less good than Bo-Katan, in fact, I would say.
But yeah, it's just the fact that you also get it on attack then, like whereas Bo-Katan just doesn't.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I still think this is just a really good card. It's also a space unit. It's going to be harder for your opponent to attack into that or use removal or whatever or deal with it. And this can very quickly not just finish games, but really slow down your opponent's assault on your base if you're getting that -2/-2 on every attack. I still have it at an A.
I have it at a B+, but I think you have to keep in mind you have to choose an aspect. So it's not a blanket -2/-2. You have to, but one thing to keep in mind is a lot of people play heroic and or villainy cards, and you'll kind of be tempted into like, oh, I'm going to name aggression or cunning or something like that, naming one of the colors. You're probably going to hit more if you actually do name like heroism or something like that. A lot of the time, keep in mind what the board is, but don't forget that you can name heroism and villainy with this card.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good point. I think this is another card that I could see myself using the base epic action on.
Sure, easier to do. Yeah, just a single. Yeah, just the blue villainy. Yeah.
Next is Choke on Aspirations. This is an uncommon event, a 1-cost vigilance, villainy. Deal up to 5 damage to a friendly non-vehicle unit. If it survives, heal damage from your base equal to the damage dealt this way.
This card is an F.
Evan, F? I didn't go that low. I had it at D.
Really? There's almost nothing that I noted. It will work well with grit cards. Too bad there are only 2 cards with grit that survive this.
No. You're thinking too small, my friend. Hear me out. You have a shield unit. You pay 1, deal at 5, sure. Shield goes away, you heal 5 off the base. That's the best I got. This is a 1-cost, heal 5 at best.
I would be willing to meet you at D for the shielded.
Yeah, I have it at D. Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, not particularly good. Like, I don't really think this is one you want to play. Yeah, yeah. Next is Display Piece. Display Piece. This is a rare event. It's a 4-cost Vigilance Villainy that says defeat an enemy non-leader unit. Its controller resources it from its owner's discard pile. This, I believe, especially during pre-release, is probably going to be the card most likely to be played incorrectly.
It's very least too early.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. This is removal. This is near unconditional removal. It doesn't hit leaders, but it hits everything else. And at 4, that is quite strong. It does make your opponent resource it. That's a pretty huge advantage. If you play this before your opponent's leader deploys, you're only helping them. Giving them that resource to make them that much closer to their deploy is really, really bad. This is the card that you don't just play on the 4 resource turn, on the 5 resource turn. This is the card you hold on to once you're at 7 resources, 8 resources. This is where you start seeing the Chrysanthemums. This is where you start seeing the Luke Skywalkers. This is where you start seeing the Lawbringers. Those you hit with the Display Piece. If your opponent spends 7, 8 resources on a card, and you can defeat it for just 4, and you can still play something else, that's the advantage that comes from this card. So I do think this card is a B+. This is excellent, efficient removal, but it can be played incorrectly very, very easily, and be mindful of that.
Yeah, I was initially a little bit more down with just because, it is. There are so many powerful, strong cards that if you're playing this on them, on a slightly weaker gear, they're 6 drop or something like that, even, and you're powering them to the 9 drop or something like that. Like this does.
Yep.
This can bite you. I have it at a C+, but it probably is more in the B. It probably might be the best removal in the set, so long as it's played correctly.
Again, think of it this way. If you're sitting at the draft and if you see this card, pick 4, pick 5, I think that's your signal to move in.
Sure, I think that's fair.
Next is Bodhi Rook, a rare unit creating a diversion, 2-cost Vigilance Heroic Rebel. He's a 2/4 that says on attack, you may give a friendly rebel unit Sentinel for this phase. I like him.
Yeah, solid friend. Notably, he is himself a friendly rebel.
Yep, so that's exactly it. He's a 2/4 that can give himself a Sentinel, and I think that's just good. I have him a C+.
Yeah, I have him at C+.
All right. Next is Sintakaz, Stone Cold and Fearless, an uncommon ground unit, 3-cost Vigilance Heroic Rebel. She's a 3/5 and says, while this unit is upgraded, she gains Sentinel. I don't think it would be too hard to give her experience or a shield.
Mm-hmm.
Especially in draft. Like, I think she will be stronger in draft. And if for some reason you don't do that, a 3/5 for 3 is exactly on rate.
Yeah, I said her floor is a populous champion. Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
Sign me up.
C+?
And I have her at a C+ for her populous champion, and a B- at her pairing her with Vel or something like that, where she's going to gain that experience or shield for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Next is the Defiant Scrapper, a common ground unit, 3-cost Vigilance Heroic Fringe unit. It's a 3/4 that says when played, you may defeat an enemy credit token.
Yeah,
I don't think your opponent's going to have a credit token on the 3 resource turn.
And playing this outside of the 3 resource turn is something I'm super
interested. It's a little weaker.
C, just because it's a 3-cost 3/4. Like it's
that's
fine.
on rate.
Sometimes that's yeah.
I think it's just an incidental bonus if you happen to be able to hit a credit, and that could potentially really ruin your opponent's plans. But yeah, the floor for this is it's a 3/4 on the 3 resource turn, and later maybe you can get a little extra value out of it. I still have it at C.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
All right. Next is the Swoop Bike Marauder. This is a common ground unit, 4-cost Vigilance Heroic Underworld. It's a 4/4 that says on attack, draw a card.
this feel like it's not. I'm gonna. This is gonna sound like this feels like it should be so much better than it was. Like 'cause any Magic player would be like,
Hmm.
this is insane. Like a 4 cost, like, you did 4/4 that draws a card every time it attacks. Super crazy good. Again, back in Star Wars, like it's just good. Like I
It's
have
just
it at a
good.
C. It's fine.
Yeah, I also have it as a C. And you'd think this would be the kind of effect that would excite me and make me want to bump it up to like a
Yeah.
B level because I love drawing cards. But you're already drawing 2 cards a turn. One more card on top of that isn't hugely an advantage. I mean, it still is, and it still will feel nice. And it is a 4/4 for 4, which is, about on rate, but I don't think it's as exciting as most people want it to be. So I've got it at C.
Yeah. I think what most people should realize is what drawing extra cards in Star Wars usually means is you just have better choices when resourcing the following
Yeah,
turn.
basically that. Next is Lando Calrissian Eyes Open. This is another starter deck card, so basically rare. A 5-cost Vigilance Heroic Rebel Underworld 4/5 with Sentinel. While this unit is defending, the attacker gets -1/-0.
This is just like it's a B minus. It's a good Sentinel.
Yeah, I have him at B as well. Like, that's just a good Sentinel. It's a starter deck card, so you're really not going to see him show up a whole lot. But yeah, he's going to be.
You're always going to play him.
You're always going to play him. Yeah, B for Lando. Next is the Tantive 4, Carrying Hope, an uncommon space unit. It's a 7-cost Vigilance Heroic Rebel Vehicle Capital Ship. It's a 5/8 with Restore 2 and says, when played, if a friendly unit was defeated this phase, heal 4 damage from your base. I actually kind of like this.
You say, do you like this?
Yeah. I do, yeah.
Yeah. I think this is one of those cards where when we talk about like this is one of those cards that digs you back from being behind.
Exactly. Yeah. So like if you're already struggling and like you're getting up there in base damage and you play this and you can suddenly heal 4, like there's a good chance that your friendly units are getting defeated once you get into that 7 resource. And then if you start swinging in with this and restoring 2 on top of that, yeah, then you're really catching back up. And if for some reason a friendly unit didn't die because you're way ahead, well, now you got a 5/8 in space that's going to keep pressing your advantage. So I think this card is actually quite good. I have it at B.
I have it at B as well. Yeah.
All right. B for Tantive 4. Next is the Phoenix Squadron Fighters. This is a common space unit. It's an 8-cost Vigilance Heroic Rebel Vehicle Fighter. It's a 6/6 that says this unit costs 1 less to play for each friendly damaged unit. So basically, at what cost would you play this and feel happy about it?
I would be fine paying it for 6 and happy at 5.
But that's exactly what I have. 6 would be like, all right, fine. If you can pay 5 for it, well then yeah, then you're really, really doing it.
I think there are just enough other ships though in this set that are closer to that 6/6 for 6 kind of thing, like that already exists, that I feel like I'm just doing too much work to make this one work.
Yeah, I mean, it can get there, but if you're paying 7 or 8 for it still, like that does not feel good.
Yeah.
Say C minus for it then?
I bet a C minus.
C minus, yeah. All right. Next is Leia's Disguise. This is an upgrade. It is a starter deck card. It's a 2-cost Vigilance Heroic. Attached to a non-vehicle unit, attached unit gains the Underworld trait, and they get +2/+2. And it also says, when played, if the attached unit is Leia Organa, give a shield token to a friendly unit. So
this is just a two cost +2/+2, right?
It is a 2-cost +2/+2. Like, again, you're not going to have this and Leia either. She doesn't have a unit card this set, right? It's just the leader?
I don't think so.
I believe it's just the leader. So, yeah, I really don't see that happening. Now, that said, Secrets of Power did show us that paying 2 for a +2/+2 upgrade is kind of worth it.
Yeah, like I wouldn't go with this. This never breaks out of the C realm for me.
Yeah.
But certainly it's just a playable card.
I still have it at C.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be embarrassed playing it. But yeah. Give something +2/+2 for 2. And if you've got cards that care about being upgraded, like
putting this on Cinta.
Yeah, putting this on
you're
Cinta would be great. Next is the Bunta Eve Flagbearer. This is an uncommon ground unit. It's a 1-cost Vigilance Fringe 1/3 that says when a friendly unit attacks, if no other units have attacked this phase, including enemy units, deal 2 damage from your base. Nah, this is just filler.
Yeah, this is a D.
Yeah, like you don't really want to spend a card slot just putting this guy in there. He's just a D. Next is the Shield Drive Outfitter, a common ground unit, another 1-cost Vigilance Underworld 1/3 that says when played, you may pay 1. If you do, give a shield token to a unit. That's a little better.
Yeah, like I like these. Like we'll see them in every color from here on, where they're just like you pay 1 for a little something extra, and the little something extra is almost always worth the 1 that they ask of you. So like a lot of these are really could just be they're 2 costs. This guy, for example, is a 2-cost. Give another unit a shield. Like
yeah, I like how flexible it is, and this is like a great thing to do. Like you deploy your leader, you play this guy, give your leader a shield. Yeah, why not? He's still only a 1/3, so he's not amazing. I have him at C-.
I have him at just a regular C.
Regular C? Okay.
Just because, with the understanding that you're pretty much always paying the 1 for him. He's
right, exactly. Actually. Next is the Alkenzi Patroller, a common space unit, 2-cost Vigilance Imperial Vehicle Fighter. It is a 2/1 Sentinel. This will stop 1 attack.
And it may not even kill the 1/3 that kills it.
Yeah. I mean, it is a space sentinel, and sometimes a cheap 2-cost sentinel can buy you just enough time to help you shore things up or finish out the game. Think like Lobot and Secrets of Power. And I do like that it's in space, and it's not often you get a 2-cost sentinel in space.
Yeah, I think I wrote to the effect of like we saw this in JTL. There's the green 2/1 space sentinel in JTL, and it really didn't move the meter for me there when there was tons and tons of spaceships and things like that. This one, it's at the end of the day, it is still a space sentinel, as you said. So like it automatically puts it into the C range.
I put it at C-.
That's what I have too.
Yeah. Next is the Rickety Quadrumper. This is a common space unit. It's a 2-cost Vigilance Fringe Vehicle Transport. That's a 1/3 that says on attack, you may reveal the top card of your deck. If it's not a unit, give an experience token to another unit. This is a reprint, isn't it?
It is.
That's what I thought, yeah. It's not good.
No, you play 5, 8 maximum cards that would possibly trigger this.
In a typical deck, you usually have about 25 units, 5 non-units. So if you play this guy and then attack, you have like maybe a 20% hit rate. That's pretty bad. And you need to have you can't even give like the experience to himself. You have to give it to another unit. So if you can't get anything else on the ground, no, this is like a D-.
Yeah, no, you definitely don't want one of these in your deck.
Yeah. Next is the Rhodian Bondsman, a common ground unit, a 2-cost Vigilance Bounty Hunter. It's a 2/3 that says when defeated, each player creates a credit token. I wasn't sure on this one.
I
think I'm down on it.
My note was I just like sharing the wealth, especially when I paid the cost for the unit to begin with.
Right, yeah, like you already had to pay the 2 resources for an understated unit.
Yeah.
I have him at D?
Yeah, I have him at D as well.
Okay. Like you can if you need to, just to make sure you got those turn 1 plays, especially in sealed, but don't like handing out money like that. Next is the Conveyex Security Captain. This is a rare ground unit, a 3-cost Vigilance Imperial Trooper. It's a 2/4 that says enemy credit tokens lose all abilities.
I think this is easily our first sideboard rating card. Star Wars doesn't have a lot of these because there's just it's just the way the game is built, but this guy is certainly one of them.
Yeah. So a 2/4 for 3 is too much for too little. Like on his own, he is just a D. Mm-hmm. But if your opponent is doing the credit thing and they're making a lot of credits, this brings him up to like a sideboard C+. You bring this guy in.
Yep, so that is exactly what
it depends entirely on the opponent. So sideboard C+. Next is the Droid Laser Turret. This is a common ground unit. It's a 3-cost vigilance droid, a 2/1 sentinel shield. I think that is obnoxious enough.
Yeah, it's a village people if you squint hard enough.
Village protectors.
Yes, village protectors. Sorry.
Yeah. Just you'd feel much more bad about this if you sit down across from an Aura Sing leader, but you'd still play this.
Yeah. Yep.
C?
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
I think I gave it a C+. Just sentinels are good.
All right. Next is Rogue One at any cost. A rare space unit. It's a 3-cost vigilance rebel vehicle transport. It's a 3/3 and says, when a friendly unit is defeated, look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put any number of them on the bottom of your deck, and the rest on top in any order. That seems fine.
Yeah, I have this as a C+, just like a 3/3 in space for 3 that
I had C, 3/3 for 3 in space. Sometimes you get to scry 2.
Yep.
Yeah, he's fine. Vigilant Scouts, a common ground unit. It's a 4-cost Vigilance Underworld Bounty Hunter, a 3/5 with Restore 2. Also seems pretty good.
Yeah, like I think I really like the move from Restore 1 to Restore is a lot bigger than I think a lot of people give it credit for, because it really starts to change the math much more dramatically. I think we saw that with the Chandelier sponsors. Like they became kill on sight just because their Restore 2 was so strong.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. I have it at C+.
I also have it at C+. Great.
Next is the Canto Bite Security, an uncommon ground unit, 5-cost Vigilance Fringe, 3/5 Sentinel that says, on defense, create a credit token.
Yeah.
So I think more often than not, you'll get a credit token.
Yeah, at 5 cost, yeah, probably.
Yeah, just because it's at 5, that's kind of expensive for not a lot of power and health, but you look at a credit token. If you can finagle this in such a way that you let your opponents do their unit attacks first, and then they deploy their 3/7 or 3/5 leader, whatever, and you get this guy down too before after that. Well, there you go. Maybe you can get 2 credits out of it. I still think it's fine. Like, you want to play your Sentinels where you can. I've got it at C.
I have it at C as well. Just with the 3 power, you're not really probably trading with their 4-drop. Like it's probably killing your guy and you're getting your credit, but you're probably not killing it back, which is
exactly
unfortunate.
But still a good Sentinel.
Yep.
Next is the Shielded Hauler. This is a common space unit, a 5-cost Vigilant Underworld Vehicle Transport 4/5, and it's shielded. I don't know what else I expected.
Yeah.
Yep, I've got it at C.
I have a C+. I think, again, like I think I made the point before, like once you hit that 4 power in space, that's really the threshold for me for pushing damage, and this guy being shielded as well as having a 5 health is just means he's going to stick around long enough to probably make a couple attacks.
Oh yeah, I think I'm with you on that. I'll go up to C+.
Okay.
And our last Vigilance, not the last one. This is a Syndicate Security. This is a common ground unit, a 5-cost Vigilance Underworld Trooper. It's a 4/6 with Grit. And for those of you who have not remembered, Grit is it gets +1/+0 for each damage on it. That still seems fine.
Yeah, notably one of the when I was calling out 2 Grit guys that survived that this guy is one of them. With 1 health left, he becomes a 9/1.
Yeah, he does. C?
Yeah, I have it at C saying like this guy wants to crush a 2-drop and then probably hit the base once and die.
I could see this maybe reaching the C+ level, but definitely leads to C.
Yeah.
Next is the Industrious Team. This is a common ground unit. It's an 8-cost Vigilant Underworld Bounty Hunter. It's a 4/7 that says, when played, you may defeat a non-leader unit with 4 or less remaining hit points.
And this guy suffers from the fact that the 7, 8, and 9s in this set are absurdly powerful.
Yeah, if you put this card in a row with all the other 8 costs, they're embarrassing themselves.
Yes, it is really. It's quite sad. Like it's not such a terrible card in a set that it was perhaps like a lower power level, but yeah, like you said, it really kind of is embarrassing next
Yeah.
to the others.
And the other struggle is because it's so expensive at 8, the game is going long, and the longer the game goes, the less and less likely you're going to see a unit with 4 hit points or less.
Yeah, the fact that it is at least remaining hit points, so if you have damaged one of their guys and get him below that threshold, but still nothing. This is not the 8-drop I want to be putting in my deck.
Right. I could see this being okay in sealed if sealed is a slow enough format. Maybe.
I have him at C- just because he does have.
I have it at C-
he's-
as well.
Okay.
But yeah, like, not really one you want to prioritize. I could see a world where I play it in sealed, but not much else.
Yeah.
That was our last unit in Vigilance. Next, we got all the non-units, starting off with Watchful, a common upgrade, a 1-cost Vigilant upgrade. It gives them +0/+2. That says attached unit gains on attack. Look at the top card of your deck. I'm sorry, look at the top card of a deck. You may put that on the bottom of that deck. That's cute.
Yeah, it's cute. That's exactly
cute.
right. It's cute.
You know what? It is a 1-cost upgrade. And again, if you really need to get those upgrades on your Cintas or whatever, this is a pretty decent way to do it. I still have it as a D+.
I have it as just a straight D, but yeah.
Yeah. Next is the Adventurer Sniper Rifle. This is a rare upgrade. Gives them +0/+0. A 2-cost Vigilance. Attached to a non-vehicle unit. Attached unit gains action, exhaust. Choose an undamaged non-leader ground unit. Its printed hit points is considered to be 1 for this phase.
I didn't even bother to give this like a build around in your Aura Sing, which is obviously what it's for.
Well, so I think it goes a little beyond that because it does make their printed hit points, which means if they already have damage on them, if you activate this, they die.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. I get that. I missed that on my original read of it. That makes it better.
I don't love it.
It's a D range for me. Does that bring it up into like the C? I don't know.
It is pretty action intensive, and you kind of basically turn like your worst unit into a kind of finisher. But if you put on your worst unit, they might just be vulnerable to getting slapped in the face by a big thing.
Yeah.
I don't really know like where I put this. I don't really want to put it on my leader because I feel like my leader's attacks are better unless my leader sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really see a home for it.
I think this still stays in D just because it is awkward to put it on anything.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it at D+.
Okay, I'll take that.
I could see this being really good on like Jabba.
Sure.
And that's about it that I can think of right now. All right, D+ for Adventurer Sniper Rifle. Next is Kill Switch, a common upgrade. It costs 2 in Vigilance. It gives them -1/-1 and says, when played, exhaust attached unit. I like it.
I like it, but it makes me miss Nimble Prowess, which made
it's a lot like Nimble Prowess. And Nimble Prowess was just so efficient. Only instead of you're giving yourself +1/+1 for Nimble Prowess, whereas this gives an opponent -1/-1. But I think that's still good. Like we've seen plenty of other cards attached to units where for 2 you get to exhaust an enemy unit. So I'm still in for this, and I'd be happy playing it. I got it at C+.
I have it at C, but I could certainly. I think it will probably end up playing out as a C+.
Yeah, I have C+ because I like the control.
Yeah.
Next is another upgrade. This is Veiled Strength, a 3-cost Vigilant for +0/+0 attached to a non-leader unit. Attached unit gains Grit.
We could agree this one's bad though, right?
This one, why does it give no hit points?
None.
For 3?
And didn't we just we've seen what was the Exiled from the Forest and Legends of the Forest? What is with their obsession of gives 0 stats but also gives Grit?
Yeah, like if this even just gave a +2 hit points or something, I would feel better about it. But it gives nothing for 3. Yeah, I don't like this. I've had D-.
Yeah, I think you just don't want this. Even if it was cheaper, I think if I paid 1 maximum 2, I can't imagine paying 3 for
Yeah, I
this.
still wouldn't feel great about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a weird card. Next is Mastery. This is a common upgrade. It's a 4-cost vigilance. It gives them +3/+3, and this upgrade costs 1 less to play on a unique unit. This card is going to be a problem.
Yeah. I mean, you stuff this on your leader.
Yes, exactly that. So
Yep.
you give your leader +3/+3 for 3?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're going to see this getting played a lot, and this is going to be the like uh-oh card in Sealed. Like, no matter what your leader is, you're just trying to get mastery on them, and then you just got this big beater. And it is a good card. Like, I've got it at a B+. Like, this is strong. And
Yeah,
like your
I
main
always
target
struggle-
probably will be your leader.
I always struggle to give it any upgrade, even like Nimble Prowess, which has been one of my favorite, at a B level, because they are upgrades and susceptible to so much and things like that. But like this is probably going, like, in draft, you're going to need to take this at a B level, because you're not going to see it if you
and if you don't take this, someone else at that table is, and you're going to have to face them when they have this card.
Yep.
Would you pay this out of aspect using your base?
I
don't know if I would.
Begrudgingly at most. Like if
like
I drafted it, like if I was planning to be blue and I took this early and I ended up not in blue,
sure,
and nothing really else to do with my slate, and I didn't have another bomb that needed me to splash something, it might be one of my 2 or 3 cards. I could definitely see it. It is strong.
Yeah. Watch out for this one, though, everybody, and if you've got it, play them. All right, next we have Betrayed Trust. This is an uncommon event trick for 2 cost and vigilance. Choose an enemy unit. For this phase, that unit can't deal combat damage. Okay.
Yeah. They're Sentinel, right? That seems like
like my first thought was like, it lets you target a Sentinel and let you crash into it without having to worry about it. Or if they have a really big unit, it buys you a turn.
The way Darth Maul reads, he has to deal damage to a base, right?
Yeah. So like it buys you a turn from Darth Maul.
Yep.
So like, I mean, okay, I can see situations for it again, like the Sentinels, but do you want to reserve a card slot in my deck for this? Not really. So D.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Next is Incapacitate. This is a common event tactic. It's a 2-cost vigilance. Give a unit -2/-2 for this phase. Sure.
Yeah, I think I wrote that Dismember was probably rejected by the Disney legal team. They chopped off his arm. It's not.
Yeah. They got plenty of other Star Wars scenes they could use the word dismember for, so who knows?
Yeah, prevent it from functioning in a normal way. Yeah, yes. I guess the arm is no longer functioning in a normal way now that it's been removed.
Under legal text, it says, no, actually the gun is what's not working. Something for -2/-2 for 2. Sure. See?
Yeah. See? Yep.
Next is The Tree Remembers. This is an uncommon event, 4-cost vigilance. An enemy unit loses all abilities for this phase. If it costs 3 or less, defeated. This is a weird one. Because we've seen this
blow, right?
What's that?
It was reminiscent of Crushing Blow, which was
like Crushing Blow, and it was particularly good in the Legends of the Force format because it just destroyed Snoke's game plan. I don't really know I don't think this format has a game plan where they're trying to suit up a 3-cost.
Yeah, I wrote, we play the removal we get. We don't always have to be happy about it. Trading down on resources, you're really not. I'm not pleased to do that. But
I have this at C-, but I could also see it being a potential good sideboard card.
Sure.
Just in case, for some reason, if your opponent happens to be playing a bunch of cheap stuff. Again, not that I would feel good about it because you're putting yourself at a resource disadvantage, paying 4 to defeat something that costs 3, but if they are trying to do the mastery thing or something, or if they play a Synthicaz, they're looking to suit her up, this is a potential answer.
Yeah.
Yes, I put it like sideboard C because of that. Yeah.
What's that?
I would put this at sideboard C because of that.
Sure. Yeah. If they are velling their unit, like
Yeah.
that's a real cost, and they're
Mhm.
not likely to be doing that to get the bonus. I
Yeah.
have a C as well. So
All right.
I think that's
Our
good.
final vigilance card is Lost and Forgotten. It's a common event, 6-cost vigilance. Defeat a non-leader unit. If you do, deal 3 damage from your base.
I think this is the best removal in the set.
It is, and I think this will be great.
Yep.
This like
B? Like right?
Yeah, I had it at B. Like this, if you get these, you're gonna be happy playing them. There's gonna be so many bombs going around. So many people are gonna be playing off aspect stuff, and these are just answers for all of them. So I think you're happy playing this as much as possible. So B.
Yep. Yeah, B for sure.
All right, that's going to do it for all the vigilance cards. And now we can move on to command. Starting off with Bib Fortuna. D101 I don't know why I missed that when I was reading these through. All right, he is a rare ground unit, 2-cost command villainy underworld Twi'lek 3/2 that says when played, if you control another underworld unit, create a credit token.
Yeah, I mean, at his floor, he's a 2-cost 3/2, which is just is very acceptable.
that's like a D range.
Yeah, and then
but I like his flexibility.
Yeah, he's a little bit of a build around in there.
Yeah,
because you do need the underworld to get that credit token, but I'd be fine playing him on a later turn of the game to get the credit. As long as I had an underworld.
Yeah, he's an emergency 3/2, like you said, and if for some reason you just don't get the underworld units, well, you have a bare minimum 3/2 for 2. I still think he's only like a C level card, even with the credit stuff.
I called him as just a dead on C. Yeah.
Dead on C. Yeah. All right. Next is the Pirate Snub Fighter, a common space unit for 2. It's a command villainy underworld vehicle fighter. It is a 2/3 ambush. I can't think of a single. No, I can think of one space unit this could ambush into and defeat and survive.
I'm happy you asked. There are 4 2-drop common and uncommon ships in this set, and it survives attacking 3 of them.
Well, it just survives them or defeats them and survives?
I'm pretty sure it defeats and survives. I didn't write that down. So
I could think of like the 2/1 TIE Fighter Sentinel.
There's a 2/2 Saboteur. There's the 2/1 Sentinel that we've already talked about. There's the 3/2, which is the one that it trades, the 3/2 Overwhelm, which we'll get to later, that it trades with. And then there's one other that I can't remember off the top of my head.
So it's okay.
So, yeah, we were never excited in, referring again back to Secrets of Power. There was like that red 2/3 with no abilities or anything like that. Like sometimes you just play ships to play ships, man. This one has better than that.
Sure. I got it at C.
I do too.
There we go. Next is the Syndicate Spice Runner. This is an uncommon ground unit, a 2-cost command vigilance. Sorry, 2-cost command villainy, underworld 2/2 that says when played, search the top 3 cards of your deck for an underworld unit, reveal it, and draw it.
This one, I think, unlike the Bib, I do want to make sure that I'm building around this to make sure I'm hitting on that underworld.
Yeah, again, I think this guy is a straight up D if you can't do the underworld thing.
Yep, that's what I have him as for that, and I have him as I bring him up to a C if he can consistently hit another play, even though I'm still not excited to play a 2-cost 2/2.
Yeah, I had it at C minus, build around C minus.
Yeah, that's probably closer to the truth.
Yeah, just because searching the top 3 isn't that much. If it was top 5, then I would be willing to go up to C, but at the top 3, I'd say C minus because, like you said, 2 resource 2/2.
Yeah.
A weak build around, but Next is the Ruthless Duo. This is a common ground unit, 4-cost command villainy underworld bounty hunter. It's a 3/5 that says when played, if you control another villainy unit, you may deal 2 damage to a ground unit. I like them.
Yeah, we saw this with the political bully and officials last set, and it always played really nice in there. And this is just a bigger, stronger unit.
Yeah, the difference between this and political bully is that this is actually a solid statted unit just on its own.
Yes. Yeah, 100%.
So the one note I did put in is that this will be a little harder to pull off in sealed. You would think you're going to get a lot of villainy units in sealed, and you really don't. A lot of times you may only end up with like 4 to 7 at best. In draft, it should be pretty easy to do this, but just keep that in mind for sealed, having a villainy count as you're putting this in and how often you're going to get that 2 extra damage. Because if you can get that 2 extra damage, this goes way up. Otherwise, it's a fine 3/5 for 4.
Yeah.
I like him. I got him at C+.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next is the Undercity Hunting Team. This is a common ground unit at 5. Command Villainy Underworld Bounty Hunter. That's a 5/5 and says, when played, search the top 5 cards of your deck for a Bounty Hunter unit, reveal it, and draw it. That's a little more like it.
Yep. Yeah. I have this. Basically, I just raised everything like a half grade on this one because he's a D+ without the Bounty Hunters, because you're playing a 5-cost 5/5, and he's a C+ if you're hitting consistently on that Bounty Hunter.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're not hitting that Bounty Hunter, it's probably still like a C-.
Maybe.
It's a 5/5 for
5 5/5. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen cards like that before, but.
Sure.
Right.
I've never been I don't know if I've been C-level excited to play like the the Malastare guys from last set.
Yeah. All right. Next is Admiral Modi. Chain of Command, a rare ground unit, a 5-cost command villainy imperial official. It's a 4/5 that says friendly leader units get +2/+2. I know it's meant for Twin Suns.
Yeah.
But so what I did write down is this.
Mm-hmm.
He is great for your 5 resource deploy leaders.
Yeah, sure.
Because if you can deploy your leader and then play this guy, and you're just giving your leader +2/+2, that's quite strong because your leader gets stronger, and it makes your opponent's units attack into a bigger leader or try to defeat Admiral Modi first, and they're taking damage and they're trading things out, and only then does your leader go back down to the stats it's supposed to have.
I think he's helped by being they could have very easily made this guy like a 1/7 or something really dopey like that, just to try to make sure he stuck around. I think it really helps him that they gave him a reasonable stat line.
Yeah.
So trading into him does cost you something.
Yeah, he can do a little bit on his own.
Mm-hmm. I compared it to like the Naboo Starship, and which I liked a little bit better. Like I wasn't super high on it last set, but it had plot, so you could do it the same action as deploying your leader. It was in space, which protected it a little bit nicer, and it did have like a little bit more health. But I still think he's he's at least a C, probably closer to a C+.
I had it at C+.
Okay.
Specifically for the leaders that deploy on 5.
Yeah, I think that's a good call out.
All right. Next is the Intimidator, Citadel Overwatch. This is a legendary space unit, an 11-cost command villainy imperial vehicle capital ship. It's an 11/11 that says, when played, return any number of friendly resources to their owner's hands. For each resource returned this way, create a credit token. An 11/11 for 11.
I love bombs.
Uh-huh.
I don't like paying 11 for that.
So this is what I wrote down. This is an F.
Yes.
This costs 11. That is an absurd number. Even with credit generation, the likelihood of getting to 11 is very, very slim. Games will end before you can get to 11 resources or some combination of 11 resources and credit tokens. It's too expensive. This card is an F. But it is an A+. Like if you play this, it is an A+.
Yeah.
Again, we're saying it's F. Don't do it. Someone out there is going to do it. And when you do it, though, you're going to win. You have an 11/11 in space. You could pick up all of your resources and basically draw 9, 10, 11 cards and then instantly cash in those credit tokens to play something else. That's incredibly good.
You're not being greedy enough. Hear me out. You pick up all of your cards and create the credit token,
Yeah.
and then you swing with Darth Vader and throw all of them at their face.
Yeah, there we go. We got a game plan for it. Yeah.
Yep.
So I wrote down F parentheses, but A plus. So
A+.
much like the Sarlacc, you're not going to play it, but I know somebody is. And when you do, if you do it, you better send me a picture. I want to see you pick up all those resources, make all the credits, and just go wild with it. Extra achievement unlocked if you're playing Vader. You can have a Vader attack and discard 11.
Throw 11 cards at him.
All right. So F for Intimidator. Next, targeted for removal. This is an uncommon upgrade, a 3-cost common command Villainy. It gives them +0/+0, but says attached unit gains when defeated. An opponent creates credit tokens equal to this unit's cost. So it's kind of clunky ramp.
It really is very situational. We're talking multiple actions, 3 resources from your hand and a card from your deck to do this.
Yeah, it doesn't really cooperate on curve by any means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just asking a lot of you. Like, there'll be times where you will play this and it will do work, but I think the scenarios where it doesn't do what you want it to are probably much more often.
Right. So again, like if you're trying to curve out, you play a 2-drop, they play a 2-drop, you put this on it, so you can get 2 credits.
2 credits?
While they play another unit? Or if you wait and put it on their 3 cost, well then, okay, you only have a 2 cost, and they're going to defeat your smaller unit, and then you got to play something for 4 just to try to get back into it. Yeah, I think that this is going to be a little too clunky. I'm sure, again, it's very Twin Suns coded and probably not worth the card slot in your deck. I have it at D.
I also have it at D.
Yeah. Next is the Scarif Lieutenant. This is an uncommon ground unit, a 1-cost command heroic rebel trooper. It's a 2/1 that says when defeated, give an experience token to a friendly rebel unit.
I dislike when defeated triggers. Like they just give your opponent so much agency for them to kill it when it's best for them, kind of thing like that. Like I want it to be on attack or a when played to really kind of get it going. A 1-cost 2/1, don't get me wrong, is I'm not excited about that either.
Yeah.
And then the fact that it can only give it to a rebel, there's just a lot working against this card.
Yeah. It does make me think or wonder if there is that potential swarm deck like I was talking about earlier. Like maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say the best thing this thing has going for me in my eyes is it's great to set up the Jin trigger. Like,
yeah, exactly that. Yeah. Yeah. Either way, I don't like paying 1 for 2/1s. I have this at D.
Yep.
Even like in a dedicated rebel deck, I still don't think it moves beyond D.
I agree. Yep.
Next is the Liberated Wookiee. This is a common ground unit, a 2-cost command heroic Wookiee. He's a 2/4.
He sure is.
He sure is. I mean, getting your 2/4s on turn 1 is perfectly acceptable. We saw that with like Treyas Acolyte in Secrets of Power. So I got that. See,
I think it's just kind of like the new vanilla stat line. Like that's just kind of what you can expect to be the minimum.
Yeah, we're more likely to see 2/4s than 3/3s at this point.
Yep. I have him at CC minus somewhere. I think he's just C is probably good because that's just what it's just going to be the kind of stat line.
Next, Phantom, the Spectre Shuttle. This is a rare space unit, 2-cost command heroic rebel vehicle transport Spectre. It's a 2/2 and says when played, you may play a heroic unit from your hand and give an experience token to it.
Yeah, I mean, I like a little bit of action compression and the little bit of boost. Like I foresee this being like your 5-drop play. Like you drop this and a 3-drop or something like that on 5.
That was my thought too. Like basically you're paying. Imagine you had some other unit in your hand that costs like 3 or 4 or something. You're paying 2 resources to play that unit with an experience token, and you also get a 2/2 in space out of it.
Yeah.
So Yeah, I think that, again, not crazy good, but yeah, I like it. I gotta add C.
I have C plus,
C plus, sure.
Yeah.
Next is R2D2, part of the plan. This is a starter deck card, a ground unit. 2-cost command heroic rebel droid. It's a 1/3 that says, when played, search the top 5 cards of your deck for a unit that shares an aspect with a friendly unit, reveal it, and draw it. I mean, it's going to be pretty easy to hit that when played ability.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not excited about 2-cost 2/2s, I'm less excited about 2-cost 1/3s.
Right.
But this one at least replaces because it's hitting a green or a heroic card just for having R2 should be pretty simple.
Now, keep in mind, it does say the top 5 of your cards of your deck for a unit. You have to grab a unit out of it. But again, that shouldn't be too difficult.
Yeah.
I don't love him. I think he's still like D+.
I think so too.
Yeah. All right. D+ for R2D2. Next is the Masasi Group Marines. This is a common ground unit. It's a 3-cost command heroic rebel trooper. It's a 4/4.
Heroism finally got its 3-cost 4/4.
Yeah, they finally got there. Is it weird that I like these guys probably more than I should?
I think it's perfectly so. Every time we've the Knights of Ren from Legends of the Force, Grievous from the set that Grievous was from, I think the set before, always played great. I think this is no different, especially good in something like Jin that cares about rebels.
Yeah.
I have it at a C+. I'm not pushing it into a B range by any range.
I also had it at C+. This is certainly more of an Austin card than anything else, but yeah, I also had it at C+. Yeah. Just a good rate of stats.
Yes.
Next, the Jaunty Light Freighter. This is a common space unit, 4-cost command heroic vehicle transport. It's a 1/1, but it says, when played, give an experience token to this unit for each different aspect among units you control. So the floor is, this is a 4-cost 3/3 in space, which is not very good.
This is one of those, if you've played your out of aspect Kanan Jarrus or something like that, then
you can follow up with this, sure.
But you're asking a lot, especially if you're building your deck correctly, you only have 2 or 3 of those splashes or whatever, and you're playing it. It's got to come down before this thing comes down. You're really asking a lot to make this ship even just playable.
Yeah, I feel like I'm jumping through a lot of hoops just to get a 4/4 space unit for 4 when it seemed so easy in the previous set.
Yeah, I have this at a D, and if you can get it in its magical Christmas land where you do get your splash card, it's like a C or a C+.
I had a D/C-.
Okay.
I think making it a 3/3 for 4 is not enough, and trying to get it to be a 4/4 for 4 is probably too hard to get.
Sure. Yeah, I could see it.
All right. Next is the Smugglers YT-2400. This is an uncommon space unit, a 5-cost command heroic underworld vehicle transport. It's a 4/5 with ambush and says, when played, you may pay 1. If you do, this unit gets +1/+1 for this phase. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, again, with this semi kind of modal sort of play with this pay 1 thing it really works out. It's just, especially on an ambush ship, it's my opponent's ship is a 5 health unit. I need to wait and pay the 1, or I just need to get this down.
I could foresee this card more often being played 4/6 because there are quite a few 4/5 ships out there.
Yeah, I think I have it at C+.
I've got it at C+ as well.
Just good.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Next, Rey Skywalker, a legendary ground unit, an 8-cost command heroic Force Jedi resistance. She's a 9/9 and says opponents can't take control of this unit, and this unit can't be defeated by enemy card abilities.
This is...
You need some stats?
She doesn't affect the board when she comes down. other than to make your opponents weep. I mean, there's nothing they have to trade with her in combat. Like,
Yeah. No amount of
ugh.
removal in the world can deal with her.
Yeah, no, this is. I gave her an A minus simply because she doesn't do anything like, and you can still like
Yeah.
tap her and things like that, but like
I have
she's
her
just going to wreck it.
I have her at A minus as well, mostly because she is so splashable.
Yeah,
Like
no,
if you're
that's
playing
another good call
any
out.
heroic deck, you can play Ray and use your base.
Yeah, and you will, like, you absolutely
Yeah,
will.
and then like she can just be a finisher. So I have A minus for Ray.
Yeah, I think that it's notable. We've called it out a couple times, but like this is probably not going to be a draft format where you see the bombs go around the table because people are just going to splash them
You just
out
take
of
them.
aspect a lot.
Yeah, you just take them. Figure it out later.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, Fulcrum. This is a rare upgrade, a 5-cost command heroic to give something +2/+2 and says attached to a non-vehicle unit. Attached unit gains the rebel trait and each other friendly rebel unit gets +2/+2.
Outside of a rebel deck, this card is horrible.
Yes.
5 cost for 2/2 is just bad. In the rebel deck,
You don't want to pay that much. So on its own, it is an F. It's just not efficient enough.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a build around B.
Yeah, for sure.
Like if
So
you got a real thick rebel deck, this could pop off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you got tons of just rebel units, you put this on your leader to give them +2/+2. That makes them difficult to deal with, which gives all your other rebels +2/+2. I could see it.
Mm-hmm.
Which again, when we say thick rebel decks, we're talking 15 rebel units or so.
I'm slapping this on Ray. Good luck.
Yeah, win more while you're at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I wasn't winning enough with my 9/9.
Yeah.
I needed more.
Yeah, so F for Fulcrum, but if you can build around it in a rebel deck, it easily goes up to B.
Yeah.
All right. Next is the Profiteering Hunter. This is a common ground unit. It's a 1-cost command underworld bounty hunter. He's a 1/3 and says, when played, another friendly unit gets +1/+1 for this phase.
Yeah, I feel like I'll end up playing this guy like an event most of the time.
Yeah,
Just
exactly. Like, would you be happy paying 1 to give something +1/+1? And probably.
Yeah, I still don't think it brings it into the C. Like I'm at a D+ on him. Like, it's fine.
Yeah, well, I'll meet you there. I had it at C-, but I think D+ is probably makes more sense. Next, C-3PO, Translation Protocol. This is an uncommon ground unit, a 2-cost command, Rebel Underworld droid. He's a 1/4 that says, on attack, you may give an experience token to another non-leader unit that shares a trait with a friendly leader. Interesting.
A really unique sort of effect here.
Yeah.
Most of the leaders are either Underworld, Rebel, or Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, not droid, not this set.
Right. So I think you and most of the units in this set also fall under one of those 3 categories. So you're gonna hit. And be able to do this a vast majority that I've like. You're just C-3P alone is himself a rebel and underworld.
Mm-hmm. Well, it does say another, so you can't give the experience.
Another, yeah. So you can't give it to C-3P, but yeah, like it's we see a lot of underworld and bounty hunter together, kind of, especially in this green color pairing. You're going to see it a ton.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So I think he very easily gives XP again. He's at least got 1 more HP than R2. At the 2-drop slot being a 1/4.
That is a big difference.
Yes. And so I think he sticks around to give a couple of experience, and I think that's enough for me to put him into the C range. Like I will play one of these to toss around some experience.
I will give him build around C, because you can't just throw him in any old green deck.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. So, but D- otherwise, but build around C for 3PO.
Yeah.
Next is Follower of the Code. This is a common ground unit, 2-cost command. A droid bounty hunter, 2/3, restore 1.
Yeah,
Sure.
he's fine. C minus. Like,
Yeah, it's C minus. I
Sure.
I personally prefer a little more attack power over the restore, but yeah, he's still fine. C minus. Partisan Infantry. This is a common ground unit, 2-cost command rebel trooper, a 2/3 raid 1. See, I'd rather have the raid 1 guy over the restore 1 guy, I think.
Yep. Yeah. And this guy still will try, there's not a lot of 3/3s in this set. So this will still trade on defense with those 3/2s out there, but we'll crack for 3/3 on the offensive.
I still have him at just like a C. Like, he's not much better than the restore guy, but still C.
Yeah. Still C.
And notably a rebel. Next is the Getaway Freighter. This is a common space unit, 3-cost command vehicle transport. It's a 1/4 and says, on attack, if you control a ground unit, create a credit token. I think it's really easy to trigger that on attack.
Yes,
which is good. Agree. So, and really repeatable to get those credit tokens.
Right. I'm not crazy about spending my 3 resources to play 1/4.
But that is a really weak unit.
I have him at D+, but I could be convinced to get him into the C range if you're really...
I had it at C-. I was not willing to go above that. Because again, much like some of the other ramp cards we talked about earlier, if you don't get this down on the 3 resource turn, it is worthless.
Yes.
Yeah. 100%. I'm gonna stick with C-.
Okay.
Hunter for Hire. This is an uncommon ground unit, 3-cost command underworld bounty hunter, a 4/4 that says action, defeat a friendly credit token, take control of this unit. Any player may use this ability. So I wrote down, this is probably meant to be a Twin Suns meme.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, just art and everything in this card does make him look pretty memey. I wrote, I struggled with this one a little bit because I don't know where I want to draft this guy because his usefulness, like his build around grade, is based on what your opponent's deck is. If your opponent is able to really generate credits, then this is bad into them. But if it's just me or whatever.
Yeah, so he's either an F or like a sideboard C+.
Yeah, like a C+ is as high as I got in him too. I think I had him like a D or a D.
Yeah, I mean we had the rebel unit that's a 4/4 for 3 at C+, so I wouldn't go higher than that for him. Yeah, but that's a sideboard C+. And rather than bringing this in as a reaction to what your opponent's doing, you bring this in if it's like, oh, my opponent's not making credits, I can get an easy 4/4 out of it.
Yeah, it's a weird card.
Yeah, so I would not prioritize it in draft. I would not play this in sealed if I can help it until game 2 or 3, and I am much more comfortable knowing that my opponent's not getting credits.
Yep.
Weird card. Next, Target Tagger. This is a common ground unit, 3-cost command bounty hunter, a 3/3 that says when played, you may attack with a unit. If it's a bounty hunter, it gets +2/+0 for this attack.
This effect is always good.
Yeah, Fleet Lieutenant for bounty hunters?
Yep. Cool. Imagine that Boba gets such good support.
Yeah, and you're right. And that just lets Boba get a credit token out of that. Yeah, that's great.
I think without bounty hunters, he's a C. With bounty hunters, he's an E.
I'd be happy to play this even without bounty hunters because this still gives you the action compression. Just letting you do.
That's why I gave him a C. I don't think he would be stat-wise. I don't think he's earning that C. It's the fact that you get the action compression regardless.
Yep, I've got it at C as well. Yeah. Next is Katana Upon the Dune Sea, an uncommon ground unit, 3-cost command underworld vehicle speeder. It's a 2/4 that says when played / on attack, the next underworld unit you play this phase costs 1 less.
We finally found Gonk Droid's older brother.
But Gonk Power Droid's older brother only hangs out with the cool kids.
Right. Yeah. So 2/4, obviously, we're paying more for him, but it is a more survivable stat line, doing more, but more specific on the underworld thing.
Yeah. So you need to have the underworld units to really make it do it, but
getting it as the when played though is a huge boost from Gonk's died when you didn't have the initiative kind of problem.
That does set up to potentially maybe do some double plays in some of the later resource games at the very least.
Yeah.
I had to build around C.
Yeah, I think I had him as like without Underworld, he's like a D plus, and with
without Underworld, I would have it at D minus. Like 3 for a 2/4 is below rate.
Yeah.
Like if you're not Underworld, I don't think you want to play this unless you really have to. And you're sealed deck.
Get up to C for the build around. You said?
Yeah, I had C for build around.
Yeah, I could definitely do that.
All right. Expendable Mercenary, a common ground unit. It's a 4-cost command. A Underworld Bounty Hunter. It's a 3/3 that says, when defeated, you may resource this unit from its owner's discard pile. So a 1 resource slower super laser tech.
Yeah, but with a body that probably trades with something when he dies.
A little more relevant on the stats.
Yeah. Like I have him all the way up at like a B because he's
B. Wow, really?
He plays at a really relevant turn. Like 4 into 5. Like if they're obviously not going to kill him on defense, so you're probably not attacking with him until your 5 resource turn. So if you're a 5 flip, it doesn't really matter. But getting to the 6 on the side, like this is, I should say, I think he's more of a B in your Krennics and your Aura Sings and things like that, where he really gets you. The 7th resource turn is typically the turn you're dying as those 7 resource leaders when you haven't got a chance to deploy your leader. This guy closes that gap just enough and trades with a unit probably to kind of power you to that turn a little bit more effectively.
Yeah. I had it at C. I wasn't going to go much higher than that just because that really isn't a lot of stats for a 4-cost. But I do think ramp in this format, like resource ramp, not credits, resource ramp is going to be really, really good. Generally speaking, when it's at this lower cost like this, because aside from getting to your leader deploy turns earlier, you've seen some of the bombs we've been looking at. Like the faster you get to that, the more expensive, bigger things you can play. That's going to be great. Yeah. So I'll say C.
Okay.
I could see it being a B in like Krennic though. I see what you mean there though.
Yeah.
Next, Hidden Hunters. This is a common ground unit, 4-cost command bounty hunter. It's a 4/5 with, wouldn't you know it, Hidden.
Weird.
Yeah, that's a unit.
It's yeah. So they are due. It's a C. A 4-cost 4/5 is fine.
Yeah, C.
Yeah.
Next is the Partisan U-Wing, a common space unit. 5-cost command, rebel vehicle transport. It's a 3/5 and says, when played, if a friendly unit was defeated this phase, create a credit token. A little weaker space unit.
Yeah, and they did this with so many Secrets of Power space units where it's like this condition, like in order to get like your spy token or something like that, this other condition had to be made. So like you felt like you're really pressured into trying to get it to do the thing to really get its full value out of it. But oftentimes that led you to playing it like a turn later than you should have or something like that.
Yeah, it can warp your sequencing and play decisions to try to get this value out of it. Sure.
It just they ended up feeling a little like all those ships that played that way ended up playing out like a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
I still think I have him as C minus. Like,
sure, yeah, I think C minus as well. I mean, the credit token I think is going to be still pretty impactful because of all the bombs that are going to be going around. But that's the biggest thing you're going to get out of it is that credit token, because otherwise this is just not a particularly good space unit.
Yeah.
Next is the Beach Patrol AT-ACT. This is a common ground unit, 8-cost command, Imperial Vehicle Walker. It's an 8/9 with Overwhelm. Well, if you need a finisher, here you go.
He's your guy.
If for some reason you have no other bomb and you need to play something big, here's an 8/9 Overwhelm.
Yeah, I said something to the effect like you don't want this in your aggro deck, but every regular deck wants 1, and Krennic probably wants 2.
Yeah. In your slower decks, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
still. Like
I have a C plus.
C
like
minus?
He's a closer.
You had C plus, really?
I think he's an acceptable closer. He's not getting into the B range by any means, but
I'll go to C. I don't want to go higher than that, just because again,
I think we can get in the middle.
You slide this card next to all the other 8 costs in this set, and you're not going to feel as good about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so C. Next, the Sarlacc of Carcoon, Horror of the Dune Sea. This is a starter card, a ground unit, 8 cost command creature. It's an 8/9 that says, on attack, put a unit from your discard pile on the bottom of your deck. Deal damage equal to that unit's power to an enemy ground unit. Whoa.
Speaking of putting it next to another 8 cost.
Yeah, you go from an 8/9 overwhelm to this guy? Now there we go. This is probably like the one starter deck card I want to see the most.
Yeah, I would agree. I have it at a B minus, but probably should be closer to a B or a B plus. Like that.
I just had it at a flat B.
Effect. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because like that is just a strong effect, and I guess the deal damage to another unit while it's attacking might be a little bit of a win more.
Yeah.
But you're still winning. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I have to imagine that you know with how many bombs are in this set, like you're just going to end up in an all-out slug match, and this guy will help with that sort of like dealing with their bomb while killing them.
Yeah, absolutely. B for the Sarlacc. Next, Mercenary Fleet. This is a common space unit, 9 cost command, underworld, vehicle, fighter, transport. Oh, I see. The artwork is one of each. It's a 10/10. That's it.
Yep, it's a space 10/10.
It is a space 10/10, which is relevant. Because if that lands and you get to unexhaust with it, that's straight 10 damage to their base.
Yeah.
So that is hard to deal with.
Has reminded us how nice it feels to do 10 damage to somebody's base.
Yeah. It still costs 9 though and does nothing else.
It sure does. Like I don't think this thing can get anything beyond a C, and it's something that you're playing this in Krennic and something that can regularly generate credits in order to put this out, because you're not making it to 9 resources to play this guy.
C seems like high for it. I would still I would go up to like D plus. For 9?
Yeah. 9 is a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, and it doesn't do anything like that. That just screams filler to me.
Oh, it kills your opponent, Jared.
Yeah, if you get to unexhaust, yes.
Sure.
Oh, I'll stick with the D. I'll stick with the D plus, but yeah, I think you're right. The best it's going to play out at is a C, and not much more than that.
Yeah.
All right, up next, combat exercise, which wins the award for goofiest artwork. This is a common event, 1 cost command. Exhaust a friendly unit. If you do, give 2 experience tokens to it. I don't hate this.
I don't like it. It's like we had this effect in the Legends of the Force. It costs a little bit more, and it also gave a shield, and I never played it there either.
Oh. I just saw this as something you target your Sentinels with.
Yeah, I think that's your best case scenario for it.
Yeah. Because that way, like, even though they're exhausted, your opponent still has to do something with it for that phase. You're still getting that damage out there. It would not feel good. I guess maybe you could, like, I don't know, I'm like, whatever 4 or 5 resource turn, you can turn your 2-drop into something a little bigger, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's still taking a card from your deck and action. You know, I think I have it at like a D or a D plus. Like it's fine.
I wouldn't go higher than C minus. And I think the best case scenario is targeting Sentinels with it.
Yeah.
Next is putting a team together. This is a common event, costs 1 command. Search the top 8 cards of your deck for a vigilance, aggression, or a cunning unit. Reveal it and draw it. I have not really liked these kinds of cards in Star Wars Unlimited draft.
Yeah.
Like,
and some of them, even you draw 2 cards, and like I still am hesitant to play those, and this one just gets you 1.
Yeah, like you're taking up a precious card slot in your deck just for this, And typically, spending an action and resources and cards just to get other cards has not been worth it. That said, how good is your splash bomb?
Yep. Yeah, that's kind of the thing.
Because if you
Making
can
sure
use this to find your splashed bomb, and that's the thing with this card, like it's only going to be as good as whatever your biggest whatever aspect unit is.
Yeah. And you take it like if you look at this, the 8 cards. If you draw this, you've drawn at least 6 for your opening hand. You're looking through a third of your deck for your bomb.
Yeah, like your chance of hitting it's pretty high.
Yeah. I still don't think this makes it beyond like a D or a D plus.
I still think it's a D. I can see the use case scenarios for it, but I still get it at D.
Yeah.
All right, next, Common Cause. This is a common event. It's a 2-cost command. Give a unit +1/+1 for this phase for each different aspect among units you control. Okay.
It's certainly not even the best buff in the set.
Yeah.
It's filler level buff for sure, D or D minus or something like that.
Yeah. So if this is not giving at least +2/+2, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
If it gives +3/+3, okay.
Yeah.
If you can somehow hit the +4/+4, okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, I still think this is like a D plus level card, just because I don't love that much of a buff effect for it.
Yeah,
and I think for the most part you are going to hit the +2.
Yeah, I wrote not exciting, but probably makes your sealed deck.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, potential for sealed deck. Next up, Haymaker. This is a common event 4-cost command. Give an experience token to a friendly unit. That unit deals damage equal to its power to an enemy unit in the same arena. We finally got a punch effect. Or bite effect, if you will.
So we saw the +2/+2 in the command here, or command and vigilance earlier on. With a similar sort of styling, and this one has all of the same problems. It has the bonus that the experience sticks around.
Yeah, I like that the experience kind of makes it a little more permanent.
Mm-hmm. I have it at C+. Like it's got drawbacks, needing another unit, costing 4, so you're not developing your board, but the experience staying, and the one-sided like the punch is good.
Yeah. I mean, I think this still makes your deck for sure. I had it at C rather than C+ for the 2 stipulations. One being it's only going to be as good as your best unit out there, which it can be your leader, notably. 2, the other stipulation is it has to be in the same arena. And as we saw with cards like Ferrix Uprising, it not being able to go across arenas like that can be a pretty big drawback.
Yeah, for sure.
But I would probably still be happy playing at least one of these. Yeah, so C for Haymaker, maybe C+ from Austin. Next is Payroll Heist, an uncommon event, 4-cost command. For this phase, each friendly unit gains on attack. Create a credit token.
They like to do one of these every single set where they almost always weirdly cost like 4, and it's always like give all of your units on attack, do the set's mechanic kind of thing like that, or
and that's the thing. It's again, you can imagine up or picture the magical Christmas land where you play this. It's like, oh my god, I can do this, and then I make 3, 4, 5 credits. Yeah, sure. If your opponent sits there and does nothing,
right?
Because they're going to be attacking your units to help make sure you don't get a credit, and you've already spent an action just playing this card, and they get to react to it. They're going to start taking out your units. So I think maybe at best you get 2 credits out of it,
and you paid 4.
You pay 4 for that,
and a card from your deck. Like, there's no way this makes it out of D for me. Like,
yeah, I had this at D, and I think getting the 2 credits out of it is if you're lucky.
Yeah.
Next is Double Cross. This is a rare event, 6-cost command. Choose a friendly non-leader unit and an enemy non-leader unit. Exchange control of those units. The player who takes control of the lower cost unit creates credit tokens equal to the difference between those units' costs.
This one's a tricky one.
This one is really tricky because I can see in a world where it's really good.
Yeah. I have it at C-. I think there are definitely scenarios where you don't care that you gave your opponent some credits because you got such a better trade on this. But it requires some things for that to happen.
I had it at D+ just because it's so situational.
Sure.
But that situation is like it's a non-zero scenario. Like if your opponent, you as soon as you see him, like say, I activate the epic action of my base, you start to feel that double cross in your hand, getting ready to play it. So you could. It's probably still too situational. I got it at D+.
Yeah, I think it'll probably play out closer to that. You're gonna get hurt by it sometimes. It's gonna feel real bad.
Someone's gonna do it at some point and against you, and it's gonna feel bad. But yeah, that is a tricky one. All right, and finally for green, we have Stockpile, a 6-cost uncommon event that says resource this event and the top card of your deck. I don't know about this one. I don't think so.
Yeah, if it came soon, if it powered you from 5 to 7, that would be so much different than
that's very, very different than playing this at 8.
Yeah.
There are so many important units that you need to play at 6 resources. You can't afford taking a turn off just to ramp up to 8. And if for some reason you can, well, then you're already doing really, really well on the board. So congratulations.
Yeah.
But
so
yeah, every other situation though, I don't think so on this one. I have it at D-.
Okay. I'm fine sticking with D+ just because there are a lot of 8 bombs and stuff, like getting you to like the 8 and 9.
Sure, yeah.
It does have purpose, but I'm not going to take this highly, and certainly don't take it if you're aggro at all.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you manage to get yourself a credit token and you're sitting at 5 and you play Stockpile, that's not bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's a risky one to play at the 6 resource slot.
Yeah.
Okay, that's going to do it for command. Now we get to move on to aggression. Starting off with Storm Raider. This is a common ground unit, a 1-cost aggression, villainy, underworld, Nile 2/2 with grade 1. I still think he's just like a D+.
Man, I kind of love this card. I'm really looking forward to people not liking him so that I can scoop all of them up. Yeah, he's just playing two.
Oh, he is a 1-cost.
Yeah, exactly. Playing 2 on the first turn. So even if they are and with Sebulba and things like that, they kill one of them and then I just buff the other one. Like if they have the initiative, they get to kill one and I buff the one they didn't kill.
Yeah.
This guy will be fun to play. I think he's probably closer to the DC range, but I'll take them higher than I should to just smash face.
So D if you're a Jared player, and then a C for if you're an Austin player.
Yeah.
Next up, BT1 Blastomech. This is an uncommon ground unit, a 2-cost aggression, villainy, underworld droid. That's a 2/4. That says on attack, discard a card from your deck. If it's red, you may deal 1 damage to a ground unit. So this is it does discard a card from your deck, so it does not combo with Vader. Vader has to be from your hand.
But he does hit Sebulba. Well, Sebulba's doesn't really matter if something else did it. He wants to do it himself. I think, as far as the 2-drop 2/4s we've seen, certainly one of the better ones and one of the more useful ones.
Yeah. If every now and then he gets to attack as a 3/4, that's really good.
Yeah. Keeping in mind that the dangers of you are actively milling yourself, and you do have a 30 card deck.
Yeah, I mean, I also imagine if you're playing this guy, you're looking to be aggressive and end the game quickly anyway.
Yes, would hope so. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you want to give it?
I gave him just a solid C.
Okay, I did too.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, the floor is always he is just a 2/4 for 2, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Perhaps every now and then you get a bonus damage out of it.
Yep.
Next up, 000, on translation and torture, an uncommon ground unit, a 3-cost aggression, villainy, underworld droid, a 4/4, and says on attack, you may put an aggression card from your discard pile on the bottom of your deck. If you do, deal 1 damage to each enemy base. There's the combo. You kind of see how 000 wants to work with BT1.
So heroism finally got its 3-cost 4/4. So villainy naturally had to get a better 3-cost 4/4. Yeah, this is just better. Like the heroism one was already good, like a great unit. This one's just better.
Yeah, obviously this works amazing in a deck like Sebulba.
Yep.
Where you're already discarding cards from your deck, which just sets up 000's on attack ability. It can potentially hit in for 5 against the base. Ooh.
Yeah, he's great. I mean, I think we gave a C plus or something like that to those 3-cost 4/4s. Like this guy might be.
I bumped up to B minus.
Yeah, I gave him a B because I think he's a great stat line plus the ability is super.
Yeah. Next, a prototype TIE Advance. This is a common space unit, 3-cost aggression villainy, Imperial vehicle fighter. It is a 4/3.
Of all the reprints they plucked out of the air, I don't know why it's this one.
I don't know, man. They need a space unit. I mean, it's a little above rate. Usually we're used to seeing 3/3s for 3 in space, and this is a 4/3.
Yep. But even a lot of those 3/3s do something. Like they tap down another unit. If you have another space unit, they do something. Like this guy's.
This one does something. It attacks for 4.
He attacks for 4. Yeah, I mean that's a thing I like to do. Like I said, 4 is an important threshold for me, but 3 HP also is an important threshold for me in terms of just a lot of things kill 3 health units.
But it's perfectly fine, perfectly playable. I have it at C.
I have it at C as well.
All right. Next is Sebulba's Pod Racer, taking the lead. A rare ground unit, 3-cost aggression villainy, vehicle speeder. It's a 3/3 that says, when you discard a card from your deck, you may ready this unit. Use this ability only once each round. So clearly, this works amazing with Sebulba.
Yes.
Because you play this unit, you then get to activate unit, give this guy raid 1, and he gets attacking as a 4/3.
Yeah,
that's good.
Magical Christmas land of getting your rare with the pairing it with the leader it goes with. Super, you're really doing it, and I hope to be lucky enough to be doing it.
Yeah, it is pretty vulnerable though, and again, you're taking the extra actions just to ready this unit, then attack it with that raid 1. Your opponent probably takes the initiative after that, and then immediately defeats Sebulba's Pod Racer.
Yeah,
I think it was probably going to crash and burn out, just like Sebulba. Wow, how fitting.
Yeah, no, I think I don't get this. Doesn't get above a C plus for me because it is at the end of the day still a 3-cost 3/3 that's going to get traded into by their 2/3 raid 1 or something like that.
I think it's a C plus specifically if your leader is Sebulba. Anywhere else, it's like a C minus.
Yep.
All right. Next, the Sun Tool Berserkers. This is a common ground unit, 6-cost aggression villainy underworld trooper. They're 8/5 overwhelm. It hits hard.
Yeah, we saw this with the Rathtar, I think, and but it didn't have overwhelm, but it might have been 1 cheaper, I think.
Yeah, and this is 5 hit points.
The Rathtar was 5 hit points too. It was 8/5.
Yeah, but also cost 5.
But it cost 5, yes. And that guy did a good job of finishing games. This guy's a little bit less exciting because of you are paying a full extra resource for the overwhelm, effectively. and I wasn't hitting other units with my Rathtar. I was
Sure.
hitting them in the face, which is exactly what I want this guy to doing, which means his
Okay.
overwhelm doesn't mean much.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean, I think you're right. Your opponent has to respect it.
hmm
Okay. So like a C then?
Yeah, I think
Would
I
you go
gave him like
higher?
a C or a C plus. Just yeah, he hits hard.
Hmm.
I mean, that's great. I mean, if you look, he's almost a Chirrut in terms of like stat wise,
Sure.
like notably very much not, but um, he's Chirrut at home, I
Yeah.
guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, okay, so yeah, I'll meet you with C plus. Okay. Next is the Persecutor. Fire over Scarif. This is a legendary space unit, 9 cost aggression villainy, Imperial vehicle capital ship. It's a 9/7. When played and on attack, choose an arena. You may deal 3 damage to each unit in that arena. Yes.
Yep. Notably, it is symmetrical. So if you choose the space arena, he does
Yeah, he
dome
does blast
himself for
himself.
3, which is kind of a funny like thinking about him shooting himself while he's trying to do this, like the ineptitude of that. But
I imagine they're overcharging their laser batteries or something.
yeah.
I don't know.
But still, yeah. At the end of the day, even if you blast yourself, you have the 9/7 in space. Like,
Yeah, exactly. Like your Star Destroyer is going to survive that,
mhm.
but you also get to do it on attack too. So for whatever reason your opponent's ground units survive, you just get that attack off. Yeah, I think this is a great top end finisher with a little bit of control on there. Like if you just let your ground unit start dying off so you can drop a persecutor. I like it. A?
Yeah, I have it at B plus just because it is a 9 drop. Um, but it probably will end up playing out more in the A range.
Okay. I could say A minus because it is the 9.
Okay.
This is another card that would be great to use your epic action base.
Yep, very splashable.
Yeah. Next, Fear and Dead Men. This is a rare event. Costs 7. Red aggression. This card costs 1 less to play for each card discarded from your hand this phase. Deal 4 damage to each enemy ground unit. Yeah, I'm in for that.
Really, man, I'm less. I mean, it's
No?
almost as much as the single reactor ignition or the explosion. Both the other board wipes, which are like 8 costers, and they just flat out kill everything. Whereas this guy, you're probably paying 7 for this every time.
You're probably paying 7, yeah, because you really don't want
Just
to
does
be playing
4,
Vader if you can help it.
but it's one-sided.
Yeah, this is a one-sided board wipe, and dealing 4 damage to each enemy
Board wipe
ground
is a
unit.
stretch. It's a one-sided board damaging event.
Sure, it's still 4 damage to each enemy unit, and
Yeah.
it does all to each enemy ground unit. And as we've seen, like over 2/3 of the units in this set is ground. There's going to be a lot of ground units.
I'm not. It's not just. I'm not saying it. It's nothing against the ground unit thing is obviously true, but like it's not killing their best ground units. It's probably not killing their 6 drop or their 7 drop if you play this after they've played their 7.
I think this deals enough that you're likely to get ahead on it because 4 damage is a lot, and I do really like that it's only to the enemy units.
Sure.
It's not like it doesn't like push it real high for me. I still have it at B.
Okay, I have it at a C. Like it still does
Okay.
work, but I just don't think it does a B level work.
All right, yeah, I'll be interested to see how this one plays out because yeah, you could be right. Like, I guess again at the 7 cost, I would much rather be playing one of my bombs over a card like this, but it could.
It'll definitely do work.
All right, next, Inspired Recruit. This is a common ground unit, a 1 cost aggression heroic rebel trooper, and it's a 3/1. See, now I like this guy more than the Storm Raider.
He trades better, obviously, but
Yeah.
my Storm Raider doesn't die to all the dinky 1/3s and 1/4s out there, and this definitely does. Sometimes not even trading with it.
Yeah, I think a 3-1 for 1 that's great.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not.
Not
Like, I will
amazing, but
absolutely. I'll play the Storm Raider over this, but I will. Just don't get
really,
me wrong. I will still absolutely play this.
nah, I think I'd play this Inspired Recruit. If I had to choose like what Weenie Swarm deck, I'd rather have the Inspired Recruits over the Storm Raiders.
I would have it just simply because the Rebel synergies
Yeah.
lend themselves to that
I
more.
mean,
But
yeah, for 1, see?
yeah, it does. Yeah, see for
Yeah.
sure.
Like get 3 power for 1 resource? Sure. Cloud Rider Veteran. This is a common ground unit, 2 costs, aggression, heroic, underworld, 1/4 on attack, deal 2 damage to a base. How do you feel about this one?
It's like I think I called it a mini Sabine. Like it just
Okay.
kind of does. It does the similar. It hits for the base for 3, which Sabine did on her
Yeah.
flip. It's got 1 less health, but it costs 2. Like it's obviously crap on defense. But I don't think it probably lives through being. They're either taking 2 actions to kill this thing, um, or
Yeah.
because I'm not attacking another unit with this thing ever if I can help it.
I mean, I could see a world where you can get like somehow your opponent gets a unit down to 1 hit point, and then you can do like a cheeky little Cloud Rider Veteran attack just to finish that off while also getting 2 damage at the base. I could see that happening.
Or popping a shield is another scenario where
Sure,
I can
yeah.
just get 1 damage always has been good at that. I think the card is good enough to get it like a CC plus, and then it might push all the way into B- rain and Enfys, where you can
Sure.
double proc this.
Yeah.
This is one of the cards that was made for her.
Yeah, that I can see. I had it at C-, but this is not a Jared card by any means. So I'll trust your judgment on this. And yeah, I think you're right there. In like an Enfys deck, this could probably get up there to the B- range.
Yeah.
Next is Weasel, Fighting Back, an uncommon ground unit, 2 cost, aggression, heroic, underworld. It's a 2/3 and says on attack, another friendly unit gains raid 2 for this phase.
So another wonderful Enfys card.
It would be. I don't know if it's going to stick around long enough to do that, though.
I mean,
right? As a 2/3, like, so again, likely scenario, you play this on turn 1 for 2. Okay. Then you play your next unit on the 3 resources. But then by the 4th resource turn, like, is Weasel still going to be alive to get its attack off to give something else raid 2?
Yeah, it'll be a tough one to do. Like the 1/4 makes it a little bit. The 4th health point makes it gives it a lot more survivability. Yeah, one of those that would benefit from being stuck behind a sentinel kind of thing, but probably especially in red heroes, and not going to happen all that often where it gets to hide behind a sentinel.
Sure. I mean, I think Weasel's still fine.
It's basically he's a 2 cost 2/3, which will trade with the 3/2 costers kind of thing like that.
Yeah, I had it at C. Is that too high?
C. No, I think C is fair.
C. Okay.
Yep.
Next is the B-Wing Skirmisher. This is a common space unit, 4 cost, aggression, heroic, rebel vehicle fighter. It's a 4/4 and says when played, deal 1 damage to each of up to 2 space units. See, that's a way easier 4/4 in space for 4.
Yep. This is just great. Like I have this at like a B-, and I could probably bring myself to a B on it.
That high?
B-, yeah. For 4 cost 4/4 in space that deals that also like this notably cleans up the stupid 2/1 space sentinel when it comes in.
Okay.
And also brings down. I think there's like a 6 health sentinel. Like it can. I think it does work. Like I can see myself taking these highly and playing them and just mashing in.
Yeah, I had it at C+ because if I was sitting at the draft and I saw this passed to me, it wouldn't scream to me that I need to move into red heroic.
Sure.
But this might be one of those type of cards where you know better.
I think it would be me trying to move other people out of my color.
Okay.
Me taking these highly in advance to try to make sure that I am the red heroic drafter or something like that.
Sure. All right, next up. Airy, the Cloud Rider dropship. This is a rare space unit, a 6-cost aggression, heroic underworld vehicle transport 3/7 that says on attack, deal 2 damage to an enemy ground unit and 2 damage to a base. Now this I like.
This is the king of Enfys units. This is just an absurd.
Oh god, oof, yeah, that'd be gross.
Yeah, I like this at a B or a B plus. Just 7 health is a nightmare to deal with in general, and it's going to get multiple attacks in, and that it's just having it's providing so much value on each attack.
Yeah, it's basically attacking into your opponent's base as a 5/7 plus some extra damage to an enemy ground unit. I did at B. I'm there with you.
Yeah.
Next is Ben Solo, Facing the Light. This is a legendary ground unit, a 9-cost aggression heroic force 8/8 with hidden that says when played and when defeated, ready another friendly unit. It can't be attacked this phase. So a little less exciting compared to, say, Ray.
Yep.
The only thing I really wrote down for this is if for some reason you have 0 other units, this doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I like my main drawback, again, it's a 9 cost. It's a little outside of what you were expecting to play with other. I typically would say like 7 or 8 would be the max number of resources I would typically expect to see. 9 falling a little bit outside of that, but that said, like the fact that he readies it when you play it and it can't be attacked means you ready your best unit, whatever that might be, and so now you have a threat that they can't deal with, and what do they have to look forward to? Well, now next turn Ben himself is going to untap.
Yeah,
and since he was hidden, they can't deal with either the unit he untapped or himself, and they've got a huge problem on the next turn. It's just the game has to last until the next turn.
I still have it at B.
I have a B plus, I think.
B plus, okay.
Yeah.
And I think that 9 cost is what's getting to me.
Yep. It's tough.
But I could see it. He's still going to be good.
Yep.
And again, perfect example as a potential epic action base.
Mm-hmm.
All right, up next, Enfys Nest's Helmet. This is a rare upgrade. 2-cost aggression heroic to give something +0/+2 that says attached to a non-vehicle unit. Attached unit gains on attack. You may give another unit +3/+0 for this phase.
Yeah, I mean, upgrades that don't give power are a little bit underwhelming, but so I gave this 2 different grades. It's just as an upgrade itself, I think it still is good. The +3/+0 is great. Good enough to me for a C. In the Enfys deck, though, I think this is kind of a clear B.
Yeah, I have B in the Enfys deck. Elsewhere, yeah, probably like a C. I think you're right there.
Mm-hmm.
Next is the Staccato Lightning Repeater. This is an uncommon upgrade. 3-cost aggression heroic upgrade that gives +3/+1 and says attached to a non-vehicle unit. When played, deal 1 damage to each of up to 3 different ground units. You know, this card kind of reminds me of the heavy repeating blaster. It's not quite as good, but I think people really undervalued that card.
Yeah, I have a tough time with any upgrade that costs 3 or more. Like, you're really committing when you're doing that. Like, it's easy to kind of throw a 1 or a 2 cost upgrade on something, and it's not costing you all that much. You're still developing probably another unit or something like that. 3 is where you start. 3 is my threshold, at least, for where you're starting to pay a lot. At least it gives you, it's when played means that it's kind of like an event and an upgrade stapled together, which is really helpful.
Yeah, I like the extra little when played ability on there enough. It's not amazing by any means. I had it as C+.
Yeah. I also have it as C+.
Okay, yeah. Up next, Savarine Survivor, a common ground unit. 1-cost aggression fringe 2/1 hidden. All right, well.
I wrote they couldn't even bother to give it a relevant trait. It's just sad.
Yeah, we don't even know who this person is.
Right.
D.
Yeah.
Yeah, just complete filler. Next is the Cavern Angels X-Wing, a space unit at 2 aggression, rebel vehicle fighter. It's a 2/1 that says when defeated, deal 2 damage to a base. I don't consider that much better.
Really? I like this guy a lot. I'm going to harass the hell out of my opponent's base with these and make them kill them and take 2 more damage to base.
I still had it just like as a D+. Like, I don't think it's going to be...
I think this is another one of those cards like those Raiders where I'm going to hope that I get to collect a bunch of these things and just go to town, Sebulba with them or something like that. Just because even if they're okay, I've Sebulba'd it, now you kill it. Okay, well you still take 2 damage to base. It still did its job in a roundabout way.
All right, so what I'm getting is that all your plans around this set is just draft all the weenies.
Draft a whole bunch of crap that nobody else wants and hope to kill you with them. Yeah.
Yeah. So I had a D+. What'd you have?
I had a C+, but that's the rate at which I'm going to take them. Perhaps not the rate at which a normal person should take them.
All right, there you go. The Haxian Aggressor, a common ground unit, 2-cost aggression underworld bounty hunter, a 2/2 raid 2. That's a little better.
Yeah, I think we've found that these 4/2s, effectively 4/2s, just don't play well, and especially because this guy is not even a 4/2 on defense. Like he's just a 2/2 on defense. I
had this at D+.
C- because it is aggressive, and I do like a good aggressive card.
But... Yeah. All right. Arvel Skeen, win and walk away. This is an uncommon ground unit, 3-cost aggression rebel. It's a 4/3 that says when played and on attack, you may defeat a credit token belonging to any player. If you do, deal 1 damage to a unit or a base.
Yeah, I like it. He might just deserve a grade that's all on its own, but he certainly has an element to be like having like a sideboard grade where he is just really good into the credit making decks. But I think you just play him regardless.
Yeah, I think that's just a card you want to put into your deck no matter what. And if you happen to hit a credit, that's just an incidental bonus, then you'll be happy with it. But yeah, 4/3 for 3 is perfectly acceptable. And just can only get better from there, really. So I had it at C+ just because of that.
Yep. Yeah, I have C+.
All right. The Braca Shipbreaker. This is a common ground unit, 3-cost aggression fringe, 4/3 that says on attack, discard a card from your deck. So it's a 4/3 for 3?
Yep. Okay, it doesn't... There's not a card like if it feels like maybe at one time Sebulba's was like if a card was discarded from your deck or something like that. Like
yeah, I wonder.
But there's just like it just has a drawback, and it already is. It's not like it's stats. It's not even a 3-cost 4/4. Like
yeah, huh? I mean, I'd still play him.
I'd play him at like a C-. I wouldn't be.
Yeah. Like a lower C-. Yeah. The Midrim Sharpshooter. This is an uncommon ground unit, 3-cost aggression, underworld 3/3 with Saboteur that says when played, you may pay 1. If you do, an opponent discards a card from their hand. Oh.
It's sick. Like that's such a great effect for 1 cost.
Yeah, I'd be happy playing a 4-cost 3/3 that makes them discard.
Yeah. No, I have it C+.
I mean, it's not quite an Ahsoka Tano, but it's still pretty good.
Yeah.
C+?
Yeah. C+ for sure.
Nice. Up next, Dr. Aphra, a rare ground unit, a 4-cost aggression underworld 4/5 that says on attack, discard 3 cards from your deck. You may return an underworld card discarded this way to your hand. Discard 3 is a lot.
It is so much. Discarding 10% of your deck.
Oof.
Every attack, like you have to be killing them quickly.
Yeah.
Thankfully, she's a 4/5, so she goes some way to killing them quickly.
Yeah, she'll likely get like 2 attacks.
Yeah.
But man, that's discarding a lot. That's scary.
I don't think her stats bring her up enough to get her outside of like C- just because of how dangerous her. You return. Okay, so you do have to return it from the 3 card. Like it's not you just can get any underworld card from your discard. It has to be one.
It has to be from the 3.
Okay.
I mean, I think her stats alone puts her at C.
Okay. Yeah, I could do that.
And in like a dedicated underworld deck, she's like a build around B minus.
Yeah.
You basically get to draw a card every time she attacks. But yeah, that discard 3 that's pretty scary, especially if you're playing sealed deck, whether it's at the first rounds of Swiss at your PQ or your pre-release or whatever. I'd be really wary about trying to play Dr. Aphra digging for answers, because you could mill yourself real fast. You're not going to have that much underworld support to draw off of it. And the games might come down to decking. It has happened on a lot of occasions. So just be mindful of that. Sure. Up next is the Overcharged Transport. This is a common space unit for cost aggression vehicle transport. It's a 4/3 that says when played and when defeated, you may defeat an upgrade attached to a space unit. Like one of the few upgrade hate cards that exist in this whole set, and it's relegated to just space.
Yeah, I feel like they printed this guy to kind of be a pressure release valve for the JTL pilot leaders.
Yeah.
And he just happens to be in this set. It's his when played, when defeated is very unlikely to be relevant.
Yeah, so if you ignoring the rest of its text, this is a 4-cost 4/3 in space. And that's just a little underpowered?
Yeah.
I mean, it still hits for 4. I'm happy with that.
Yep, but the four power being a threshold point for me, so I think gets him into a C. He's just a flat out C, I think, for me.
I tweaked it down to a C minus just because of the 3 hit points.
Yeah, I think that would.
But yeah, I'd still be fine playing it. Yeah. Next is the Relentless Hunters, a common ground unit, 4-cost aggression bounty hunter, a 5/4 saboteur. Solid.
This is the Coruscant Undercity Police.
This is a Coruscant Police and just kicking them out the door because cooler Coruscant Police is here.
Yeah, no, I loved. Obviously, they were better because you could play them in Yularen with the action compression and things like that, which is where they really shined.
But this set doesn't have that.
But still, Saboteur, going right through all of those, all the Sentinels. Like, I will always draft these when I can.
Yeah, I had it at C
or not. I think I put them at the C plus. Just
C plus, a little more. Sure.
Really, yeah.
Okay. Shifty Suspects, an uncommon ground unit, 4-cost aggression underworld bounty hunter, also a 4/5 that says on attack, bases can't be healed for this phase. Well, therefore, just based on the stats alone, I also have this at a C. It's an underworld and a bounty hunter, so it's pretty flexible.
Yeah,
that can be really relevant with your draft if you have both the underworld and bounty hunter leaders.
Yep. The odd part about this is the underworld leader is the spotlight leader, so it makes all the underworld synergies a little bit kind of awkward. I think you just play them with any leader probably,
and just try to have a bunch of underworld.
Yeah. I have this guy at C. Just make sure that you keep in mind that the on attack is symmetrical, so you can't heal your base either.
That's right. Definitely keep that in mind. This also shuts down your own restore and all that. But yeah, I agree with C. Next is Dogged Pursuers. This is a common unit in the ground, 5-cost aggression underworld bounty hunter. It's a 5/5 that says when played, you may pay 1. If you do, deal 2 damage to a ground unit. I like him.
Yeah, he's fine. I think I have him a little bit lower than some of the others in this cycle because now I'm paying 6. I think I would rather have the stats, like the 6 costs stats, than I would dealing 2 damage to a ground unit. So I have him like he's still like a C minus to me, but it's
this is where you and I differ because I see a 6-cost 5/5 that takes out another unit and get real excited about it. I have it at C plus.
Well, maybe takes out another unit.
Probably takes out another unit. Or at least softens something up. I like it. I say it at C plus.
Give me the 8/6 overwhelm, please.
Okay. All right, moving on. Anaka Gang Bandits. This is a common ground unit. It's a 7-cost aggression underworld. 6/7 raid 3. So it hits for 9 when it attacks.
It's a lot.
Which is a lot.
But
It's
again,
a 6,
like
7, 7 otherwise.
yeah, you have to line it up next to all of the other
Mm-hmm.
7, 8, and 9s in this set, and it just doesn't stack up the same.
It
I think he's.
it really doesn't. Yeah. I I had it at D plus. I
I
could
have
see it
it.
making your sealed deck.
Yep. I think I have him in a similar place to like the 8-9 overwhelm, where he just like sometimes you don't get the big bomb, especially in sealed. You don't get your Lukes and things like that. And like this guy is just your that thing
Yeah,
at
you
home.
just
Like,
need something that can hit hard.
yeah.
All right, yeah, D plus for Anaka Gang Bandits. All right, moving on to the non-units, starting off with Salvage Blaster. This is an uncommon upgrade, 2-cost aggression. It gives +2/+0, attached to a non-vehicle unit, and says, action. If this upgrade was discarded from your hand or deck this phase, play it from your discard pile, paying its cost. This is pretty much the only card that it quote unquote pays you off for discarding cards from your deck.
Yeah. I have it at like a C just for +2/+0 on for 2 costs is not really great. And like maybe it gets up to a C, it crawls up to like a C plus on like when you can discard it with Vader or you flip it off the top of your deck with Sebulba.
Yeah, I mean, that's cute when that happens, but when you do that, are you like, oh man, I'm really doing it?
Yeah.
I so yeah, because this doesn't give any extra health, I'm lower on it. I have it at C minus.
Okay. Yeah. I think that'll be probably where it ends up playing out.
All right. Next up is the Thermal Detonator, a rare upgrade, 3-cost aggression, gives +1/+1 attached to a non-vehicle unit, and says, attached unit gains when defeated. If this unit was ready, deal 2 damage to each enemy ground unit. That's funky.
I'm pretty low on this just because of how many things, like it's too expensive, doesn't give very much stats, and the enemy and the unit that's holding it has to be when they're defeated, and they have to have been ready when they were defeated. Like there's just so much that has to happen with this card to really get its payoff.
Yeah, and because of that, one of the notes I wrote down was you basically have to put this on a Sentinel just to get that when defeated ability to even go off. Because otherwise, your opponent's just not going to attack any of your other ready units.
Yep. Yeah.
So it's a little funky because of that. I don't love it. I still have it at C minus because when put on a Sentinel, that's obnoxious.
Yep. Yes. Yeah. I have it as C minus as well.
All right.
That corner case kind of being the main thing.
All right. Next up is Commence the Festivities. This is a common event, a 1-cost aggression that says attack with a unit. It gains Saboteur for this attack. If you control fewer resources than an opponent, it gets +2/+0 for this attack. How often is that later half of the text going to happen?
Well, are you playing it or am I playing it? It's going to happen all the time if I'm playing it.
Okay.
Not like all, like I'm playing this on my 6-cost guy or something, like where I've stopped resourcing at 5 or 6 after my leader is flipped, my Sebulba or whatever. This is obviously when you're go along like Luke's and your bomb decks, this is not going to do much for you. But in those the decks that you are building aggressive slanted, this will do. Breaking in was a great card in the what was it, JTL format, I think.
The Saboteur is very relevant.
Yes.
I just myself as a player, I don't see a way of getting that +2/+0 reliably. But I guess you do.
Yeah, if I stop resourcing, if I'm playing Sebulba or probably Han too, like I probably unless I I drafted a Luke Skywalker or something like that, where I'm going to probably draft those guys a little bit lower to the ground and play something like this. I won't play 2 of them. I would play 1 of them though.
I had it at D.
I have it at C, so like I'm not I'm not going crazy with this, but like I will definitely.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see how this one plays out. Maybe there is just, again, a aggressive swarm deck where you kind of stop resourcing at like 5 or 6. And yeah, this would be a good rate for it. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
Next up is Daring Delve. This is a common event, 1 cost aggression. Discard 2 cards from your deck. You may return a aggression card discarded this way to your hand. No.
I have this at F and an F minus if it misses.
I didn't go that low. I went D minus. Because I assume if you're playing this, you have enough other red cards in your deck, you'll get something. But this is pretty bad.
Yeah, I don't want any part of this.
You're right. It actually might just be an F. Please don't play this card. Next. Everyday More Lies. A common event. It costs 1 in aggression. Each player discards a card from their hand. Ooh. So these aggression events are just not happening, huh?
Like what do they have against red events that they have to make them so bad?
I don't know, because like the last set's red events were all pretty bad too.
Yeah.
So
I wrote.
I was gonna say this is an F, right?
Yes, I wrote. You effectively discarded 2 cards and paid a resource, and now you look silly.
Yeah, like you 2-for-1 yourself by definition. And if you think to yourself like, well, if I got like the staccato blaster, I could discard that and then play it right away. It's like, do you really want to put Everyday More Lies in your deck just to maybe make that happen?
Absolutely.
No. Yeah, please don't play this. F. If you think it's good, that's just more lies.
And we don't want any more of those.
Up next, common event, Flash the Vents. 1 cost aggression, attack with a unit. It gets +2/+0 and gains Overwhelm for this attack. After completing this attack, if that unit damaged a base, defeat that unit. This is a little better.
Yeah, it's certainly more reliable. You can always cast this, right? Instead of having to really wait for the other part. I think it's just fine at like a C. Like I don't love like losing the unit to it, especially if I'm just like barely cracking over something to do 1 damage to the base, and now suddenly the unit is dead.
I had it at C+.
Okay, yeah,
but
I think it's.
I can't really grade these things very accurately because I'm just not that kind of player. But I felt like a 1 cost +2/+0 attack seemed very good. I mean, the Overwhelm is just kind of there in case you do need to trade up into another unit, but I mostly saw this as just a surprise. I'm going to hit your base even harder.
Yeah, I think it's just next to the one where I don't have to lose the unit. All I have to do is be doing what I was going to do anyway and have fewer resources than the opponent. Like I just I get the same effect, but I also get to sneak past a Sentinel and keep the unit too.
Okay. All right. Next up is That's a Rock. An uncommon event that costs 1 and says, deal 1 damage to a unit. When this event is discarded from your hand or your deck, you may deal 1 damage to a unit. There's your support for Darth Vader.
It's a rock.
Period. So the thing is, I would probably still play 1 of these in my deck. Just because I think there's going to be enough situations where, much like Aura Sing, getting things down to 1 and then just throwing a resource to finish them off. It could happen. And there is a surprising amount of X and 1 units in this set that this could take out.
You couldn't at least allow me to do it to base too, though. Come on.
I know, right? Like if this was just at least a 1 damage to base as well, I would be so much higher on it.
And could we like talk about like the thematic? Like you have 1 damage left. I threw a rock at your base and you died. Okay.
And then you get some job points.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Exactly. I mean, I don't love this card by any means, but I do think there is enough situations that you'll get a target for it. But I'm not crazy. I have it at C-.
I have it at D. I just don't.
Oh, much lower. Okay.
I don't want anything to do with this card.
All right. Attack from all sides. A common event, 3 cost aggression. Deal 3 damage to a unit. If there are 4 or more different aspects among friendly units, you may deal 5 damage to that unit instead. I think
This is. Mhm.
I think paying 3 resources to deal 3 damage is acceptable.
Yep. And I think that's how you should read this card 99% of the time.
Yeah, I wouldn't really rely on trying to get that 5 damage. That is super efficient at 3 resources, but yeah, I think just getting
Yes.
that 3 for 3 is fine enough. See?
Yeah. See.
See. And our final aggression card is Collateral Damage. It's a common event 3 cost and says deal 2 damage to a unit, then deal 2 damage to a base or another unit in the same arena. I love that this can go to base.
This is the best red event, I think.
Yes. Yeah, I like this one way more. C plus?
C plus.
C plus. All right. That's going to do it for aggression. And now we get to finally move on to cunning, starting off with the Nile Storm Sower. This is a common ground unit, 1 cost cunning villainy underworld, Nile, 2/2, hidden.
He's a guy.
That's a guy. I mean, if
he's a C minus guy, maybe a D plus guy.
C minus, I'd add D. 2/2s?
Yeah,
D.
probably.
Yeah. I mean, this is not much different than what was the name? Officers Aid or whatever, the 2/2 villainy from Secrets of Power.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Next is Salacious Crumb, Cackling Companion. Oh, it's a starter deck card. This is a ground unit. Cost 1, Cunning Villainy Underworld creature. It's a 0/2 raid 2. If you control Jabba the Hutt as a leader or a unit, this unit enters play ready. Is this where you pull off the mask and realize it's just a spy token?
Yeah, it's a spotlight deck card that requires a spotlight leader to be playable. Yep. Even
it's like a D minus, and in a Jabba the Hutt deck, still D minus.
Yeah. No, wait a minute. I'll crack it in for 2 on turn 1 with my 1 drop. I'd get all the way to D for me. Okay.
Oh, okay. D minus. Moving on. Yeah. The Black Sun Patroller, a common space unit, a 2 cunning villainy underworld vehicle fighter. It's a 2/2 shielded. That's a little nicer.
Yeah, he's a crafty smuggler in space.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. It is a crafty smuggler in space. That makes me want to give it a C minus.
I gave it a C plus.
C plus?
Yeah, he's a good space unit. It'll kill the stupid sentinel and then get to keep attacking. Like, I don't know. I think it's a nice early unit that's got some sticky to it. The only problem is there's not a lot of there may not actually be any upgrades that attach to ships in this, so he doesn't really ever get beyond being a 2/2 for 2.
Right, and just hitting for 2 in space, like it does chip in for some damage, but it's not like backbreaking for the most part.
I think it just much like the A-wings in Leia, where they just they stay there the whole game. Like, no, if you didn't have a space presence, they just kill your opponent eventually. Like, this guy he won't obviously get +1s from Leia all the time, but he'll still probably just sit in space and be annoying for a while.
I won't go any higher than C minus.
Okay.
But I can see why you would.
Yeah, I will. This is another one, like, I'll draft him at a C plus rate when others probably shouldn't.
All right. Next is Malakili, Keeper of the Menagerie. This is a starter deck card, ground unit, 2 cost, Cunning Villainy Underworld 2/4 that says each friendly creature unit and each creature opponent you own that isn't in play gains the Underworld trait. That's a lot of text. Just pretend it's not there. This is a 2/4 for 2.
It's a 2/4 for 2. He's a C minus.
Yeah, C minus. The Cutthroat Pod Racer, a common ground unit, 4 cost Cunning Villainy Vehicle Speeder. It's a 4/4. It says when played, you may deal 2 damage to an exhausted ground unit. Ooh, I like that.
I'm in for this one too.
Yeah, I like that a lot. C plus?
C plus.
Yeah, very good. Next, Boba Fett for a price. This is a rare ground unit, 5 cost Cunning Villainy Underworld Bounty Hunter. He's a 6/5 and says when played and on attack, you may pay 1. If you do, deal 3 damage to a ground unit. Yeah.
I have this at A. Like, he is so like you're stapling a removal. We just talked about how we would pay 3 to deal 3 to unit, and you just stapled that to Boba Fett for 1. Like, that is just so good. Like, his only weakness is that he has 5 toughness and he's a 5 cost, but like he's going to kind of dominate that game in the middle section of the game. You're going to like he's going to kill your guy who's most likely to trade with him in some way, shape, or form, and you're going to have to find another way to deal with it. Like, he's just going to ruin your game plan in the mid game.
So I'm a little lower. I had him at B plus.
Okay.
Because, a 6/5 for 5 is certainly above rate, and that's quite good. That 5 hit points is pretty vulnerable. And then if you pay him for 6, the extra 3 damage, that's great. I love that. But again, still pretty vulnerable to most other 5 or 6 drops. And again, comparatively, Cad Bane shows up with a shield. The Mandalorian shows up with a shield. And they've got the same stats at 6.
Sure, but he on attack deals 3 damage to them and gets to trade with them.
I still think he's going to be good. Absolutely. Yeah. I don't know about A level good, but he's certainly up there. B plus.
I can come down to like A minus B plus range is probably.
Sure. Okay. Like, so what? I'll go up to you. I'll go to A minus.
Okay.
And you know what? I would splash Boba Fett for sure. Any villainy, just splash him.
I don't know. One of these days we'll actually get a bad Boba Fett that isn't the heroic Boba Fett, but it's not today.
Next up is Vermilion, Kira's Auction House. This is a rare space unit, 6 cost, cunning, villainy, underworld vehicle, capital ship. It's a 5/7 and says, when attack ends, if this unit survived, reveal the top card of a deck, then choose a player. They may play the revealed card for free. If they do, a different player creates credit tokens equal to that card's cost.
This is some grade A Twin Suns shenanigans, but
it is, yeah.
Playable in limited.
So you are allowed to attack with this, choose yourself, reveal the card, and then not play the revealed card, so you're not giving your opponent a bunch of credits. And if you look at it that way, this is a 5/7 in space for 6.
Yeah. I think that's it's kind of sucks that you have to go through all of this to make sure that its ability doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
it's kind of a sad thing to have to do, but
I mean, I think it's still generally upside, because like if you're flipping over a card and you're seeing something that costs 7, 8, or 9, and you just get to like deploy that down right away, and it has an onboard effect right away for free. Yeah, take all the credits in the world. That's fine. Like, now you got 2 big units of mine that you have to deal with.
Yeah.
I had a
C plus.
I had a B.
Okay.
I think it's just a good enough space unit at 5/7 alone.
Sure.
Next is Jabba's Rancor. Snack Time. An uncommon ground unit, 7 cost, cunning, villainy, underworld creature. It's a 7/7 with hidden, and says on attack, an opponent chooses a ground unit they control, you may deal 7 damage to that unit. Ooh.
I'm going to be honest, Jared. I don't understand why this is an uncommon. It's better than most of the rares.
This is an uncommon. Is this like
I'm ready to face 2 of these in sealed and be very sad.
Oh my gosh. Is this like the legendary uncommon of the set?
Yes, it absolutely. I cannot. I would love to see the line of reasoning that made this uncommon. I don't understand it.
I have this at A.
It's the only A uncommon. Like,
yeah, like what? I have this at A. Is that crazy?
No, this thing is nuts.
Huh. And it has hidden too. That's so obnoxious.
Yeah. It's just like,
wow. Yeah. Jabba's Rancor. Wow. All right. Next, Hold for Questioning. This is an uncommon event. Notably, this is the only law card in A Lawless Time. 3 cost, cunning, villainy. It says exhaust an enemy unit. If you do, look at its controller's hand and discard a card from it that shares an aspect with that unit. I love it.
It's a Jared card.
This is such a Jared card. This is so good. Get a little bit of board control, and you get to hit a card out of their hand. Like, there's not a whole lot of instances where you just whiff on this, unless they're down to like 1 or 2 cards in their hand or something. No, this is great. I have it at B.
I have it at C. Like it costs 3. I would like for it to have like tapped and stay tapped, like a no good to be dead type effect. That way I feel more like I spent my card worthwhile. But yeah, I'm prepared to be frustrated by somebody else playing this card on me.
I've got it at B. I'm high on effects like this.
Yeah.
Next is the Artful Pickpocket, a common ground unit, 2 cost, cunning, heroic underworld, a 3/2 saboteur.
Yeah, I like this. It's
Sure.
It's a 3/2. The saboteur is not really moving the needle much when it comes to 2-drops kind of thing like that. But I'll certainly play all these in my my cunning heroism decks.
Yep. See? Next is Anakin's Pod Racer, Soul Wizard, a legendary ground unit, 3 cost, cunning, heroic vehicle speeder. It's a 3/2 with ambush and says, while attacking, if no other units have attacked this phase, this unit deals combat damage before the defending unit. Ooh, that's pretty brutal with ambush on there.
Yeah, so it's a 2-for-1, right? Like they have to trade something else into this.
Yeah, if you can get this down right away on the second turn and take out one of their units right away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it at C+. Like just going to take out some units. And
I went a little higher. I went B-.
Okay, yeah. I think it'll probably...
But yeah, somewhere around that level.
Yeah.
Next is the Wookiee Gorilla. Well, which is it? A common ground unit, 3 cost, cunning, heroic Wookiee trooper. It's a 2/4 with hidden and raid 2. All right, Austin.
It's a 3 cost 4/4 if you squint hard enough. It probably gets to do the 4/4 with hidden. It probably gets to crack in 4/4
at least once, right?
At least once. Yeah. But then it's a 3 cost 2/4.
Okay.
I'm still on it as like a C+ because it does get to do the 4/4 thing at least at least once.
I have it at C.
Yeah.
Just because we have other 3 cost 4/4s that doesn't have a bunch of extra stipulations, and those are C pluses to me.
Not in heroism, just the one.
All right, well, still. All right, so C plus for Wookiee Gorilla. Next is Lieutenant Gorn, I Deserve Worse. This is a rare unit on the ground, 3 cost, cunning, heroic, Imperial Rebel. Hey, it's a 4/4 for 3. But it also says, on attack, take control of an enemy credit token.
So I had the Wookiee Gorilla at C, and I have Gorn at C+.
Okay, that makes more sense.
So because he is just a 3 cost 4/4.
He's a 3 cost 4/4. That's a C+ card, and then if you ever get to just steal a credit, that's just a bonus. So
yeah,
again, not really a sideboard card because you still want to play this just for solid stat line.
Yep.
The Rebel Blockade Runner is a common space unit. It's a 4 cost, cunning, heroic Rebel vehicle transport. It's a 4/5 with Saboteur.
This is one where Saboteur does move the needle because you started to hit the place where you will probably start to see some of those Sentinels, and sneaking past them for 4 is really relevant.
Right, and we saw a lot of other space units be 4/4s for 4, and this is a 4/5?
Especially, I think there's that one. There's the 4/4 shielded. So, notably, this guy gets to kill him and live.
Where'd you put this one?
I have this at C+.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm in it for C+ as well. Next is Rose Tico. Now it's worth it. A rare ground unit, 5 cost, cunning, heroic, resistance, 5/5 that says, if you control a non-unique unit, this unit enters play ready.
It's the Finn Rose unit redemption arc.
They're doing it. It's like she says, now it's worth
very
it.
good. Yeah. I have this at a B. Like anybody who got to play the Corellian Hounds readied because their opponent knows how great that was. And her ability to do it is just easier.
Getting that 5 damage for free basically is massive. Yeah. I also have Rose at B. And again, having a non-unique unit is pretty easy to do.
Mm-hmm.
Even if that means that's like your first action before something attacks and kills your other unit, just to make sure you get it, then so be it.
Yep.
Yeah. B for Rose.
She's good.
Next up is Liberty, Draw Their Fire, a legendary space unit for 8 cunning, heroic, rebel vehicle capital ship. It's a 9/7 Sentinel and says when played and on attack, exhaust an enemy unit and return all upgrades on it that cost 4 or less to their owner's hands. That's a big space Sentinel.
Yeah, I wrote, it's a 9/7 Sentinel in space for 8. And the when played / on attack kind of just feels like kicking a guy when he's down. Like you already got you got the good stuff. It's an 8.
Yeah.
It's an 8 cost 9/7 Sentinel. And you're just like, yeah, also screw you.
Yeah, now
that guy.
Keep in mind, it does when the exhausted enemy unit is any enemy unit, whether it's on ground or in this space. It's just the upgrades themselves that get returned to the owner's hands, not the unit. So if they have, say, a bunch of experience on there, you just defeat all of the experience tokens. And there's not a whole lot of other upgrades really worth playing.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is just all upside.
This is an A, like just such a solid A.
Yeah, I think I'm an A for this too. Another fantastic splash card.
Mm-hmm.
Next we have Hans Golden Dice, an uncommon upgrade. 1 cost cunning heroic. It gives +0/+0. Attach unit gains on attack. Discard a card from your deck. If the cost is odd, create a credit token. Yeah.
I have that this is an F, but if you draft around it and draft the odd cost deck, then congratulations, you're a hero. Like, you did it.
I went D-. I didn't go that low. So here's the thing with this. Like, you have to pay 1 to put down the golden dice. You already have to hit at least once just to break even on this. And then you have to hit
survive
again.
After you play this. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to hit again just to like feel like you're getting ahead. And that juice isn't worth the squeeze. So like Austin said, you could probably draft around it. But would you really want to and still play this? I wouldn't. I'll say with D-, because I think someone will, but you really shouldn't. Next, Secret Battle of Pretend, an uncommon event. 2 cost cunning heroic. Exhaust a friendly unit if you do for each different aspect it has. Exhaust an enemy unit in the same arena.
You're not gaining a lot of tempo on this, and you're the one who spent the card from your hand to do it. So it's kind of in a different way. Like you probably exhaust 2 units with this, right? Because it's most of your units are going to be two aspects, but you exhausted one of yours, so it's only 1 unit down, and you spent a card from your hand and resources from your row to do it.
So I think the only scenario in which this card is actively good is if you're exhausting something that one of your units that has 3 different aspects, and then exhausting 3 enemies. I mean, that is pretty good. Yeah. But the thing is, all the 3 aspect units are typically really, really good. Do you really want to exhaust your own one?
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't
have
really
to be in the same arena too.
So it has to be the same arena. So I don't really see this card working out, but in an emergency, if you need to like slow your opponent down, just have a little bit of board control, you can. But I don't think it's great. I have it at D.
I have it at D as well.
Okay. Next is the Rookie Rocket Jumper. This is a common ground unit, costs 1 cunning, Underworld Twi'lek. It's a 2/1 and says, when played, you may pay 1. If you do, give a shield token to this unit. So it's a 2/1 for 1, or a 2/1 shielded for 2.
Which I think it's almost always a 2/1 shielded for 2.
Yeah,
Unless you can play double 1-drop.
Yeah, I think you really just want to almost always make this a 2/1 shielded D+.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair for this one.
Okay. Next, Canyon Runner. This is a common ground unit, 2-cost cunning vehicle speeder. It's a 3/2 on attack. If no other units have attacked this phase, you may give a unit -2/-0 for this phase. Ooh.
I think this is on the initiative. This card is so powerful.
Yeah, if you've got the initiative, this is really, really good. This allows you to trade in favorably. I guess it kind of only really works on that one attack if you're using it to take out another unit, because then your opponent plays a unit, you spend your resources, and then your opponent's got the initiative.
Oh no! You don't hit another unit with this. You hit their base and you prevent their unit from killing your guy, so that you can hit base next turn too.
The philosophical differences of our play styles. I like this one a lot, though.
I do. I use a C+ for me. I think.
Yeah, C+.
Really solid.
Yeah, just amazing if you have the initiative. Next is the Master Codebreaker. High Stakes, a rare ground unit for 2. Cunning, Underworld 1/4, and says, the first Gambit card you play each round costs 1 less. When played, search the top 8 cards of your deck for a Gambit card, reveal it, and draw it. So I did some math.
Okay.
There are 5 total Gambits in this set.
Yep.
5.
Three of them suck.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe 2 are playable.
Yep.
So this is a constructed card. F.
Yep.
I don't even want to give it a build around grade because there's not enough to build around.
No.
Yeah, just F. Just save this for your premier decks. Next is the Onaka Gang Starhopper, a common space unit, 2-cost cunning underworld vehicle starfighter, a 2/2 saboteur. Yeah.
It really could have used a 3rd point of toughness.
It really could have, yeah. It gets through that Black Sun Patroller, though, huh?
Yeah, one time.
Yeah. So D for this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Weequay Pirate is up next. A common ground unit, 2-cost cunning underworld, 2/3 with saboteur, and says, when played, if no resources were paid to play this unit, give an experience token to it.
It's a weird one. It's another one of those 2-drops that you don't play on 2, which we've kind of been down on throughout this whole process because they just aren't very good then if you are paying.
Yeah, I think it's a slightly later play card where you can get a 3/4 saboteur off your credits. And in a pinch, this can be your turn 1 play.
Yeah, like Jar Jar from the last set. You never want to play him.
You don't want to.
Sometimes you have to.
Yeah. C- just for the flexibility?
Yep.
All right. Champions KT9 Pod Racer, a common ground unit, 3-cost cunning 2/3 vehicle speeder. When played, create a credit token. This is probably one of the more reliable ways of getting credits.
Yeah, I perhaps will, a little higher. He's at 3-cost 2/3 is definitely not great.
Right.
But the credit does go a fair way to make this playable. I have it at a C, but I probably maybe closer to C- would be more appropriate.
I also had it at C, but I think you're right. I think C- is probably more correct. Next is Galen Urso, destroying his creation, a rare ground unit, 3-cost cunning Imperial 0/5 that says, when played, you may have an opponent take control of this unit. Enemy units gain Raid 1 and Saboteur. Interesting. So you play this, give it to your opponent, and then all of your own units get Raid 1 and Saboteur?
Yeah. I think this is fine in that way that he's now your opponent is bashing this into your ground units to try to kill it.
Yeah, you're
Um,
making them spend actions.
right. And over the course of you're probably don't it's if you're playing it on curve, you don't have something big enough to kill it in one action, more than likely. So they have
Hmm.
to spend over the course of 2 turns killing this. I gave it 2 grades though. I think in
Okay.
that scenario, it's probably like a C plus.
Yeah.
And then in my sweet hypothetical Sebulba space deck, this thing is a B because you have nothing on the ground for this
Yeah.
to whack into, and you're just going to town.
Oh yeah. If you have like a space swarm and Galen just can't interact,
I just
I like
won't
that
flip
scenario.
Sebulba. Just keep him on his leader
Yeah.
side and just go to
Okay.
town.
Yeah. I'm with you on that on both instances. Next is the Kage Elite, a common ground unit, 3 cost cunning fringe 2/3 raid 2 saboteur. I don't like this one as much.
Yeah, it again, it's another one of those where like the saboteur doesn't super move the needle. The raid 2 certainly helps. He's obviously great on offense, but again, that having 3 hit points is such a detriment.
Yeah, like I like the raid 2 for attacking for 4, but there's also so many other just 4/3 for 3s out there. I don't know if the saboteur is quite enough. Yeah, I don't love the Kage Elite C minus.
Yeah, I think that's
All
a
right.
good rate.
Next is Lady Proxima. Where's the money? An uncommon ground unit, 3 cost cunning underworld 1/5 with action exhaust. Create a credit token. Hmm. This is another one of those cards where if you don't get this down on the 3 resource turn, it's really bad.
Yeah,
So
and yeah,
yeah,
I think,
that's
and
where
if
I
you
get
don't want credits,
this is
like
where I get
it,
stuck on units like this because if you do happen to get it down early and you start generating those credits, like your opponent's going to want to stop it. Like they're going to send units
mhm.
into it, and that kind of helps keep your base health up a little bit. But yeah, like 75% of the time, you're not going to draw Lady Proxima, and you're at the 6/7 resource, and you need to draw something really powerful to stabilize the board, and you draw Lady Proxima.
Yeah. I think it gets down as low as like a D. Like you don't want credits, or you are drawing it late in the game. It's just a
Mm-hmm.
D card. And in its best scenario, it is probably like a C or a C plus when you're dropping it on 3,
Yeah.
getting your credits.
Once again, if you can get it down in that window, then it's quite good. Otherwise, yeah, like a D. Next is Bix Kaleen, selling scrap, an uncommon ground unit, 4 cost cunning fringe 4/5. It has when played and on attack, you may discard a card from your hand. If you do, create a credit token. Is 1 credit token worth a whole card? Maybe in sealed.
I look at her like Han at home, like Han 1. Like you
Yeah.
sacrifice a card from your hand and you get a resource, but this resource stays. Um, and that's good. She comes out at 4. So obviously you can't be doing like all the early game shenanigans like you
Yeah.
could with the actual Han 1 leader. I think she's still good. Like she's a 4 cost 4/5, already a fine stat line, and I do
Yeah.
think that the when played and on attack of her will be like for the decks that want credits. Like I would give her like a C plus if you're just playing her blank and only occasionally doing it. But if you're really trying to build credits, I think she gets all the way into B easily.
Yeah, I think her floor keeps her at a C plus. And
Mm-hmm.
then if you happen to have something in your hand worth discarding to just to play that earlier, then it just kind of gets better. But at least a C plus just based on stats line alone for Bix.
Yeah.
Next up is Qui-Gon Jinn, Influencing Chance, a rare ground unit, 4 cost cunning, Force Jedi Republic. He's a 3/5 Sentinel and says when played and on attack, look at the top 3 cards of your deck. You may discard one of them, put the rest back on top in any order. Yeah, I think
Yep.
that's just a good Sentinel.
Yep. Yeah. I don't. not a lot of extra, like a little bit of card filtering kind of thing like that in there. Just a good costed Sentinel. I've made a B minus.
Yeah, because of the Sentinel, I bumped him up to a B minus.
Yeah.
The Scavenging Sand Crawler, a common ground unit, 4 cost cunning, vehicle transport. It's a 1/7 and has on attack. You may put a card from your discard pile on the bottom of your deck. If you do, create a credit token. Ooh, so much like we had with Lady Proxima and even the others, like this is even more situational. The big butt.
Yep. I wrote, this is a card you could play, and it would help stop you from decking and make credits, but your opponent will probably spend their 4 resources on something that will more effectively kill you.
Right, and it's exactly that. And also, if you manage to get this down on the 4 resources, you're really not going to have that much of a discard pile to really start getting a lot of credits on it. And if you're, and I think you can't follow behind on the board too much. So I think this is just way too weak, way too slow, and you can still fall behind just based on stats alone, even if you get the ramp. D?
I have a D.
Yeah. Next is the Guild Ambush Team, a common ground unit, 5 cost cunning bounty hunter, the 5/4 ambush.
I'm calling this one the leader killer. Honestly, it will.
Oh yeah.
It will wrap up a couple of. It will just completely kill Han on flip, and it'll probably clean up a bunch of the other leaders that flip on a similar one that have 6 health, and they just need anything else to kind of ding it for 1.
Yeah, there's actually quite a few 5 health leaders that this guy can hit. This hits Han. This hits Sebulba. This hits Hera.
I think Hera has 6 health.
Was it 6? Okay.
Yeah.
No, but yeah. Either way, like this is another ambusher, and ambushers and sentinels in limited go way up in value. B minus.
Yeah. Yeah. Easy.
They may even potentially play out at like B plus level because of all the leaders like Austin mentioned. Next is the Mylodon Rider, a common ground unit, 6 cost cunning fringe creature. It's a 5/6 with ambush, and also says when played, you may return another friendly non-leader unit to its owner's hand.
Weirdly enough, right next to each other, just the same, but it lives through killing whatever the leader or whatever.
Way better health. I don't know how much I'm going to be returning something to my own hand and feeling happy about it.
Yeah, maybe something small that has damage on it, or just something that was shielded and lost its shield or something like that. Like incidentals, but like it's a 5/6 for 6 ambush for 6.
Yeah, I'm happy just playing this as the ambusher, and the ambush stats alone makes it a B.
Yep.
Next up, the Blade Wing, the Secret of Shantipole. This is an uncommon space unit, 6 cost cunning rebel vehicle fighter. It's a 3/3 and says when played, you may return a non-leader unit to its owner's hand. Yes.
Yeah, this is.
Yes.
Even I have to admit this card is very good.
This card is so good.
It's more splasher. Like, we saw this instance. It was the 3/5 that bounced something, but it was a double cunning.
Yeah.
So this is much more splashable in a set that is made for splashing. And it's a space unit, which means that it's going to stick around. Like, it may not have the 5 toughness, but it's in space. So it's going to probably stick around and do some damage.
And this is one of those cards where I think a lot of people are undervaluing it because they see a 3/3 for 6. And they're right, that's not a lot of power and that's not a lot of health. But that bounce effect, that being able to return something that your opponent plays and just really tempo play them, that's huge. And that alone just makes this card very, very good. Like if you're already, again, going back to Secrets of Power, people were playing Beguile out of aspect and feeling good about it for 5 resources. Well, this is only 1 more resource, and you get a 3/3 out of it.
That's I wrote the exact same thing, and you can bounce anything, whereas Beguile have a limitation.
Right. Yeah, Beguile had had to be 6 or less, and had to be an enemy unit.
Yeah.
I have B for the Blade Wing.
Yeah, I think I pushed it up to a B plus, but it is solid B range for absolutely sure.
Yeah, a lot of good B level cards in yellow. All right, next up is Improvise. A common event for 1. Look at the top card of your deck. You may play it. It costs 1 less. If you don't, you may discard it.
This is one of the gambits that sucks.
It is one, yeah. It's literally, you literally gamble.
Yep.
Gamble? Yep. D minus?
I gave it an F. I don't want to play this card.
Just don't even bother. Next is Transmission Jamming, an uncommon event, 1 cost cunning. Name a card. Cards with that name can't be played this phase.
So I gave this an outright F, but I have a feeling there's got to be some sort of like fringe case where this is actually like a D at least playable, something like that. Like I feel like I'm missing some sort of interaction, but
I also had this at F. It's like sideboard at best. Maybe if you're, again, going to game 2, going to game 3, and your opponent has like 2 or 3 Chrysanthemums, and you hit that 8 resource turn,
sure.
And you just play that and name Chrysanthemum just to get them. So like, sideboard D.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, not really worth it. Unmarked credits. Common event, 1 cost cunning. Create a credit token. Now there you go.
Yeah, I gave it a D plus. Like it's a argument.
You went
does something
D+?
relevant.
I went D+.
Yeah. C plus. Okay.
Yeah, I think the leaders that care about credits, this is just such an efficient way to do that. And then in the leaders that don't care about credits, this is just a really efficient way to get your temporary ramp for your big bombs.
Sure. Yeah. I pushed this probably like you should draft like one of these as a B minus, like your first one of these is a B minus level in Lando. Like you just want to have one of these.
Exactly. Yeah, if you're Lando, you need to prioritize grabbing one of these.
Yeah.
Salvage materials. This is an uncommon event. It costs 1 in cunning. Play an item upgrade from your discard pile. It costs 3 less. At the start of the next regroup phase, defeat it. No. This is another F. And so you need like 5 items or so in your deck for this to be good, because you need to make sure you're getting them played and then getting into the discard pile just so you can salvage materials them.
Yeah.
And if you're playing 5 items, you're not playing any other good events. And there's plenty of good events in this set.
And I don't think there's 5 good items either.
There's really not that good of items. Yeah. This is like kind of a cute thing to maybe constructed, probably meant for Twin Suns, if I had to guess. But yeah, maybe. F for salvage materials. Man, such good events, and all they're such good units, and all of Yellow's events are kind of garbo.
Like last time too.
Yeah. All right. The Axe Forgets. This is a common event. 2 cost cunning. Return a non-leader unit that costs 3 or less to its owner's hand. That's a little better.
Yeah, I think its main purpose is you're clearing something that got an XP or an upgrade played on it or something like that. Some of those cheap ones, but
yeah, at least gets you a bounce effect, a little bit of tempo, and at least it's only 2 that can target something that costs 3. So you could potentially get a little ahead in the resource advantage.
Yeah. Not a card you want to draw late game, though.
No. It's like a C- level card.
Yeah, I had it at C, but yeah, C minus for sure.
Next is Backed by the Huts. This is a common event, 3 cost cunning. Create a credit token. You may deal damage to a unit equal to the number of friendly credit tokens.
I gave this one 2 grades too. I did as well. I gave this a D in ones that don't generate credits very well. Just dealing with 3 cost, deal 1, create a credit and deal 1 to something. Not very excited to do that. In decks that reliably create credits, this might just be the best removal in the game. Like, outside of that 6 cost one, like it's probably like a solid B level removal in that kind of deck. Yeah,
if you can make this deal 3 damage for 3, plus you're getting a credit token out of it, that is really, really good. I had it like a C minus, C plus in the decks that really support it.
Okay. Yeah.
Because sometimes, you just want the extra credit and ping a damage off of something.
Sure. Take a shield.
And that brings us to our final yellow card, which is Windfall, a common yellow event at cost 5, and says, create 3 credit tokens. So I would only really play this if I have something that demands credits, like, say, Han Solo or Lando Calrissian.
Yeah.
Like, we saw how good a lot of the 5-cost units are, and just taking a turn off for those 3 credits,
exactly,
a little sketchy.
Unless I've got like the 9-drop in my hand,
yeah,
that I'm going to play the following turn, and then like that's very situation. Like I had to have put this card in my deck, had it at the same time as the 9-drop. Like,
yeah, you need those in your hand. All right, and that's going to do it for all the cunning. So now we get to move on to just the villain cards. There's only a handful of these for each of these. So starting off with the Black Sun Kabbalist, a common ground unit to cost Villainy 1/3 Underworld that says when played, give an experience token to another friendly Underworld unit. Meh.
I gave this 2 grades, but I probably didn't even deserve that. He's an F if you don't have any Underworld units, I think.
Right.
And he's a C- or something like that if you do.
Yeah, basically that. Next is the Callous Bounty Hunter, a common ground unit, 3-cost Villainy Underworld Bounty Hunter, a 3/4 Saboteur. Yeah, that's actually an on rate and so solid.
Yeah, I have him as C. Just
a good C-level card. Happy to play that one. The Nightwind Assailants is a common ground unit, 5-cost Villainy. It's a 5/5 Underworld with Sentinel. Yes.
Yeah, I have C+. Just
C+.
Good,
like,
good
if
Sentinel.
You're opening these, especially in your sealed pool, you're going to want to play these. Like, Sentinel is going to help you so much. And our final Villainy card that's Fire Spray. In Pursuit. It's rare. A space unit, 6-cost Villainy Underworld Vehicle Transport. It's a 4/6 with Ambush and says when attack ends, if the defending unit was defeated, create a credit token.
It's really good. It's good. It's really. I don't think it's A level, but it is.
It's not A level, but it is an ambusher. A little weaker ambusher at 6, but still, I think it kind of gets through and takes care of most space units that cost 6 or less compared to it.
Right. I have set a B+. I think it'll just do work in space.
Wow. I had a B- just because it's a little on the weaker side at 4 power.
Sure. Okay.
Next is the heroic cards. First up is the Alliance X-Wing. It's a 2-cost heroic 2/3 space unit. It's another reprint.
Yep.
Yeah.
And see, I mean,
yeah, a 2/3 in space for 2 is kind of on par. So, see.
Yeah.
The Stalwart Fleet Trooper is a common ground unit, 3-cost heroic rebel trooper. It is a 3/3 Sentinel. Oh man, how's that for fair? Villainy gets a 5/5 Sentinel, and Rebels or Heroic gets a 3/3 Sentinel.
We finally get our cell block guard.
Yeah. That said, I'm still happy playing plenty of these. I still think it's a C+ level card.
Yeah, I do like that the art for their Sentinel looks like a bunch of guys running away.
Yeah. The Circuit Challenger. This is a common ground unit, 5-cost heroic vehicle speeder, a 4/5 ambush. Oh, wow.
So they got something. We got something.
I think a lot of these heroic cards might be a little ahead. B-?
Well, don't worry. We make up for it in the last one. I have it at a C+, but
yeah, somewhere around there. That ambush is pretty key.
Yeah.
And the final heroic card is Fire Across the Galaxy. This is a rare event, 6-cost heroic. Use any number of when played abilities on friendly Spectre units. Okay, never mind.
So they got the Fet's Fire. Villainy got the Fet's Fire Spray, and Heroic's Rare is an F.
Unplayable. Yeah, this is an F. This is a constructed card only. Don't do it. All right, and that leaves our last few neutral cards. Starting off with the Hidden Hand Supplier. This is a common ground unit, 1-cost 1/2 Underworld that says when played, you may pay 1. If you do, give an experience token to another unit. I like that it goes to another unit.
Yeah, nothing exciting. Like I wrote like I can see this slotting into almost any deck as its 30th card. Like it's fine. I'm not
Yeah,
excited.
D
I would D,
plus.
yeah, D plus.
Sometimes you get that experience on one of your other better guys. That's neat.
Yeah.
Next is the Criminal Contact. This is a common ground unit, 2 cost, 1/4 Underworld that says on attack you may pay 2 if you do create a credit token. That can't be worth it.
Yeah, I'm not as high on it. Like I have a D, but he might even
Yeah,
be a D
I have a
minus.
D as well. Like that's just a really weak statted unit, and you got to pay 2
Yeah.
for 1 credit.
So you're paying 4 for your 1/4 now?
Yeah, that's not a very good exchange rate.
Effectively, when you're doing the on attack, yeah.
Right. Yeah. The Cartel Heavy Fighter, a common space unit. At 3, it's a Underworld Vehicle Fighter. It's a 3/2 Overwhelm. Sure.
Yeah, I don't see the overwhelm coming into play much.
I don't either.
It trades with almost everything.
Yeah.
But it's still a 3/2 space unit.
It's a 3/2 space unit, and we're used to seeing 3/3 space units for 3. It seems fine. D plus?
It's a C minus. Yeah, D plus or C minus, yeah.
Yep. I'll go with you as C minus. Seasoned Tracker. This is a common ground unit, 4 cost bounty hunter. That's a 4/4, and it's hidden. That's okay.
Yeah, I don't. They like giving hidden to just some random dudes.
There's a lot of
this set.
Yeah, there's a lot of hidden just kind of going around. And we've seen 4/4s for 3, and there are some 4/4s for 4, but they usually do something a little bit more than just hide for a turn.
Yes.
But I would still play it.
I have a C minus, and I wrote for this one, a signal your draft didn't go great, but wasn't a complete train wreck.
Yeah, C minus for a Seasoned Tracker. The Street Gang Recruiter is a common ground unit. It costs 5 for a 4/4 Underworld and says when played, you may return an Underworld card from your discard pile to your hand.
I think this guy played all right, and I think he was originally printed in like Shadows of the Galaxy, I want to say.
Oh, is this a reprint?
Yep. Yeah,
I don't remember this card at all.
Yeah, he saw some amount. He was fine in your Cad Bane decks and things like that to just kind of snag back your best Underworld card that died.
Yeah.
I think he plays a similar role here, just fine.
Yeah.
C minus.
I had it at C minus, at best a C in an Underworld deck.
Yeah.
Next is the Bank Job Fugitives, a common ground unit, 6 cost, 4/6 Underworld that says when played, create a credit token. That's a pretty weak card and a bit late for the credit token for my liking.
Yeah, 6. We know that. So we know some of the power that can come in at 6, and this is just not it.
You're trying to play a 4/6 at that. Yeah, something didn't go right. So D.
I have a D plus. I think. Yeah,
sure. Next is the Kessel Hulk. This is a common space unit at 7, Underworld Vehicle Transport. It's a 5/7 Sentinel. And not that I'd play.
Yeah, 7 cost again. We have to line it up against all the other 7 costs. I would play it. I wouldn't be pleased, but I would play it.
Yeah. Like this is not the card you play to try to win the game. This is the card you need to play if your opponent has ridiculously good space presence and you need a way to stop it.
Yeah.
So I think it's perfectly fine because of that.
I gave it a C minus and said if you're playing this, you're probably not winning the game, but you're not losing it either.
Yeah. This can buy you the time that you need. So C minus for the Kessel Hulk.
Yeah.
And the final card is From a Certain Point of View, a common event that costs 1. It says, play a card from your hand, ignoring its aspect penalty. That's kind of Agent Callus on a different card.
Kind of a bummer to end on an F, I think.
Yeah, it kind of is, right? Like this is an F, which is a bit of a bummer. And the reason why it's an F is because you are dedicating one of the card slots in your deck to just this. And then you need this to have one of your off aspect cards to even work. And generally speaking, if you have to play a card that needs another card to be good, the card isn't good. So unless you get that off aspect card or whatever your bombs or whatever you're splashing in there, and you have this at the same time, if you don't, this is just a dead card and not really playable. So that's an F. All right. And there we go. Austin, I'm excited for this set.
There's some powerful stuff.
All the new color combinations and all that's gotten me really, really exciting. Really, really excited. And yeah, I can't wait to see how this goes. And for all of you dear listeners who are currently dialed in, please let us know how it goes. Leave the comments down below or contact us on social medias. I'm at Pro Jared across all social medias. Feel free to message me. I want to see your sealed builds. I want to see your drafts. I want to see what goes well for you, what doesn't. Any of your own thoughts on any of our card gradings and the like. And if you manage to start getting some drafts in and find out how things play out completely differently, I want to know about that because I want to get better at limited, at sealed, at draft so I can keep winning those PQs. Austin, let's call it a show.
Yeah, I think it's been quite the show.
Yeah. Thank you all so much for joining us. We'll see you next week.